Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house. Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd? Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants. Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move. There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning. Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us. I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student. She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting? Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying. Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin. I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much. It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda. Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad. Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework. That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guests? You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it. Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside. What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket? I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes. Because there's something about that girl I just don't like. You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey, girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah. I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life? You don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or...
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally, the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now.
Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of con men that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me. And I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage.
He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us.
You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift. Hi, I'm Joy from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My parents always loved to call me a unique child. When I was little, I was always making toy buildings out of random stuff. Seashells, bottles, cereal boxes, anything I could get my hands on. I was also kind of shy and found it more fun to help out with chores at home than play with other kids. One day, Mom was teaching me how to make pancakes when she suddenly stopped and stared at me.
Sweetie, what's the matter? Am I going too fast for you?
No, Mommy, everything's fine.
But you keep blinking a lot, like there's something wrong.
I hadn't even realized it, so Mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed with an excessive blinking condition. It was nothing serious, but in school, kids started making fun of me for it, and I'd mostly just stay away from them and sit alone. One day in 3rd grade, I was making a presentation, and this stupid boy kept interrupting. Miss Brown, why does Joy blink so much?
Just keep quiet and listen to Joy's presentation, please.
But how can I listen when Joy's eyes are doing all the talking? The whole class burst out laughing. Just then, this kid Martin walked over to the annoying boy's table. Hey, don't talk about Joy like that. Oh, yeah? Who are you, her boyfriend? Martin jumped on him and the two started wrestling like crazy. They both ended up in detention for a week. So after school, I snuck into the detention room and sat next to Martin. Hey, thanks for sticking up for me. I hate when people tease you. You're like the awesomest, smartest girl in our class. I joined Martin for detention every day, and after that, we hung out all the time. It turned out he even lived in my neighborhood. I'd always been a loner, but for the first time, I had a best friend, and it was amazing. Having Martin in my life made me less shy, and I changed a lot. We stayed super close through the years, but when we reached high school, Martin gave me some news one day. My dad's business really took off, and we're moving to another neighborhood. I'm also going to a private school. Wow, that's super cool, but I'll really miss you.
Hey, why don't you apply for a scholarship? Then we can still be at the same school.
My parents were happy for me to try to get into a better school, so I applied for the scholarship, and I got in. Little did I know that it was the worst decision ever. On the first day of 9th grade, I almost fell over when I saw Martin there. He was dressed head to toe in designer clothes and was wearing a gold watch? Who are you, and what did you do to my friend? And how much gel is in your hair, dude?
This is just how the cool kids dress nowadays. You didn't know that? No. Should I? Yeah, you should. You need a makeover, girl.
I just laughed and punched his arm. Later at lunch, a bunch of rich kids walked by our table. Hey, Martin, I've seen you around my neighborhood. Want to come to my party this Friday?
Sure. Can I bring Joy with me?
She'll have to buy new shoes first. I bet the one she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes.
Joy, she's joking. Calm down.
The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, there were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table.
Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud.
Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade.
I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing?
What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act.
Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. You know what? I think you're just jealous because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you. Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life. Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom?
Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house.
Lose the house? Are we going to end up homeless?
No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey.
But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year.
Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest.
I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over.
Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type.
Martin, why are you such a...
Sure, I'll come and say hi right now.
Cameron leaned over to me and whispered,
Trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show.
I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it.
I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date.
His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's. You got yourself a deal, cutie.
Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me.
Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend.
Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay?
Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out.
Your hard work is finally going to pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented.
Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches.
Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever.
Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project, But hours passed, and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that?
Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess.
Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you?
Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal.
It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged.
How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky.
I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing?
Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy?
Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble.
As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this.
I had no choice but to leave, but seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked, and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office.
I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed.
But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it.
I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure.
Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday, you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship, but he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's going to happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
"We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us."
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
"Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore."
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how? Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house. We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him. But suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were going to give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that though. I got expelled because I deserved it. And I'm really sorry about everything.
I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back.
Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway. Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Skye.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it! Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV.
But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on, so I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke.
Poison!
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house, and even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent, no doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad? I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie.
Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing.
Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me.
I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that?
I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you.
I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him, and that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg. Lucky you. You just won a tuition discount from Dad. I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, beaut.
Bees. It has bees.
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was going to kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up. And finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that.
I
It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in, and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. Alice. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course. You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not, horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, penitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I
I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah, I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom. Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camilo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camilo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camilo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't going to give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking?
Are we going or not?
The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camillo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me, and he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me, and after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camillo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Aha. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on. What do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice.
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
If you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
and he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camilo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camilo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks. Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax. What is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous. Okay, I admit it. I was scared. But you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band, too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doovie. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it.
In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of this story. Now relax. I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camilo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camilo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camilo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camilo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the
night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers?
Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Kwan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Kwan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Kwan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my God, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Kwan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Kwan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was
was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family. To my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we three reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks. We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe? What are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She'd been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet.
Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her.
Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too?
Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison.
How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired.
Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, because you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
Is that for me?
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie. Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us. Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder.
My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her.
Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever.
Are you mad?
Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends.
Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?
What do you mean?
Can I hold your hand?
No.
I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?
Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on.
You have plenty of time now.
I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction.
All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl.
Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me.
Duke, she cares about you.
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other.
I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper.
Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend.
What?
I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business.
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime.
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back. Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty, horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy!
Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead.
I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me.
But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station.
Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried.
But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me.
You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back.
Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait, Nat,
are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks.
Okay, fine. I won't do it.
I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition.
What is it? Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city, and it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant! Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same.
No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat.
If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face.
Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief!
The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess. Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you. You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned. Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself. Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter? It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess. Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours? Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie. It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out. Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe.
Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone.
I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too.
What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time.
I was saving this as a surprise. But here, will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry. I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in. I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison.
Allison, darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess. She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore and I was exhausted, but within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt-face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte, so I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar And so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to? I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you. Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me? After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me. Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode. So I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped. I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there. Wow, priorities. Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please. Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me. I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try? It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way. And I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side. I was about to shoot my target when suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and snatched the apple away. It was the most popular guy in school, Travis, and lately he'd been flirting with me every chance he got.
Let's play a game. If you miss the target, I'll have to kiss you. But if you hit it, then you'll have to kiss me. What do you say?
Sure, why not? Everyone knew how good I was in archery, and as expected, it was a bullseye.
Deal's a deal, cream puff.
As he closed his eyes for the kiss, I called for the school cat Loki and whispered something to it. You can open your eyes now. Loki scratched his face like a wild animal as I walked away, in total satisfaction. Hi, my name is Bianca, and I'm incapable of falling in love. Well, that's what I thought. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom owned a huge chain of hotels, and I was the sole heiress to the business empire. Our family name was well known already, but I'd really made us famous. Teen heiress seen kissing alleged gangster? Spoiled princess seen at archaeological site closed off for public? Princess Bianca announces to pay any amount to straighten the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Oh, each headline is worse than the one before. Alleged gangster, Mom. We broke up. And you know my keen interest in history. I had to see that site. And come on, am I the only one annoyed by that Leaning Tower? When will you ever get serious, Bianca? I have a private jet to catch, but we're not done with this conversation. Yes, go to your meeting, Mom. You didn't even remember to wish me a happy birthday, but I was still celebrating in style. I was having a huge birthday party at the newest club in town, but my night was ruined when I saw an uninvited guest, Travis, and he was approaching me and my BFF Carmen as if he was God's gift to women, despite that scary face.
Hey, sugar lips, wanna dance?
Aren't you supposed to hate me for making you look like Frankenstein?
What's love without a little pain? And I adore your feistiness.
He was all over me the whole night. Eventually, I had to make Carmen distract him and try to escape, but he noticed and followed me like a madman.
I'm not done with you, my love.
I turned around a corner and opened a VIP door at the end of the hallway. There were some men in suits playing poker, and they all turned to me like I was an alien. Oopsie, wrong room. Thought it was the toilet. But may I say, sir, your jacket is really cool. Very vintage 90s. Michael Jackson kind of vibe. Okay, I won't bother you guys. May the best man win. Bye. Travis was nowhere to be seen, so I took the chance to finally leave the club. But of course, I couldn't avoid him at school, and he was being such a nuisance that eventually I got a restraining order against him. My life was finally peaceful, till a few days later when Carmen told me that her cousin from the village would be joining our school. Since when do you have a cousin? Ever since he was born? You never told me about him. I love to collect snake skins and samurai swords in my basement. I didn't tell you about those either. What? Friends should share everything. I think some secrets are good. Oh my god, my cousin's here. I turned to this guy who was walking towards us like he was the king of the underworld. Judging by his walk, he knew he was a fine specimen of the male species. But suddenly, he tripped over nothing and fell into the fountain nearby. And then he immediately got up like nothing happened. I felt like I was watching a comic cartoon strip. Are you sure he's not some hot model you paid to act as your clumsy cousin? Nice way to say that he's hot and adorable. He then spun her around like she was a cotton ball.
Carmen, my favorite girl. I missed you so much.
The guy turned to me and I was stunned. He was even more handsome up close and also really familiar.
You must be Bianca, Carmen's best friend. I'm Slater. Nice to finally meet you.
Did you just curtsy? And have we met before?
No. Is this how city people greet each other?
Excuse us a moment. Carmen pulled me out of Slater's earshot. What you doing? Talking to my best friend's cousin? Why does that require you to bring your face so close to his? I just thought he looked really familiar. What's your problem? I just think you're finding an excuse to flirt with him. Now listen up, Bianca. You're never serious about any boy, and you just play with their feelings and dump them. And you're not allowed to do that to my cousin. He's not even my type. Relax. Just don't get involved with him that way, or it's friendship over. Understood? Loud and clear, ma'am. Since then, the three of us started hanging out together, and I was having a hard time believing someone like Slater existed. Sheer perfection on the outside, but with the poorest balance a human could possibly have. He tripped, slipped, and stumbled everywhere. He even got a black eye while tying his shoelaces. But one night, while I was admiring one of the paintings at home, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered where I'd seen Slater before. You gotta trust me, Carmen. Your cousin's up to something shady. Mom and I attended this art exhibition downtown last month, and Slater was there. He was one of the artists. We even bought a painting from him. Only his hair and eye color was different, but it was him, and he wasn't clumsy. He must have been a look-alike. Slater has lived in the village his entire life and just got here last week, and he can't even draw a circle, trust me. I even showed Slater's picture to Mom, and she said it's him too. Now she's contacted the artist to buy more of his work, and he's coming soon, and I'll finally know the truth. You just need to give yourself something to be excited about. Do what you want, but you're wrong. A couple of days later, the artist called Mom to say that he had to go out of town and he'd come to meet her next month. How convenient. I decided not to say anything to Slater and try to get to the bottom of his secret identity. He was always hovering around me and Carmen like an annoying fly. He was sure to slip up at some point. I'd be watching him. But one day, I was spying on him at the gym, and after seeing him miss the 100th basket, I got really bored. I decided to skip the rest of school that day to get a manicure. As I was walking to my car, a van suddenly stopped next to me. "Good day, child. Would you please buy some apples from me? I run an orphanage, and I'd like to get some toys for the children." "Sure thing. Just give me a basket and I'll give you $100,000. I was about to take the basket from her when Slater suddenly popped out of nowhere and crashed into me.
Hey, you. Who do you work for? Show me your ID.
The poor lady looked terrified and just drove away. What the heck was that?
Didn't your parents ever tell you not to take candy from strangers? What if she was trying to poison you?
Dude, those are apples, not candy. And who am I? Snow White? And that cute granny is trying to poison me because I'm the fairest girl in all the land.
This isn't funny. You don't know how dangerous some situations can be.
Oh, please. I swam with sharks last year and jumped off a hot air balloon when it malfunctioned. I laugh in the face of danger. And that lady just wasn't dangerous. I know you're from the village and probably think everyone in the city's evil, but please stop being a weirdo. But Slater just got weirder. Like another time, the three of us were at a restaurant, and as soon as the waiter served our order, he started sniffing mine. If you wanted me to completely lose my appetite, you succeeded. What's wrong with you? He also started sniffing his food and Carmen's.
That's how we do it in the village. The first whiff of food tells you everything you need to know.
About what exactly?
About how organically the food was grown, if the farmer sang to his crops and cows.
I ordered a giant brownie sundae with whipped cream and sprinkles. Are you insane? Just give me that. Just then, there was a loud crashing sound next to us, and Slater jumped towards me and brought me down to the floor, covering me like a human shield. He was looking down at me, and I was a little breathless. And then, I saw everyone else staring at us like we were mental. Apparently, a waiter had just dropped a tray full of glasses.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was a gunshot and maybe some robbers had come in. I just acted on instinct.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you thought it was a dangerous situation and your first instinct was to save Bianca? Hello, what about me? Your own flesh and blood? Slater muttered some apologies while Carmen kept scolding him, even if he was crazy. It was really sweet how he tried to protect me. One weekend, Carmen told me that the cheer captain was throwing a party, just for the cheerleaders and all the boys. I felt curious to see how Slater would act at parties with other girls, so I dashed over to the venue and spied from the bushes. But I couldn't spot him anywhere. I knew how girls looked at him. He was probably surrounded by the cheerleaders. Well, what did I care? I took this opportunity to practice my amazing singing. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. Suddenly, I heard a sound right behind me. Slater, what are you doing here?
Same question for you.
I came here to sing flowers, 'cause you know, there are flowers here, duh. What about you?
It's too loud inside, and everyone was acting wild. It was scaring me.
Just then, a huge bug came flying at our faces, and Slater tried to smack it away, but he ended up slapping me instead.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My hand is so stupid. Bad hand.
Gosh, Slater, why are you so freaking clumsy?
I don't know, just born that way, but I get even clumsier around you, 'cause attractive girls make me nervous, and you're the most beautiful I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Bianca.
It suddenly hit me. He was attracted to me, and that could make things complicated. I had to avoid him from now on before Carmen could misinterpret things and unfriend me. But the very next day, I caught him in the janitor's closet with his butt stuck in a mop bucket. Jesus, what have you done this time?
Can you just help me, please? I think I got a cramp.
As I pulled him up, our lips accidentally touched, and my tummy fluttered. Just then, someone gasped from the door. Carmen! Girl, it's not what you think. I followed her to an empty classroom and tried to explain. I swear, there's nothing romantic going on between us. He's too dumb and clumsy for me, and I'm certain he's a liar. Excuse me? That's my cousin you're insulting. And you say these things, but I feel like you're attracted to him. Just don't get attached to him, okay? He's not right for you. Of course, duh. I already knew that, but I was a bit bothered by what Carmen said. Why did she think he wasn't right for me? A few days later, I was practicing archery alone when suddenly an arrow came flying from somewhere and almost hit me. I turned around and saw someone behind a tree. I dashed over and found Slater. What are you doing here? Trying to kill me now?
No, what? What just happened?
You happened, Slater. You nearly sent an arrow straight into me. You're a hazard to society.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my arrow came your way. I mean, I didn't even know anyone was here. I would never hurt you, I swear. But let me make it up to you with an ice cream shake. Come on, let's go.
I wasn't finding his act convincing. Why was he always around me? He was beginning to seem as obsessed with me as Travis. And what if he tried to hurt me on purpose with the arrow?
By the way, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. Just you and me, alone.
Okay, sure. But we're alone right now. You can't tell me over ice cream shakes?
What ice cream shakes? Oh, yeah, that. No, tonight's better. I'll send you the pin location. Driver, I'll get off here. Thanks. See you later, Bianca.
And then he just jumped out of the car and walked away. This dude was so weird, but I was really curious about what he had to say. Later that night, I was surprised to learn where he was taking me. The rooftop of an old building. There was no elevator, so we had to climb 8 flights of stairs, and he was holding on to my shirt like a kid. Wait, what if he tried to push me down? Can you move away? I need some personal space.
But what if I trip and fall down the stairs? You know how clumsy I get.
Why would you invite me to a rooftop then, idiot?
You'll see.
When we finally reached the top, I was surprised to see a candlelit dinner. What's all this?
Obviously a date. Were you expecting a crime scene?
Didn't your cousin warn you about me?
She did, but I just don't see why she's so against the idea of you being my girlfriend. You're beautiful and amazing.
She was trying to protect you because I have a history of not being good with relationships.
May I know why?
And before I knew it, I just found myself opening up. Growing up, I saw how my dad broke my mom's heart and left her for another woman. Since then, mom's not even the same person. She just buries herself in work. And dad kind of broke my heart too. Leaving like that? I'm just afraid to let anyone come close.
I know that you don't trust me, but I hope that someday you will, and I'll get to know you better. I feel like you're someone worth knowing.
He looked at me earnestly and then started leaning in. I found myself closing my eyes, and when his lips touched mine, I felt something electric. Wait, that was a mistake, Slater. I care a lot about my friendship with Carmen. I can't.
Okay, I understand.
But later that night, all I could think about was Slater and that kiss. Maybe I could talk to Carmen and she'd come around, but I still couldn't shake off the idea that Slater was lying about himself. As luck would have it, Mom told me the next day that the artist was back in town and he was displaying his work at a gallery that night. Well, Slater wasn't going to be the only one in disguise. I went dressed up as someone completely different, and I was thrilled to see him. He might have a different style, but I was certain it was Slater. And as I was walking past him, I accidentally tripped and fell forward, scraping his arm with my pen. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with the walking. Clumsy, like you people say. Oh, it bleeds.
It's fine, miss. I'm okay. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom.
And the next day at school, Slater was wearing a full-sleeved shirt, just like I'd expected. So I spilled my juice all over him. Oh my God, you're wet. You'll have to change your shirt.
It's fine. It'll dry up.
No, you'll get sick.
I won't. I'm as strong as a cow.
I tried a few more tricks, but he was able to avoid all of them. I guess I just had to do it by force. After our classes, I followed him outside school, and just as I was ready to jump on him from behind, he turned around and pinned me to the wall.
Bianca, why were you trying to attack me?
How did you know, Spider-Man? And all I wanted to do was this. I pulled up his sleeve, and sure enough, he had a long cut on his arm. Ha! So you're really that artist. I've exposed you, you big fat... Suddenly, there was a growl behind me. I turned to see 2 guys holding 2 rabid dogs and pointing at us.
Bianca, just run.
Slater grabbed my hand and we ran like crazy from the dogs. After sprinting down several blocks, he pulled me into an old building and we ran up the stairs. We climbed all the way to the rooftop and we could hear those guys behind us.
Okay, there's no other choice. We gotta jump.
Excuse me? I must have heard you wrong. And what is going on?
Questions later. And what's the matter? I thought you laughed in the face of danger. Ha.
Now is not the time to be sarcastic.
Just hold on to me and you'll be fine. Do you trust me?
Of course I don't trust you. You're the clumsiest idiot I've ever met.
Listen, Bianca, I'm not who you really think I am. I just need you to trust me right now, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. I promise.
My instincts told me to trust him, and I did. And what happened next was the most thrilling thing ever. We went flying through the air, then landed straight in a garbage dump. Ew, fish heads.
Come on, this isn't over yet.
I needed answers about why I was currently running a marathon with my BFF's mystery cousin around the city. Slater, why are these people after us?
Listen, something happened.
He didn't get to finish because the gangsters finally cornered us. Slater pushed me inside one of the diners as he started fighting them expertly. What were these kung fu ninja moves? He was so hot. Just then, one of the guys came up behind him with a metal chair. I looked around for anything I could throw at that scumbag before he could hurt Slater. Bullseye.
That's my girl.
Just then, a bunch of policemen arrived and surrounded the men, and Slater pulled out a badge.
You're under arrest.
What? He was a detective? As those jerks were being taken away, Slater finally told me everything, starting with how I unknowingly got involved with an international mafia gang.
You walked in on them one night at the dance club and saw something you weren't supposed to see. You've been in danger since then.
Oh, those guys. But I swear I didn't even see anything.
They couldn't be sure of that, so you've been their target since. I was already in town looking for this gang and posing as an undercover artist, but when we found out that they were looking for you, I joined your school to be closer. We also thought we could catch them using you.
You mean using me as bait?
I didn't mean use you like that. We just knew they'd come after you.
So that date on the rooftop, was that also a ploy to get the gang members there?
Well, yeah. We had police hidden all over that building, but I think the gang realized it was a trap.
Everything made sense now. He was just pretending to be interested all along so he could be around me for my protection and to catch the bad guys. I was just a mission for him. You saved my life. Thank you.
I just did my job. I'm glad you're safe now. I gotta report to headquarters soon, so...
Yeah, great job. Goodbye then. As I walked away, I suddenly felt sad and empty. And the next day at school, Slater was gone. I demanded more answers from Carmen. Slater really is my cousin. He became a detective at a young age, and he doesn't tell us much about his job. But after that restaurant incident where he was clearly protecting you, I asked him what was going on, and he said it was something related to you, but it was confidential. So that's why you didn't want us to get closer. Yes, because he was just here for his job, and he doesn't form attachments. I didn't want you to get hurt. I'm sorry. What for? I can see it in your eyes, Bianca. You're in love with him, but I don't think he can make you happy. Oh, please. I've told you, I'll never fall in love with anyone, if you say so. Over the next few days, I tried my best to get back to normal, but I couldn't get Slater out of my mind. Even Mom noticed something was up with me.
Haven't seen any crazy headlines lately. No new adventures?
Yeah, it's been kinda quiet, but I did make one stupid mistake, falling in love. Mom sat down beside me and then pulled me into an awkward hug.
Sweetie, I know you've been affected by what your dad did, but don't close your heart off. Falling in love isn't stupid, and you'll find the right guy one day, and it'll be amazing. Trust me.
Mom decided to take some time off work and we planned a vacation together, but just as I was leaving for the airport, I heard a loud crash from the main hall and saw Slater had pinned Travis to the ground. Slater? Travis? What are you both doing here?
Bianca, my cream puff, I couldn't go on any longer without seeing you. I can't live like this. You really need to tighten security around here. Found him crawling through the dog door.
As Slater handed over a screaming Travis to the guards, he turned to me. Why are you here, Slater?
Same reason as Travis, actually. I really missed you. Wait, where are you going?
Sorry, can't disclose the location. It's top secret, so whatever you want, make it fast.
I got another mission.
Okay, so what is it?
I need you to fall in love with me and be my girl.
Oh, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a very hard mission.
I'm not afraid of challenging assignments.
He pulled me in for a kiss and then hit his forehead against mine. So you're naturally clumsy.
Only when I'm in love.
Imagine being on a date at the best restaurant in town, and then the waiter trips and drops his tray full of live lobster, and one of them pinches you. And this is not even the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Let's take it from the beginning. My mom was a Red Cross advocate for women's rights, and my dad was her bodyguard, so they were always off to this gala or the other, and they left us back with an army of nannies. And when I say us, I mean me and the Chaos Crew, also known as my 5 younger siblings. Food battles, mud fights, glitter bombs, they were so extra. Even Mary Poppins would snap her little umbrella and shuffle up a chimney to escape from them. Every time another nanny left, we got the talk.
I'm disappointed in all of you, but especially you, Martha. You're the oldest. You should lead by example.
I haven't done anything.
Exactly. How are you supposed to become a leader of the future if you can't even lead your siblings?
If you were home teaching us instead of running around, I wouldn't have to take charge.
What I do is important.
More important than your family? When Mom didn't immediately reply, my heart shattered. I rushed to my room and locked it when Mom came to talk to me later.
Martha, I'm sorry. Of course I love you.
Then don't go.
I have to. But we'll talk when we come back. I promise.
Maybe it's better if you never come back. It was like fate really had a twisted sense of humor and heard me. Mom and Dad did not return from their last trip to the Amazon. I felt like it was my fault that they didn't return. My punishment. The police sent out search parties and even used drones to look at their plane that disappeared, but they couldn't find anything. It's a lot, right? But stay with me. You've already liked and subscribed, haven't you? Don't cry. Mom and Dad will come back. Dad's a tough bodyguard and Mom's faster than a tiger. I'll take care of you in the meantime. I'll be a leader, Mom, just like you wanted. Please come back. But I was only 15 and I knew nothing about adulting. I was suddenly surrounded by lawyers asking me questions and making me sign things. Just pretend you know what you're doing and you'll be fine. Yeah, it wasn't fine. One of my mom's lawyers turned out to be a total snake. He conned his way into getting guardianship over everything, and then he kicked us out and took control of all the assets. You can't do this!
Oh, what? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you over the sound of all the money you just signed off to me.
Wait until Mom and Dad are back. They'll send you to jail.
You mean when they come back from the jungle? Well, I've got a fortune to spend. Goodbye.
I was super angry, but I didn't have time for it. The Chaos Crew had turned into a miserable bunch, and I needed to take care of them first. Right. First step, let's find a place to live. We all put our birthday cash together, and it was enough for a couple of months' rent. Finding someone willing to rent to a group of teenagers was quite a challenge. So I had this crazy idea to dress up like an old lady and somehow managed to get us a lease. Luckily, it was still the summer holidays, so I had time to take up all the gigs I could find, like a plant manager, where I literally had to water plants, cornfield pollinator, and even party entertainer. These children are wilder than my siblings. Let it go! Let it go! Ah!
Here, let me help you up.
At least my colleagues are all kind. My siblings pitched in as well. They baked tons of cookies and sold them, pretending to be Girl Scouts. And they muddied everyone's cars at night so they could offer a wash-up service in the morning. At a premium, of course. Who knew that being little devils would come in handy? By the time school started, I had turned 16, and we had all transferred to public school. I was so nervous on the first day. And then I got to class, and all the desks were already taken. Now I'll have to stand in the corner like a potted plant. But then a girl sitting in the last row waved at me. She was dressed in this bright orange shirt with space buns, and her desk was hidden under a pile of comics. Come here, we can share. There's a desk under all that? Where can I get a chair? We'll share mine. By the way, I'm Bree. You can call me Brilliant. Bree was a weirdo, but she was also pretty awesome. She gave me all her notes and knew all the juicy gossip. That girl there, her mom works in marketing, so she always knows the latest discount codes. And that one there, don't talk about her nose. We became best friends, and eventually I told her about my story. I want to save up enough cash so I can find my parents. You're so strong. I want to be like you. You're perfect the way you are. I'm not. I'm almost 17, and I've never had a boyfriend. Everyone I confess to just rejects me, and Darius doesn't even know I exist. Darius was Bree's crush and the captain of the school's chess team. Are you sure he's the right guy for you? He's the one. I can feel it. And this time, I'm going to get my confession right. Bree's plan was as crazy as she was. She got dressed up as a chess piece and painted the whole club room as a giant chessboard with a banner that said, "Will you be my checkmate?" But when Darius walked into the door, he freaked out.
Where is it?
What?
My chessboard! There was a game I've been playing since I was a freshman!
We just moved it. There? Darius was so furious, he wanted to call the principal. And then one of his friends intervened. I didn't see who he was because I was too busy pulling a crying Bree away. Thank you, mysterious dude. After that, Bree was done with the guys. And honestly, I had my own problems to deal with. Like the time I was getting out of the shower and this gigantic cockroach came out of the drain. I screamed and hit it with the shampoo bottle, but then even more of them started crawling out. Eek! It's an invasion!
Oh yeah, it happens. Why do you think the flat was so cheap?
We tried spraying them with gas, but the crawlers kept multiplying. We need a new flat ASAP. Martha, wise up and ask for a raise. But when I showed up for my part-time gig at the party entertainer company, the door was sealed off with bright yellow FBI tape and the entire place cleared out.
Oh man, I loved this job.
At least you get to keep the costume.
What costume? These are my normal clothes.
That is very creative. I never thought I'd meet someone more colorful than Bree. Hey, wait a second. Cute, smart, and probably colorblind. He's just perfect. Jasper, how would you like to meet a friend of mine? The moment I introduced Bree and Jasper, it was insta-love. They were like two very colorful peas in a super bright pod. And shortly after, they started dating. Martha, you are a lifesaver. I was seriously starting to think I'd be a crazy cat lady forever. It was an easy match. You have so much in common. A couple of months later, it was Jasper's birthday party, and he introduced me to his sister Trinity, who was like a Wednesday to his Enid. Wow, and they came out of the same womb. I can't believe someone like Jasper found such a cute girlfriend, and I'm still single. All the boys care about is looks, and no one cares about brains. As I watched Trinity cut marshmallows into cubes and stack them into perfect columns, I realized there was at least one boy who could appreciate her, so I texted him. Oh, I hope I won't regret this. The party was in full swing when, what's Darius doing here? Actually, I invited him. What? Trust me. Hey, Darius. Hi, this is Trinity, and she likes cube-shaped marshmallows.
Round marshmallows make no sense.
Finally, someone who gets it. And just like that, Darius the ice cube started melting. See, I told you he wasn't the right one for you. She is. OMG, you're right. You're like the matchmaking queen. I realized how happy Bree's words made me. Helping other people is so cool. But fate was once again ready to kick me down because I got a call from the hospital. What happened? They're saying my brother picked up a sandwich from the bin, but it had some glass in it and now he needs stitches. This is all my fault. If we had more money, he'd never pick food from the bin. And now how am I going to pay for the operation? We don't have insurance. I even tried to call the snake lawyer, but...
Oh, I love that you think I should care. Bye.
Luckily, the operation was a success, and my brother was okay. When I got to the hospital and asked for the bill, the receptionist told me it had already been paid. It was a young guy. There, he's just walking into the elevator. I tried to catch up with him, but the elevator doors shut in my face. Gosh, I swear his back looks so familiar. Who is he? Thanks to my mysterious angel, the accident had resolved well, but it had shown me how much I needed a new job. After Darius and Trinity became a thing, the whole school was buzzing with the rumor that I was the one who set them up. People were begging me to find them their perfect match. Every time I opened my locker, I was buried in a pile of profiles and love letters. How do I fix this? I'm happy to help, but I can't keep doing this for everyone. I gotta focus on finding a new part-time job. Well, why don't you open a matchmaking agency? But I feel bad to ask people to pay for love. Then only ask for a donation from the successful ones. And who knows, maybe you'll find the right match for yourself as well. Right, like I have time for that. But Bree is right. This is something I'm good at. I should at least try. So the next day, I got Bree and Jasper to help me throw my first matchmaker party. By the end of the night, the donation box was bursting with cash, and everyone was coupled up. Almost everyone. As I stepped into the bathroom, a girl ran up to me, and she was dripping wet. How could you match me up with that dimwit? I told him, pass me the water, and he poured it on me. Him as in, I checked my notes. Kuro? Kuro was one of my top candidates. 1 year older than me, and a looker. Plus, he aced all his classes. Oh, and he loved hamsters, and gaming, and, to be honest, I might have stalked his online profile a bit. Can't help that he's so cute. And then he called my mom your grandma. It has to be on purpose. I'm sorry. I'll find you a new match. How about Timothy? Thankfully, Timothy was a total catch, so the girl was happy, and my reputation was saved. My agency was killing it, and my siblings and I finally moved out of Cockroachville. But to track down Mom and Dad, I needed some serious cash, and that meant tackling my biggest issue. Kuro, what's up with him? On paper, he's a catch, but every girl I set him up with comes back with a nightmare story. He took me on a boat trip, and we almost sank. We went ice skating, but he didn't know how to stop, and we crashed.
We tried a cooking class, and he somehow managed to burn the spaghetti, set off the fire alarm, and evacuate the entire restaurant.
He's ruining my perfect score. How can someone be really that clumsy?
Maybe you need to find out by yourself.
Bree was right. So I bought a wig and contact lenses and set up myself for a date with Kuro. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he tripped on his own feet and crashed into the waiter, and everyone was looking at us. But instead of being angry, I just smiled. So Kuro, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm kinda clumsy. I'm sorry.
It's not so easy to scare me. I mean, I survived a cockroach invasion.
A what?
So I told Kuro everything about my horrible flat and crazy summer jobs. He laughed and then got back from the toilet with a whole roll stuck under his shoe, which then led to the lobster accident, which I told you about already. And gosh, he really is a menace.
You're giving up?
Never. The second date was better. We only got a batch full of super salty popcorn. The third date was almost normal. And by the fourth, I realized he'd done nothing clumsy. Wow, I guess he was just nervous. I started to get so comfortable around him that I even told him about my mom and dad's disappearance.
Don't lose hope. I bet they're still out there somewhere.
I know they are. If it hadn't been for that awful lawyer.
What lawyer?
After I explained how we got conned, Kuro was super mad.
I can't believe he can get away with something like that.
He's a lawyer. Who is the police gonna believe?
There must be some evidence.
The more I listened to Kuro, the more I realized he was right. I didn't have time or money before to go after him, but now it's time for the Chaos Crew's return and get our revenge. That night, we went to our old house and stuffed some old rotted beans in all the air vents. Less than half an hour later, the people inside were opening all the windows. Stage 2, go! Dressed up as a cleaning crew, my siblings rang at the door while I sneaked through a window. It was dark, but I grew up in this house. I know it like the back of my hand. I waited until the Chaos Crew started to fill all the vents with flour, making everyone cough, and then I went into the study. Okay, focus. He won't leave around a folder with evil plan written on it, but as I looked into a drawer, that's exactly what I found. As I scanned through the pages, everything became clear. My parents! I can't believe they—
Drop that!
I looked around to see if there was anything I could throw at him, but he had me backed into a corner.
I thought I smelled a rat. Now be a good girl and—
Conk! The lawyer dropped, and behind him was Kuro holding a big law book.
The power of knowledge, eh?
OMG, thank you. But how did you find me?
I might have followed you. Sorry, I was worried.
While Kuro tied him up and called the police, I whipped out the phone and called the number I had found in the evil plan folder. Sugar Leader's Bakery? Yes, I have to place an order for 27 cinnamon rolls. Thank you. Please work. Please work.
Attack!
Mistaking Kuro for a bad guy, my siblings jumped him. And by the time I pried them away, the police had arrived.
Arrest them! They're trespassing!
It's not your house. My parents are missing, not dead. So by law, my signatures are invalid. But the evidence was clear, and the police dragged him away. It turns out we weren't the only family he had conned.
He's going to be in prison for a very long time.
A few days later, my siblings and I returned to our parents' home. I invited Kuro, Bree, and my friends to celebrate, but I couldn't sit still. Finally, the doorbell rang, and when I opened the door, my parents were there, alive and well. My babies!
We're so sorry. We were working with Native communities to stop illegal activities, but we were forced to go underground to save the project.
We left our lawyer a number and a safe message so that you could reach us in case of an emergency.
That's the call you made?
Yes! That arrogant man had written everything down. He was supposed to explain everything and take care of us. Instead, he even told our parents to stay away because we had received some threats.
We should have never trusted him.
But now you're home and you're going to stay, right? Mom and Dad looked at each other, and for a moment I was afraid that they might leave again.
Of course we're staying.
We learned our lesson.
And who are all these nice young people?
I introduced all my new friends to my parents and told them how much they had helped me. But when it was Kuro's turn, I hesitated. Is he a friend, a date, a boyfriend? He doesn't even know I'm the matchmaker. This is Kuro, and I've never been completely honest with him. I turned to him. I hope he understands. Kuro, I'm not one of your matches. I am the matchmaker. I braced myself, expecting rejection, but—
I already knew.
What?
Why do you think I was such a loser with other girls? I've had a crush on you since Bree's wild confession to Darius. But you were so wrapped up in your agency, you never even gave me a second glance. I had to do something drastic to get you to notice me.
Bree's confession? But I squinted at him. Right, he was the guy who stopped Darius from going to the principal. And OMG, you also paid for my brother's hospital bill.
Yeah, I overheard you talking about it at Jasper's party.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want you to go out with me because of money.
I couldn't believe he'd done all that just to date me. I guess this answers my question. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Kuro, my perfect match. I grabbed Kuro's hand, and as I saw the happiness on his face, I knew I had made the perfect choice.
Welcome to the family, Kuro.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the wall. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the light that enters you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of a story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Okay, deep breath, Audrey. This is it. First day as a freshman at my dream school, the place everyone spends their whole life trying to get into. For kids like me, who can't even dream of affording the tuition, there's only one option. Grind like your life depends on it. I don't have any special talents to get a sponsor. It's just my brains, coffee, and a very unhealthy relationship with practice tests. And the grind paid off. I made it through ultra hard mode, the entrance exam.
Welcome to My Story University, also known as MSU. This place isn't just a world-class institution. It's a living campus of scholars, athletes, and artists from every walk of life. Some of you got here through hard work and exams, others through sponsorships, scholarships, or family legacy. But no matter how you arrived, one thing is true. You're here now, standing at the start of something extraordinary. To be here means you've made it through one of the toughest selection processes in the country, or at least convinced your parents to pay for it. Either way, you've earned this moment. So take a breath, look around you, because from the moment you pass through this gate, your story begins.
Wow, just listening to her made me feel so excited. Just then, the student beside her stepped forward, literally bouncing on her toes. She's probably one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen.
Hi, freshmen! Welcome to MSU! I'm Anya, sophomore, event planner, and your official chaos guide for today. All right, before anything else, keep your brand new ID close. It's your golden ticket. Tap it on the scanner at the first gate, add a fingerprint check, and boom, you're officially inside MSU. Very spy movie, I know. Now, everyone form lines. Trust me, once you scan in, the real MSU magic begins.
Lines formed in no time as students started to pass through the entrance gate. I was grinning from ear to ear when someone hit me from behind. I stumbled forward and turned, glaring at whoever just ruined my perfect moment. And that's when I saw him, a tall guy with broad shoulders and messy hair that looked annoyingly good, like he woke up and the wind just styled it for him. And of course, handsome. Sports drama poster handsome.
My bad. Didn't think you'd stop dead in the middle of the line just to admire the scanner.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Perfect. 2 minutes into MSU, and I've already run into Mr. Sponsored Athlete with a smug grin. He chuckled, clearly not offended. In fact, he looked way too entertained.
Only an entrance exam kid would call me that with a straight face.
Entrance exam kid? Like it was stamped on my forehead? Don't worry. I'm sure your sponsors didn't pick you for your brains either.
Okay, fair. You've got bite. I'm sticking with you.
Please don't.
Excuse me. Flirting's cute and all, but can you scoot? My first crush just walked through the gate, and I am not missing this.
My face instantly went tomato mode.
Relax. We'll let you chase true love. Ladies first.
Thank you. Thank God she swapped places with Mr. Sponsored Athlete. I was able to focus again. Then it was my turn. I stepped up to the scanner, swiped my ID, pressed my fingertip, and the gates slid open. A security guard by the arch tipped his cap at me, smiling like he'd been waiting all morning just to say this.
Welcome to MSU. Big day, huh? You're gonna love what's waiting on the other side.
I gave him a smile as I walked toward the side entrance, and my breath hitches as I stared at what I can only describe as a dreamlike paradise. Rows of cherry blossom trees arched overhead, petals drifting like pink snow across a stone bridge that seemed to glow in the sunlight. Students slowed down, phones snapping, voices hushed, like we'd all walked into some dream sequence. So this is the famous Blossom Bridge of MSU. This was the kind of moment you wanted to bottle up forever. The kind that made every sleepless night, every exam, every meltdown feel worth it. I clutched my pamphlet tighter, grinning without even meaning to. For a second, everything felt perfect.
Beautiful, right? You'll see this every day on your walk to school. Okay, now on to important people. Introducing our student council president and vice president.
The student council president looked intense, posture straight, sharp eyes scanning the crowd, practically glowing with authority. Meanwhile, the vice president had this cheerful, approachable vibe, like the type who'd hand out snacks during finals week.
Welcome to My Story University. You should all be proud because earning your place here is no small achievement. But pride alone will not carry you. MSU demands discipline, excellence, and respect. Your time here will test not only your abilities, but your character. Remember that.
The air went heavy. Students straightened their backs like we'd just been drafted into the military. My grin slipped into something closer to panic.
Don't let him scare you too much. Yes, MSU is prestigious. Yes, it's challenging, but it's also where you'll find friends, discover passions, and create memories you'll never forget.
The tension broke instantly, and I felt my shoulder relax.
To help with that, we have a special event for the whole day. You may form your own groups, but if you're too shy, we'll group you. Like, for example...
Her eyes swept the crowd, and then landed right on me.
Her perfect couple here.
My eyes went wide. Perfect couple? Me? But with who? I glanced sideways and saw Mr. Sponsored Athlete standing way too close to me. He grinned at me.
Told you. I'm sticking by you. I'm Tyler. And you?
Before I could roast him, a camera shutter snapped. A boy popped out of nowhere with a massive camera, already crouching like he was shooting for National Geographic.
Yes, that's the shot! You two are like campus power couple material. Vogue cover, MSU edition. Don't mind me, just documenting history. I'm Jaden, future photography club icon, and future sponsored legend. Once the universe wakes up. I mean, come on! Sponsors don't just fall from the sky, but these shots? Portfolio gold! So yeah, I'm grouping with you two. No debates. Lighting's immaculate. Chemistry's insane. Ooh, you're literally my muses now.
Ugh, holy pachoochie! I almost went to heaven studying hard day and night to enter MSU, and I ended up with a smug boy and shutter weirdo as my group on my first day? Pray for me. We went to the school auditorium, and I was stuck between my team. The ceremony kicked off with the basics about the school system and classes.
Freshmen, it is my honor to present the man who not only leads this university, but built it into what it is today. The owner and president of My Story University, Mr. Lucian Valcorin.
The hall erupted into applause. A spotlight cut through the room as Mr. Lucian stepped onto the stage. Tall, broad-shouldered, every detail immaculate, a dark, tailored suit, and an aura so strong it silenced the room the moment he looked at us. Handsome, almost too handsome, in that untouchable, dangerous way.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a vampire businessman.
He wasn't wrong. A deep, velvety voice filled the room, sending a chill down my spine.
Welcome, my dear freshmen, to My Story University. Here at MSU, we aim to shape you into the best versions of yourselves. Our university is more than just a campus. It's a community, one you may never want to leave.
His lips curled into a smile, teeth just a little too sharp.
We're currently expanding MSU's reach by adding classrooms right by our beloved cemetery. And soon, we'll be bringing MSU to the moon.
Oh, wait, what? Did I hear that right? Heads whipped around. Murmurs rippled through the hall.
Just kidding. I was only trying to wake you up. Some of you looked like you were about to fall asleep.
The tension broke into nervous laughter. A few students even clapped in relief. Then his gaze sharpened again, sweeping across the crowd.
Now, before your studies begin, there is a tradition every freshman must take part in, the Freshman Quest. For the whole day, you will explore this campus, facing challenges of the mind, body, and spirit. It's not about victory, it's about growth. That is what My Story University stands for. Each choice you make, each lesson you carry, forges a new page in your story. Do not forget, today marks the beginning of your journey toward success. This is where your legacy begins.
The hall erupted in genuine applause, excitement buzzing like static in the air.
Thank you, President Lucia. Freshmen, your orientation continues with the first phase of your freshman quest. Your initial challenge awaits inside the Grand Library.
Grand Library? Totally my thing! Students buzzed with excitement, groups already chattering about strategies. I adjusted my bag and straightened my stuff, ready to dive in. Except, of course, I wasn't alone.
Bet you're dying to boss us around already.
Boss you around? Why would I?
I mean, I saw your notes. You scream perfectionist.
I gasped, because I totally was. Wow, rude. I would not call it bossing around. I'm leading our group.
Yes, boss.
Why, you...
Perfect! Tension, drama, I love it! This quest is practically a reality show.
Ah!
Welcome to MSU's Grand Library. Now, for your challenge, decode the riddle, find the hidden phrase within the library, and present it to the librarian's desk. You only have an hour. The ones who will solve it by the given time will be rewarded by MSU prestige points.
The room erupted into murmurs as groups crowded around the pedestal. I leaned in, scanning the parchment, my brain already piecing it together. Guardians of the word, keepers of time. Knowledge is locked in order and rhyme. Seek the author whose name holds 3 on the second floor, row 63. Next, take the tome of silver spine, 5th from the top where the lamps still shine. Last, find the scholar who never wrote. His number alone keeps wisdom afloat. Bring them together, letters align. Reveal the message hidden by design. Yeah, that wasn't a riddle. That was a boss fight in poem form. Other groups started discussing right there. Some already arguing over what the poem even meant, and some I knew from one look, our competition. If I wanted to win, I needed to focus. I dragged Smut Boy and Shutter Weirdo to a quiet corner. No way I was letting the entire freshman class eavesdrop on my strategy meeting. Okay, listen, we're not solving this in the middle of the stampede. Everyone's confused, which means we can get ahead if you two actually listen for once.
Love the confidence. Totally giving team captain energy.
Yes! Secret strategy meeting! Love it!
Focus! The first clue points to authors with 3-letter last names. Second floor, row 63. Tyler, that's your job. You can climb faster. The second clue is a silver-spined book, 5th from the top, near the lampposts. Jaden, you can handle that. And the last clue, the scholar who never wrote, that's a call number with no listed author. Reference section. That one's mine.
Yes, boss.
I rolled my eyes. Come on, chop chop! Tyler sprints up the second floor like a man on a mission. Jaden hops onto the ladder and zooms across the shelves dramatically.
Guess
I nearly choked. Why is he like this? He came back with the books and lined them up. As soon as I arranged them correctly, the secret phrase appears. Welcome, story makers. See? Genius. First place was practically ours.
Whoa, okay, that was genius.
Brainy main character energy. Love it. Pose with the books? Yes, perfect.
Save it. We need to move. But then, Jaden bumps into the table, and the silver-spined book slipped from the pile. Tyler lunged to grab it, but he crashed straight into Jaden. And boom, camera bag exploded. Several things cluttered, and Tyler scrambled after it like this was a sports drill. Jaden literally dived onto the floor.
Not the lens!
And 2 nearby groups tripped over the mess. It's absolute chaos in just 3 seconds.
Okay. Not my smoothest save.
Oh, come on! We scrambled through the mess of Jaden's stuff, books, and people. My heart raced as I dug for our pile, panic setting in. By the time I dragged both the guys in the books to the librarian's desk, another group was already standing there with the answer.
Group 12, first place. Group 14, close behind.
The crowd applauded while Tyler and Jaden looked so proud. And me? I am not even the slightest happy. Close behind? Second
place? We should have won, thanks to Dumber and Dumber here.
Relax, boss. It's not losing. It's character development.
Character development? I don't need character development. I need first blood.
Holy Pachuchi. So much for my first day at MSU. Students would remember me as a viral TikTok sound waiting to happen. The next quest, art challenge. I hid behind my map like it was a security blanket, trying to block out the stairs. And of course, Tyler and Jaden were crackling like hyenas behind me. Apparently, my rage and humiliation are their new favorite hobby. We finally stopped in front of the art building. Its glass doors framed with colorful murals painted by past students. Anya bounced ahead of us, waving both arms like she owned the place.
Welcome, freshmen! This is MSU's art building, one of my absolute favorites. We've got cozy rooms for solo artists who like to brood, and big studios for collabs or group lessons. You can make anything here. Painting, sculpture, digital art, photography, even the weird experimental stuff. And right in the center of MSU, our pride and joy, the Art Museum. Only truly extraordinary work gets displayed there. If your piece makes it in, trust me, people remember you forever. Check it out later if you're curious.
Jaden practically vibrated beside me. He's looking like he'd found religion.
Oh, this is it. This is fate. My portfolio is gonna hang in that museum. Center stage, spotlight, destiny.
The doors swung open, and someone came out, a woman in a paint-splattered apron and the most colorful outfit I'd ever seen, like a walking rainbow with glitter on top. Her hair was bright orange and curly, the pencil tucked behind her ear, and she had the kind of energy that made you want to burst into one of those children's songs about how the world is colorful and so am I, while spinning in a field of flowers.
Hello, my little masterpieces! I am Orla, and today you're going to discover that art is not just what you make, it's who you are. Prepare to laugh, prepare to cry, and most importantly, prepare to get paint absolutely everywhere. Your challenge is simple, yet profound. Each group gets one canvas. Together, you must create your very own team mascot. It can be anything. Bold, wild, ridiculous, iconic. Don't play it safe. Safe is boring. And in art, boring is the only true failure.
Boring is totally not my thing.
Holy Pachuchi, just looking at my teammates made me nervous. The canvases were passed out, brushes clattered onto the tables, and the room instantly filled with chatter and the smell of wet paint. The three of us stared at the big blank canvas in front of us. All right, here's the plan. One canvas, one mascot. I'll sketch something smart and symbolic, then we'll discuss colors later.
Yes, boss.
It took me a while to create a pencil drawing of our mascot, and I was actually satisfied with it. Okay, for the colors. Tyler just dunked a brush into the paint like it was a soup spoon.
This mascot needs fire. Boom!
He slapped a massive red streak across my careful outline, and I nearly had a conniption.
If there's fire, it needs protection and something cool.
He added giant sunglasses, random accessories, and a ridiculous grin. Tyler started laughing, and Jaden doubled over with him. They continued drawing silly things, and I just can't. I'm trying! Our symbolic creature looked like Memezilla on spring break.
Look at his arms. He's jacked. Wait. He needs a Gucci belt.
I snorted a tiny giggle, then clamped my hands over my mouth. No, Audrey! Don't encourage them. Stay strong. My eyes caught the team near us, and holy Pachuchi! They looked so artsy and serene, like they'd been born holding paintbrushes, and their mascot was a masterpiece.
Relax, boss. Ours has flavor.
Jaden added glitter to the sunglasses and posed proudly.
And style. Don't forget style.
They just kept laughing, while I was practically combusting on the spot. I stared blankly at my pamphlet, now all wrinkled, like how I feel on the inside. Years of grinding. I ended like this. Day 1 of my dream school, and instead of rising to the top, I was sinking. Fast. Tyler approaches, hands still in pockets, still grinning. Jaden lingers a few steps behind, camera lowered for once.
So, this is where you host your dramatic breakdowns?
I'm not breaking down. I'm just frustrated.
Yeah, no kidding. You nearly bit my head off in front of the entire art building.
Because you won't take anything seriously! Tyler's grin faltered, his voice cutting sharper than usual.
And you take everything too seriously. Newsflash, boss. It's supposed to be fun.
My chest tightened. I shot to my feet, clutching the pamphlet like it might keep me steady. Fun doesn't win. I worked my whole life to get here, and now I'm stuck with 2 clowns dragging me down! Tyler's eyes narrowed, his arms crossing.
Maybe the problem isn't us. Maybe it's you who are so obsessed with being perfect. You forget this isn't just your quest.
The words hit harder than I expected, and heat rushed to my face. I didn't have a comeback, not one that wouldn't make it worse. So I spun on my heel and stormed off, leaving both of them in silence behind me. I went behind the school crying, for a variety of reasons, but mostly I feel bad about lashing out at Tyler. He's right. This is supposed to be a fun event. I should let go of the tension and exhaustion from all that studying for years to get here. I need to apologize later, sincerely. Then maybe we can actually enjoy today's event together. But then, later came, and the tension was still thick between me and Tyler. Jaden was caught in the middle, throwing out jokes, trying to lighten the mood, but it's not working. I gave Jaden an apologetic smile, and he just grinned back and mouthed, "Don't worry, it's cool." Then I glanced at Tyler. My stomach twisted immediately. Come on, Audrey. Just open your mouth and say you're sorry.
Attention, students.
I lost my chance to say something as 2 teachers walked in. The female teacher looked like she just walked out of a drama poster. Long, straight black hair, sharp eyes that could probably see straight through you. Beautiful, but terrifying. The type who made you sit up straighter without even realizing it. The male teacher was her complete opposite. All smiles, tall, broad-shouldered guy in a tracksuit, whistle hanging from his neck. He had that athletic dad energy. Warm smile, easy laugh, the kind of teacher who'd crack a joke right before making you run 10 laps.
Settle down. This is your final challenge.
Oh yeah! Time to see if you've got brains and brawn. Don't worry, kids. Only a little pain is involved.
Good afternoon, freshmen. I am Ms. Hoshino, your instructor for logic and strategy. I also teach mathematics. This is Coach Ramirez, head of physical education.
But you can just call me Coach R. Easier to shout across the field. All right, final challenge. Brain power, muscle power, team power. If you don't work as a team, you're gonna eat dirt. Let's see what you've got.
I gulped. Our team isn't exactly working right now. I am so gonna eat dirt.
There are 3 rounds. Listen well.
Assistant stepped forward, holding sealed envelopes with different colors.
Your final challenge will test perception, reasoning, and endurance. Round 1, a visual puzzle. Each group will receive an image cut into fragments. Your task is to reconstruct it correctly. Only then will you move to round 2. Round 2 is a logic puzzle, a riddle requiring critical thinking. Solve it, and you advance to the final round.
Round 3 is simple. A long-distance run to the finish line. 1 runner per team. Fastest across wins.
The assistants dropped the first envelope on our table. Tyler ripped it open, spilling a dozen oddly shaped scraps of glossy paper across the surface.
Ooh, puzzle pieces. My time has come to shine.
It's not just a jigsaw. Look, the edges don't even match.
Please, I've spent years framing shots and lining up angles. This is basically Photoshop, but in real life.
His hands moved fast, rotating pieces, sliding them into place. Tyler and I tried to follow, but he was already halfway there before we could blink.
Not gonna lie, he's kinda cracked at this.
A few final clicks, and Jaden smoothed the last piece into place. The image formed into the Blossom Bridge in full bloom, glowing under a spring sky.
And that's how you turn chaos into art. Done!
Miss Hoshino stepped over, gave a curt nod, and handed us the second envelope.
Well done. Proceed to the logic round.
Tyler slid the second envelope across the table. My fingers hesitated for half a second before I tore it open. Inside was a folded card with a riddle written in elegant script. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with air. What am I? Tyler frowned, scratching his head.
A ghost?
No. It's obviously the voice of artistic inspiration. Duh!
I roll my eyes. Cute guess, but no, it's an echo. I scribbled the answer quickly onto the card and rang the bell. Miss Hoshino raised her eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips.
Correct. You may proceed.
Tyler leaned back with a smirk, but there was still an edge to it, not his usual playful grin.
Knew you'd have it. Boss Brain saves the day again.
My smile faded, and I looked down at my hands, guilt twisting in my stomach. He was trying to make it sound like a joke, but it only reminded me of how harshly I'd snapped at him earlier. I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat closed up. The tension between us was thick enough to choke on. Jaden, desperate to cut it, slung an arm around both our shoulders with a grin.
Okay. Logic done. Art King wins again. Now we pass the baton to our athlete, yeah?
All runners to the field. This is your last leg. Finish strong.
We moved toward the track, but my stomach churned. I felt dizzy, but I managed to hold myself up and forced myself to walk. The teams lined up on the athletics field, the track stretching out in front of us like it went on forever. Tyler bounced on his heels, loosening his shoulders. Jaden adjusted his camera, already trying to get action shots. I stood off to the side, but my vision swam. The skipped lunch, the stress, it all caught up at once. The whistle blew just as my knees buckled. The world tilted and I stumbled forward, but Jaden caught me just in time.
Audrey!
Tyler was instantly there, crouching down, his usual smirk gone.
Hey, what's wrong?
I blinked my eyes as I shook my head, feeling embarrassed. I'm fine. Just skipped lunch. Dumb, I know.
Don't say that. Just hang in there. I'm gonna call a teacher.
I immediately grabbed his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. Tyler, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for yelling at you and ruining today. It's supposed to be fun. And you're right. I was so caught up in being perfect, I forgot we should enjoy today. Together. Tyler blinked at me, surprise flickering in his eyes. I swallowed hard, my voice cracking just a little. I really wanted to prove I belong here, and I took it out on you. I'm so sorry. For a moment, silence. Then Tyler's lips curved into a small, warm smile.
Hey, no problem. I've been yelled at worse during practice.
He ruffled my hair playfully, but assuringly.
Just rest. I'll handle this.
That's impossible. We're already way behind. Tyler glanced at the track, then back at me with that familiar glint in his eye.
Impossible? Nah, I'm a sponsored sports student, remember? I'm not called the wind of track and field for years for nothing.
Before I could protest, he stood up and winked at me, and then he ran. Not just fast, blazing. Passing team after team after team, the gap closing with every stride. He was the wind. I watched in awe as Jaden and the crowd roared. The whistle blew like a song as Tyler crossed the finish line. First place, chest heaving and a wide grin. My heart skipped, then thudded hard against my chest. Faster than his sprint. I didn't even notice Jaden raise his camera, capturing me in that moment with a quiet, knowing smile. The field erupted with cheers. Everything happened so fast, but also it felt like the world slowed down. Tyler jogged back to us with his wide grin.
How about that, boss? Did I make you proud?
I laughed. Are you kidding? That was freaking A! Jaden snapped away like we just made history. The day wasn't over. It was only the beginning. After an hour of rest, we were all assisted to the announcement board to see our class assignments, and there it was. My name, Tyler's, and Jaden's. Same class. They really had it out for me, huh? We stepped into the classroom and instantly started bickering over seats. I wanted the front row, Tyler claimed the window, and Jaden tried to sit in the middle just to capture the tension from both sides. From there, the tour kicked off. The science laboratory was first. The second I walked in, my heart fluttered. Rows of microscopes, glass cabinets of specimens, lab coats hung neatly on racks. The air even smelled like potential. The gym was huge, a full-size court echoing with the sound of basketballs. Tyler's eyes lit up instantly. Just behind it was the sports field, and Tyler was in his element, high-fiving Coach R like they were old friends, and younger athletes chasing him as if they were already their hero. Jaden, he practically screamed when we reached the photography club room. He gasped so loud people turned, then begged the club president to let him live there forever. And from there, the day blurred into moments stitched together. more, and there's a lot more to explore. We walked leisurely on the Blossom Bridge at sunset, petals drifting around us. For once, I didn't feel like I had to walk fast. We laughed, and the sound felt lighter than it had all day. For the first time since stepping off that bus this morning, MSU didn't feel intimidating. It was alive. It's our school, where our journey begins. The sky deepened into twilight, and lanterns flickered to life one by one until the whole campus glowed like a magical realm. Booths lit up the central campus, the air filled with laughter, music, and the smell of food. This is just pure happiness. Freshman night has officially begun. Each of us was given an envelope with our very first MSU points. To use them, we just tapped our ID and fingerprint at every stall. Like magic money, we bounced from food stalls to game booths, Tyler somehow winning me a giant plush with one throw. He plopped it in my arms before I could argue.
Congrats, boss. You're a winner too.
Thanks. Soon, the lantern walk began. A glowing river of students weaving through campus and ended at the campfire. Flames leaping high into the night. Cheers echoed. Sparks danced skyward. For once, I wasn't stressing about perfection or plans, just living, and it felt good. The bonfire roared higher. Music drifted through the crowds as students paired off, some laughing, some swaying in clumsy circles. Tyler turned to me, his usual smirk, softer now.
Come on, boss. Dance with me.
My heart stuttered. 1,000 excuses buzzed on my tongue, but his hand was already out, waiting. Before I knew it, I was stepping into the circle, firelight flickering across his face as he pulled me close. The world felt smaller, warmer. We both turned. Jaden stood there behind his tripod, grinning like he just caught the cover of a magazine.
Perfect. Firelight, romance, history in the making.
Before either of us could protest, he barreled in and hugged us both, nearly knocking me off my feet.
I'm so glad it's you two. We're gonna make the next few years at MSU unforgettable.
We all burst out laughing, tangled in the world's messiest group hug. And for the first time that day, it didn't feel like chaos. It felt like home. MSU Freshman Quest. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't according to plan. But maybe that's the point. The best stories aren't flawless. They're unforgettable. This is My Story University, a place where ambition awakens, your dreams take shape, where passion becomes flame of purpose, where friendships deepen into lifelong bonds, and each moment becomes a page in the legacy only you can write. Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited.
We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks. Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack?
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen?
Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that?
You don't have to lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I'm just trying to help.
No one asked you for help.
The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on?
Can you keep a secret?
Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one.
Twice the size? He's richer than I thought.
The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked, because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that, not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house.
Ashley, why is this woman in our house?
They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this?
I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do.
Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts.
You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me. And I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it?
I don't know. It's just how I was raised.
I wish I was as strong as you.
I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat.
School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents and…
You're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better.
Since we're being honest, I have to admit something.
What?
I think I have a crush on you.
Really?
And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too.
Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride?
I don't…
You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second.
Yeah, my new car is going to be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one.
Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're going to wear to the winter dance.
I'm not going to the winter dance with you.
Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not going to take that freak instead of me.
If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am.
Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying.
About what?
Your father's not buying you a new car.
I know that.
Then why lie about it?
Why not? It's not hurting anyone.
The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it.
Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance?
I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos.
What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles.
I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich.
Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal.
But it's not right.
Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy.
I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true. Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant…
It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor, but I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable.
Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes.
You want to get out of here?
Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away.
This is nice.
You know what the best part is?
What?
It doesn't cost a thing. Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever. Hi, my name is Elena, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who used to travel from one place to another, entertaining people on the streets. And after I was born, I became part of her gang too. She'd wrap herself in bandages and dress me up in shabby clothes, and then we'd go out and put on little acts in front of people. I'd feel weird about this, but seeing Mom's face light up after getting the money from people would make me happy too.
Oh, honey, ever since you've come into my life, I've been bathing in riches.
You're so lucky for me. Mom adored me and often took me to parks and picnics, and we'd put on our little acts there too. Our life was perfect. But there was one issue. I couldn't speak. No matter how hard I tried, not even a single word would come out of my mouth, and it really upset me. Honey, you're gonna be fine. We love you just the way you are. But when I was 7, I discovered something really shocking. Like always, Mom asked me to put on an act and faint in front of an approaching bicycle one evening. But surprisingly, the man went all bonkers on us. Get the kid out of my way, you morons! OMG, what have you done to my daughter? I know people like you. Frauds. You rob innocent people like this, but I'm not gonna fall for your act. Suddenly, a crowd gathered, and Mom broke into tears, and I couldn't keep still. I got up and hugged her. Look, she's totally fine. Huh? So you want my mute daughter to die now? You heartless jerk. But the fight just got worse, and in all that chaos, I somehow let out a loud scream. Stop! Everyone turned to me. They are frauds. The girl's not mute. Catch them! Mom grabbed me and we ran from there. But when we reached our van, she looked at me suspiciously. Why didn't you tell me you could talk? I'm the one who tricks people, but you've been tricking me this whole time? She did what? I had so many questions, but again, I couldn't speak. Later, she took me to a doctor and we discovered that I was just a late speaker. And with practice, I could speak like the other kids. But my happiness was incomplete because now I knew the reality. My mom was a con artist who made fools out of people and took money from them. Come on, baby. We're getting late, and this time make sure you don't shout or scream. You're a good girl, right? No, and I'm not going anywhere. What? Why? You liar. Bad. How can you say that, honey? I had no means to raise you. That's why I got into this business, and now you're saying I'm bad? Do you know, if I stop doing this, you're gonna have to give up on so many things. All your favorite foods and trips. Can you do that? Well, maybe she really had no option, but I knew that this was wrong, and I refused to be a part of it anymore. I told her to stop with the stupid acts and get me into school, or I'd go to the police. So we shifted to Seattle, and there, Mom got me enrolled in a public school. I made tons of friends, and I was the happiest there. But then, in the 7th grade, things took a wild turn. A woman named Mrs. Miller came knocking on the door and claimed that she was my birth mom. That's rubbish. She's my daughter. The woman told us that she'd discovered some years back that I got exchanged at birth, and ever since then, she'd been looking for me. I don't believe you. You look like some fraud to me. And believe me when I say I can smell 'em. Mom,
I know it's hard to trust me, but I'm sure you're my daughter, Elena. Please, give me a chance to prove it. But Mom pushed her out, and I felt really uneasy about this. What if she was actually telling the truth? And then a few days later, the unthinkable happened. Cops came to our house and arrested my mom. Wait, what are you doing? My mom's innocent. But the cops showed me CCTV footage, and it turned out Mom had robbed a bank this time, and now she was going to serve time in jail. As a result, I was sent to a foster home, and it broke my heart. It was worse than prison, and I was ready to run out of there. But then Mrs. Miller came to see me there one day. Oh, Elena, I saw everything that's happened on the news, and I didn't want to leave you alone, dear. She tried hugging me, but I pushed her away. My own mom lied to me. I wasn't going to trust some stranger now. I know you can't trust me, but I don't want you to live in such a place when your mom can take care of you. And I will get you the proof you need. Mrs. Miller kept persisting, so I agreed to get a DNA test. And just like she'd said, the results were a match. And she was indeed my birth mom. I was super shocked by this revelation. And moving in with her seemed so much better than rotting in this filthy place. So I agreed, and she took me to a palace-like house. My birth mom was frickin' rich. This is going to be your home now, sweetie, but I need you to promise me something. The girl who was switched with you, Stella, I haven't told her about any of this yet. I've loved her like my own child, and I want more time to speak with her about this, okay? I promised not to say a word about it. But as we entered, a cute little boy bumped into me, and we both fell on our butts flat. Ouch! That hurt! Hey, are you okay? I helped him up, and Mrs. Miller told me that he was my younger brother, Jeremy. And indeed, we looked so much alike, but he seemed really shy and ran away. Later during dinner, Mrs. Miller introduced me to Stella. A distant relative? But how come I've never heard about her, Mom? Because she lived very far away, honey. But now Elena's gonna stay with us for a while, and I want you guys to be good to her, okay?
Don't worry. I'm going to take good care of her, and we're going to be like besties.
Stella seemed like a very nice girl. She showed me around the house and even let me borrow some of her gorgeous dresses.
I'm having a sleepover tonight with my friends, and we're going to have so much fun.
And she was right. It was a blast. Everyone loved me and kept complimenting me.
Your cousin is amazing, Stella. You should invite her to all our sleepovers. And I guess we won't even miss you because she's so much more fun.
Gosh, these girls were so funny and crazy. They asked me some questions about my family, and I came up with some random lies. But Stella looked a bit suspicious. The next few days were amazing. Mrs. Miller would take me out shopping, and we'd have so much fun getting to know each other. She even took me to her workplace, and I got this proud feeling knowing that she was a top lawyer in a huge firm. And soon, I wanted to be just like her. But that night when I was asleep, I heard some strange noise in my room and I saw someone going through my stuff. It was Stella. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just checking up on you. Go back to sleep.
Saying that, she rushed out of the room, but I felt really uneasy and I couldn't sleep after that, so I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. And there, I found Jeremy hiding behind the kitchen counter, binging on ice cream and cookies.
Caught you. No, please don't tell anyone I was here. I swear, I didn't eat anything.
Hey, it's okay. I'm not telling anyone. Relax. After he calmed down, I asked him what was wrong. I binge eat when I'm nervous about anything. What are you nervous about, Jeremy? I always fail all my subjects and all my friends make fun of me, and we have tests coming up. It's freaking me out. What if I helped you with your studies?
Really?
Yeah. And we can teach those nasty kids a lesson so they won't ever pick on you ever again.
You're so amazing, sis.
Saying that, he hugged me tight, and after that, I'd spend all my evenings teaching Jeremy in his room. Over time, I discovered that we had so much in common and we bonded so well together. I'm so happy to see you guys getting along, Elena. Yeah, I've been helping him study, but I guess he's too exhausted for the day, so I'll go now. I was leaving the room, but just then, Mrs. Miller took my hand gently. It's a good thing that I never gave up on looking for you. I'm so glad you're here, my daughter. I'm glad too, Mom. When I said Mom, her eyes lit up and she hugged me tight. Then a week later, I started school, and all of Stella's friends were so happy to see me there. Who's the gorgeous girl, Stella? Why don't you introduce us? Well, I'm not sure either. Why don't you go ask her? Saying that, she ignored me and went away with her friends. but I didn't like her being this way with me. So later that night, I went to ask her, "Hey, what's the matter? You've been acting weird lately." "Yeah? That's because I know something's up, and you and Mom are both lying to us." "Oh, really? Is that why you were going through my stuff the other day?" "Don't act, Elena. Nothing you say ever matches up, and it's been so many days and no family member ever calls you. What are you hiding?" I knew she'd figure out something was up sooner or later, but I couldn't tell her anything now, so I just left. Soon it was our birthday, and Mom decided to throw a huge party for both of us. And I got a really awesome gift for Stella to make things up with her again. "Hey, you look so pretty. I got this for you, and I'm sure you're gonna love it." She opened the box and her eyes lit up. "I've got something even better for you that's gonna blow your mind." I wasn't quite sure what she meant till something terrible happened at the party. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Stella got onto the stage and grabbed the mic. "Hey everyone, as you all know, it's my birthday, but it's also Elena's birthday, and I've got a great surprise for her. But before that, you should all know who Elena is." Saying that, a slideshow opened on a screen behind her, and it had pictures of my mom and all the news about her being a con artist and a robber. "That's Elena's mom, and Elena's a fraud, just like her."
"Stella, stop this nonsense at once."
"Oh, this ain't nonsense, Mom. This is the truth. And now I want to know why you brought this street rat here and hid it from me. You're such a horrible person, Stella." "Oh, do you want to cry like a little baby?" "Stop it. Don't hurt her. She isn't the con woman's daughter. You are." Suddenly, a loud silence swept across the room. "Have you lost it, Jeremy? What are you talking about? Stop hurting Elena. She's my real sister."
"No, Jeremy, stop."
Stella looked at Mom with questioning eyes. What is Jeremy saying? Mom?" Mom remained silent, and the look on Stella's face changed and she ran to her room. After that, Mom asked all the guests to leave.
"Jeremy, how did you know this?"
"Once, I heard you talking on the phone about how you were looking for your daughter who got exchanged. And that night, when you came into my room, I wasn't sleeping, and I heard Elena was my real sister." "Oh, Jeremy, but you shouldn't have said this in front of everyone. You were crying, and Stella was hurting you, so..." I immediately went up to Stella's room, but she wouldn't let anyone in. Even Mom tried talking to her, but she didn't come out of her room for a few hours, and I decided to break in through the window. But when I got there, I saw she was lying unconscious on the floor. We immediately rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she was all right, but she just passed out because of shock. Later that night, when she gained consciousness, I was right next to her. "What are you doing? Get away from me." "Stella, calm down. I know it's a big shock for you, and I can understand how you feel, but please listen to me." "I don't want to hear anything, Elena. I hate you. I'm going to lose all my family and my home because of you." "You're not losing anything, okay? Mom's loved you for so long and brought you up like her own daughter. How can you even think that she'd replace you?"
"Elena's right, Stella. You're my daughter and my family, and you're always going to stay here with us."
"But Elena's your real daughter. Isn't that why you brought her here? And now even Jeremy loves her more than me."
"She is my daughter, but so are you. I love you both equally."
"Yeah, I love you both equally too. I'm sorry for what I did." "So you promise you're never gonna let me go, and I'll always be important to you?"
"I promise, honey." Suddenly, she pulled Mom in for a tight hug, and I joined too.
"You guys, I'm here too. Come on then. What are you waiting for?"
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo.
But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it. Who needed actual parents when you had their credit card? An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty.
Oh my God, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible. When's the next one?
Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect. But when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise. You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson. 2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city, and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet. I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home. Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice. Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla. Sorry, sweetheart. But according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short, green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick. Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow. After hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry? Chess Club? You'll do great. Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably
Probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day.
As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize. Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day at school. We got to play outside, and I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, Mom. Before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me. We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy. Even in school, after weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play. Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I win.
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here. You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight. But what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You could at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no.
FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me. Only I can decide that. I am Jackson St. Germain. I always get what I want, and I still want you.
Walked away? I was in witness protection. I didn't even have a phone. You're insane! The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There was just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out. Tell them it's a mistake.
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla, it's beautiful. I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Hi, I'm Monica from California. Please like and subscribe. I was born to middle-class parents. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a sculptor, and unfortunately, she wasn't as good as she thought.
Is that a monkey's butt, Mom?
Yes, it represents freedom. You won't get it.
I don't think anyone will.
Growing up, I was closer to my dad. He would read to me every day and tuck me into bed, while Mom stayed in her room making weird structures from mud. Every time Dad asked her to get a real job, she would lock herself in and not come out for days. One evening after an argument with Dad, Mom left the house in the middle of the night. We searched everywhere and found her in the park, crouching under a tree. What took you guys so long? Look what I made.
Mom, we were going crazy looking for you.
Oh, but I was right here, darling. Things changed after that. Mom and Dad started avoiding each other even more, and Dad got busier with work. I started reading to keep myself distracted, and by 17, I'd read almost all the books in Dad's library. One night, I was studying for a test when I heard Mom and Dad arguing again.
I work hard all day and night, and you go behind my back to get these useless things? I'm trying to build something amazing. I knew you wouldn't give me the money if I told you. Just relax. No, I won't. I've had enough. I'm leaving.
What? No, Dad, wait! Dad didn't even turn around. I was so mad at Mom for driving him away that I didn't talk to her for days. After Dad left, things went downhill quickly in terms of money. I was a straight-A student, so we got an extension on the fees, and somehow I convinced my mom to get a job in the diner so we wouldn't go completely broke. But a few days later, I came back from school to find Mom sitting outside the house. What? What happened?
The landlord threw us out. We didn't have the money for rent.
But I thought you got a salary.
Yes, but then I saw this beautiful sculpting kit and I couldn't stop myself.
Can't you ask for an advance at your job?
Oh no, I can't. I quit. Waiting on people is not my thing.
You quit? Mom, are you crazy? We're homeless because you spent everything on those stupid supplies.
This is not stupid. This is my dream.
And what about my dreams? You know I want to study law. And you know what? It's my fault. I should have known better. The look on Mom's face broke my heart, but I was too mad to think straight. We took our luggage and moved to a motel nearby, and I spent the whole night applying to every part-time job on the internet. That's when I came across an ad asking for a babysitter for 10-year-old twin girls. The money was good, so I applied, and luckily I got a call back almost immediately, along with an address. The place was in the middle of nowhere, and as I stepped inside, a can of juice went flying past me, almost hitting me in the head. This is cranberry. I'm allergic to this. You want me to die, don't you? Hello? I'm talking to you. Sis? I think she's finally gone crazy. What do you think? Should we kick her out too? The poor maid stood still like a rock, staring at the floor, as the two brats screamed at her. I could see tears rolling down her face, but her expression remained cold as ice. Hi. I think they're talking to you. And you two, can you stop flinging things like that? You might end up hurting someone. Then don't stand in the way, ugly face. Who are you anyway? A trespasser from the media? Oh my God, a kidnapper? I'm here for the babysitting job? Oh, but aren't you supposed to be all old and wrinkly? And what are you still doing here? Get your deaf butt out of this room.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, Emerald.
Suddenly, a handsome guy in his 40s walked in, and the whole place fell silent. Something about his face screamed royalty to me, but when he spoke, a chill ran down my spine.
You must be Monica. I'm Robbie Jackson. That's Emerald and Pearl, my daughters. Just excuse their behavior. They get hyper around new people.
No problem, but they do need to treat people with respect.
Of course. That's why I want a good nanny for them that could teach them some manners. You see, I'm a busy man and I need my space.
Sure, but I thought you needed a babysitter.
Potato, potato, you help them study, eat, sleep, everything. And sometimes you have to stay the night. Like tonight I have a charity event and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll pay you extra for this. Do we have a deal?
I thought about it for a moment before agreeing, and Mr. Jackson immediately gave me $5,000 as a salary advance. This was huge. Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy on you. Consider this as our warning. Dad's soft, but we're not. Try me. I'm tougher than you think. As I lay on my bed that night, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the house and those creepy brats. God, those girls needed some discipline. I went downstairs to get some water and found the maid from the morning. So I thought of having a little chat. Hey there, so how long have you been working here? Silence. Could you tell me your name at least? Why? Please don't talk to me. Before I could say anything else, this maid turned around and left. Well, that was awkward. I was just getting over this weird moment when suddenly I heard someone howling downstairs. I got freaked out and rushed to check up on the twins when I realized one of them was missing. What the freaking Funyuns? Diamond? Sorry, Pearl? Pearl? What? Stop screaming. Where's your sister? She's not here. Shh, stop freaking out. She went to her special place. She'll come back. Chill. What special place? How would I know? She just calls it her special place. She goes there every night and comes back later. Just try to shut up. I'm trying to get some sleep. Pearl simply pulled the blanket and turned around. Helpless, I tried looking for Emerald everywhere, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. The next morning before leaving for school, I went straight to Mr. Jackson to talk about it.
Don't think about it too much. Just be careful around the girls. They've taken a hit after their mom got into a coma. If you take good care of them, you'll never have to look for another job. Mr. Jackson looked desperate, and in some ways it reminded me of my own dad around Mom trying to get her to work. Over the next few days, I tried everything to warm up to the girls, but they were just horrible. They burned my assignments, superglued my chair, and one time they filled my bag with broken eggs. It took me hours to clean that. One day at work, Mr. Jackson informed me that it was the twins' 11th birthday, and he wanted to throw the biggest party ever. But an hour before guests started pouring in, he left for an urgent business meeting, leaving me in charge. When I told the girls, they went ballistic.
He always gets away with it. Not this time. He's gonna regret missing out on our birthday.
Emerald pulled a lighter out of her pocket and rushed to the library. I chased her all the way up in this maze of a house and found her with a lighter under a massive painting.
I wonder how he'll feel when we burn his favorite painting down.
You can't! You won't! Listen, Emerald, I'm sure something important came up.
That doesn't mean he can abandon us like that. And what do you know? You probably have both of your parents loving you.
Actually, no. I told the girls about my issues regarding Mom and Dad, and suddenly they went softer. Emerald pulled the lighter down, and after that day, she was surprisingly kinda well-behaved. The week went by peacefully, and soon the school announced the annual scholarship test. I asked Mr. Jackson if he could spare me for a week, but he suggested I just move in instead. It didn't sound half bad, so I agreed, but when I told Mom, she said she had a bad feeling about it. Well, I would have preferred if she had a job instead of a bad feeling, but whatever. I moved in the next day, and while I was setting up my stuff, Mr. Jackson called for me. Now that you're here, you need to understand 2 things. My study is off limits, and the room on the top floor remains closed at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to go in. I felt a bit weird with the way he spoke, but I nodded my head and went back to my room. Moments later, the girls walked in and asked if I wanted a tour. They took me around the house, showing off their bowling alley, swimming pool, and arcade. Do you get to play many games with your dad?
No, he's always busy.
Oh, okay.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
Like you're feeling sorry for us? Oh, look at those poor little girls. They don't have a mom, and their dad is too busy. I'm sure you're thinking that. But guess what? Our daddy loves us deeply.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry if you feel that way.
Sorry doesn't heal anything.
Before I could ask her what she meant, Emerald just turned around and left, and the maid told us that dinner was ready.
Don't think too much. She's a bit crazy. You should know that by now. Also, never be late for dinner, or you'll starve the night.
What? That night and the night after went by fine, but then I started noticing weird things. For starters, Mr. Jackson was never around anymore. He never spoke or ate with us, and when he came home, he went straight to his study. As if this wasn't weird enough, 2 nights before the exam, I heard a light tapping on the door. My body froze as the knocking got louder, but when I opened the door, I saw a light flicker in the downstairs area, and then I saw Emerald. She was at it again. This time, I followed her, and it looked like she was headed toward the basement.
Emerald, shh, you're not supposed to go there. She can't hear you.
The soul left my body when I turned around to face Pearl.
You scared the bejesus out of me. Sorry, but I just wanted to stop you before you did something stupid.
Pearl then told me that Emerald went down to the basement almost every night, and sometimes she even sleeps there.
It's got all of Mom's stuff. No one, not even Dad, disturbs her. Ever since Mom went into a coma, that's how she comforts herself.
That explains why she went missing the first night I was here. But if you knew that, why didn't you tell me before?
It was just fun watching you get creeped out. Anyway, you should sleep now. I'll keep an eye on her.
I believed Pearl and went back to bed. But an hour later, I woke up again, and this time it was to the smell of smoke. My room was drowning in smoke. As I made my way to the hall screaming for the girls and dialing the fire brigade.
Monica!
Oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
I don't know. I was waiting for Emerald and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, there was fire everywhere.
Hold on. Where's Emerald? The 2 of us rushed toward the basement, but the fire was totally out of control. Luckily, the fire truck arrived just in time and rescued Emerald unharmed. They said that the fire was caused because of a candle in the basement.
I was just lighting up some of Mom's favorite candles, and I didn't realize when I dozed off, I burned everything that belonged to Mom. I'm so sorry.
As long as we found you. Emerald started sobbing and I hugged her tight. Just then, Mr. Jackson arrived looking horrified, and when the fire guys told him what caused the mess, he lost his mind.
You know what? I've done everything for you girls, and all you've done is made a mess out of my life. How could you burn the house down?
I'm sorry to butt in, Mr. Jackson, but it was a mistake. Emerald feels horrible, and to be honest, you should be glad your girls are okay.
And who are you to tell me what to do? Don't forget your place. You're just a servant here.
You can't talk to her like that, Dad. She saved our lives.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. You're fired. Don't come here again.
Gladly, Mr. Jackson. And I hope you become a better parent, because God knows these girls deserve it. I said my final goodbyes to the girls and left. Thanks to the wild night, I was super exhausted at school the next day and totally tanked my scholarship test. When I went home, Mom gave me the shocking news. Thanks to the fire, the secret room in the house had to be opened to check the damages, and thousands of gold coins and illegal cash were recovered. Everything belonged to Mr. Jackson. He was taken to jail, and the girls were sent to London to stay with their aunt. Wow! That's why he kept the room shut all the time. I'm just happy the girls are safe.
Yeah, Mon, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I've been a horrible mother.
You stuck around, and that's all that matters.
I promise, I'll be better.
And she made good on the promise, working hard and bagging a good deal on her sculptures. I lost the scholarship opportunity, but our combined savings were enough to put me through the first year at Stanford. But halfway through the year, I received an anonymous donation of $1 million. And when I saw the bank details, it was some Linda Jackson, Mr. Jackson's wife. I immediately called the number, and Linda's secretary arranged for a meeting. I was surprised to see the girls waiting for me along with their mom.
Monica!
I've heard so much about you from my daughters. It feels like I know you already.
It's nice to see you've recovered, ma'am, and thank you for bringing these brats along. Linda held my hand and thanked me for saving her daughters and exposing her cruel husband. She even offered me a job at her company right after I graduated, and since the pay was good, I took it up. Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy for you. I'm counting on that.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure, let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off.
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room, and bust a move while brushing my teeth, and of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have mail.
My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream. I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set. And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stocking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes. Oh, Leah, we have to get these too. I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul. Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection. I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it. I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me. Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute. I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me. Have you been practicing? Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner. And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend. She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. They're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city. But you said you didn't know anything about her. Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here. I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Ugh, oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed, "New sheets! You must need new bed sheets!" I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud! The rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom. I was wrong. You're not like your mother at all. Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever. Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll just leave. And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this? I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice. I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer. Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina? Yes, of course. Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this. This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change. And I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave. But then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt. Leah, are you leaving too? I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman.
Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay. Really? Really, I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week. Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone, and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her now.
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it.
I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal. And once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Hi, I'm Alvita from Jamaica. Please like and subscribe. My parents were the most successful members of their family. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a doctor, and they always worked really hard and bought their dream mansion in a posh neighborhood. And then they were blessed with me. Whenever their family and friends met me, they were dazzled by my shiny dark hair and big green eyes.
Wow, you guys are so lucky to be blessed with this beauty. Alvita will definitely be a model one day.
As I got older, modeling never interested me much, but I did love talking. Whenever my cousin Maya came over to visit, we loved playing newscasters.
In today's news, it looks like there's going to be a heavy thunderstorm. Don't forget to take your umbrellas, people. And thank you for watching Maya and Alvita News Time.
Maya was the same age as me, and we were pretty close. But in the 4th grade, my parents hired a casting agent for me. And soon, I got a presenter's role for a kids' TV show. Things changed in my life after that. And I didn't have much time for Maya when she came by. You want to go roller skating today? Oh, Maya, I have to go through my script for tomorrow's show, plus homework. I know, you're very busy. Soon after I became more famous and her family grew richer, which was great. But I couldn't help noticing that people around us started acting so fake. Once in 8th grade, Maya's mom threw her a party, and when I got there, she made a huge fuss over me.
Oh, Alvita, darling, thank you for coming. I know how busy you celebrities are. By the way, you looked gorgeous in this week's show.
Thank you, Auntie. This is for Maya.
Oh, you brought a present. You didn't have to. Your presence is a gift for us. Maya, Alvita got you a present. Come thank her.
Oh, Alvita, thank you so much. Whenever Maya hugged me now, I always had this feeling like she was rolling her eyes. Aunt insisted that Maya open my present right away, and they both looked disappointed at the watch inside. It's very nice. Thanks.
I don't know why I was expecting a gold bracelet. You know, like the one your mother gave you on your birthday. But the watch is nice too. Could I have the receipt, darling, in case I need to exchange it?
Why would you need to do that?
Oh, just in case it doesn't fit Maya.
We went to the same school and we were in the same class. Once in 9th grade, we had a fun fair in school and we bought raffle tickets. And I won a prize. It was a huge package with really fancy chocolates from Switzerland. How come you're always so lucky, Alvy? I don't know. It just happens. We'll share the chocolate at recess, okay? But at recess, the entire class crowded around me. Apparently, Maya had told everyone that I was sharing the chocolates with the whole class. And now I had no choice. Maya, why did you do that? Oh, come on. It's not like you don't have the money to buy dozens of these packages. Yeah, but this was my prize, and I get to choose who I share it with, no? But Maya tried every way to sponge off of me and make other kids do it too. Sometimes I wished we weren't related so I could just ignore her. I felt more comfortable when I was in the studio with people like me. I loved performing, and I loved Chris, my boyfriend. He took care of all the sound and background music for the show. Every day after shooting, we'd hang out together, and he always found a way to make my day with some thoughtful gift. He was the sweetest. Then one day in 11th grade, the show decided to add another presenter to join me on the show. It was a guy named Mason, and he was gorgeous. I had to show him how everything worked around here, which was a bit difficult because Chris kept popping up. So normally, when we face the camera, we stand like this.
Hey, I brought you some coffee.
Oh, I just had some a minute ago. Sorry, babe.
It's okay. You know what? I can help you mark the floor so Mason knows where to stand. It's easier this way.
Chris pushed us apart and started marking the floor with chalk. But Chris, this position will be very difficult for the cameraman. He's too far away from me.
Don't worry about that. They'll manage. I'm Mason. And you are? Oh, I'm Chris. I work here too. I'm Alvida's boyfriend. We love each other a lot.
Chris just turned into an insecure maniac after Mason joined us, even though Mason showed no signs of liking me. But we had to spend a lot of time rehearsing lines together, which seemed to really bother Chris. One time we were about to go on air when suddenly Chris walked onto the set wearing a ridiculous heart costume and playing the violin. He then bent down on one knee and proposed.
Marry me, Alvida.
Chris, I'm still a teenager. You can't be serious.
Yes, I am. You just have to say yes now. We can get married later.
No, can you please stop this? You're really embarrassing me. Chris stormed off and he didn't speak to me for 2 days. But soon after, I decided to talk to him. And when I went to his office, he was trying on a blonde wig. Chris, what are you doing?
Just checking if blonde hair will suit me.
Is it because Mason is blonde?
No, not everything is about him.
Chris, I love you because you're sweet and kind, and I won't stop loving you just because there's a new guy on the block. You have to trust me, okay? After our talk, Chris felt a little better, and he started relaxing. When I got home that day, Maya was there, looking like an ostrich egg about to pop. Oh, Alvida, I've been waiting for you.
Why? Is something wrong?
Yes, I'm in trouble, girl. I watched your show, and I immediately fell in love with your co-host. Please introduce me, please, please, please. I can't do that. It's against studio policy for me to introduce desperate fans to our cast. But I'm your cousin, not some weirdo stalker. Come on, Alvida, please. Can't you do this little thing for me? Alvida wouldn't stop begging, so the next day after school, I took her to the studio. And she was so embarrassing. She was flirting with everyone, even the director. Everyone in school says I'm so beautiful and that I belong in front of a camera. What do you think? Maya, can I speak to you, please? Not now, Alvida. But I grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. Can you please behave? The people here are very busy and you're just making a fool out of yourself. Your director was about to give me a role in the show, but I guess you just want all the fame to yourself. She walked off and sat down on the director's chair, and during the live show, she screamed, "Cut!" Everyone in the room panicked, and bodyguards took Maya out. I managed to improvise so the audience wouldn't notice anything was wrong. After the show, Mason caught up with me.
Your cousin played a real number on us today.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Don't be. You did really well to cover up. You're actually quite good.
As we walked outside together, Maya suddenly came running towards us. Seriously? Your bosses are jerks, Alvida. I've been freezing outside. Hi, Mason. I'm Maya. I'm Alvida's cousin, but everyone says we look like twins. Maya couldn't stop talking, and just then Chris came out.
What are you guys up to?
Oh, Chris. Mason just asked me out on a date.
Wait, I did? Really? That's amazing. Why don't we all get dinner now? We can make it a double date.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why, babe?
Come on, it'll be so much fun. I felt bad for Mason, who was too polite to turn down Maya. We went to a nearby pizza joint I visited all the time, and Maya excused herself for the bathroom. But she came back just in time for our food, and moments after I took my first bite, I started choking.
Alvida, what's wrong?
Something in the pizza. My face was blowing up like a balloon, and Chris quickly called the ambulance. There was red pepper in the pizza, and everyone in that pizza joint knew I was allergic to it. My parents threatened to sue the chefs, but they insisted that they hadn't used any pepper. Meanwhile, the doctor advised me to take 2 weeks off from work while my swelling went down. So Mason took care of the show on his own. I felt really upset, and when Maya came to see me, I lashed out at her. You know what, Maya? Just drop the act already. I'm tired of you pretending to care about me when you actually hate me. What are you talking about? Why did you take so long in the bathroom during dinner? How do I know you didn't leave the table to put pepper on the pizza? You really think I'd do something like that? Yes, you've been jealous of me ever since I got the presenter role. But I would never hurt you. Maya left my room crying, but I was too mad to care. I was convinced she'd tried to harm me. While I was at home recovering, Chris visited me every day. This one time, he came with candles and Chinese food and set up the table, and it was so romantic. Aw, Chris, you didn't have to do all this.
You mean the world to me, and I would do anything for you.
He turned on the music, and as we slow danced, Maya came barging in. Alvida, I have to tell you something. I don't want to see you or talk to you ever again, Maya. Please, hear me out.
Hey, we're having a romantic moment here, so please, get out.
But Maya glared at Chris and just switched off the music. Alvida, you have to see this. There aren't any security cameras in the kitchen, but there is one in the restaurant's back alley. I tracked this video down from the city police's office. The video on Maya's phone showed a customer entering the kitchen from the back. Chris, why does this person have the same jacket as you?
I don't know. And what are you saying? I was with you the whole time.
Yeah, but I also remember you had a phone call and you went outside. Chris's expression changed, and suddenly he knocked over our table and the candles, and food landed on the floor. A rug caught on fire, and Maya rushed to throw a blanket over it. Chris, it was you! Oh my gosh!
You were getting so close to Mason, so I had to do something. Aren't things so much better between us since you've been away from the show? You just needed to see how much I love you, Alvida.
No! You made me so sick you could have killed me. That's not love.
Well, if I can't have you, then no one can.
But before Chris could do more damage, we heard police sirens. Too late. I already called the police. Chris tried to run out, but the police caught him and he was taken away. Maya, I owe you an apology. Maybe you were right, Alvida. Sometimes I have been jealous of you, but I swear I'd never hurt you. I know, and you have every reason to hate me. I don't hate you, but do you really have something going on with Mason? No, and there never will be. I know you like him. A few days after, I went back to school and my job, but a lot of things had changed in such a short period. Mason was now showing me what to do.
The director really likes all my ideas. We've decided that now you only need to come in to introduce the next program.
But that's just 10 seconds on the screen.
Yeah, but that's what the show wants.
I was so disappointed, but I went with the flow. One day after the show, I was leaving when Mason caught up with me and took my hand. Mason, what are you doing?
I see the way you look at me, and I think I like you too.
What? Are you... Alvida? What are you doing? I turned around to see Maya behind us, and Mason was still holding my hand. Maya, this is not what you think. But Maya ran off angrily, and I stomped hard on Mason's foot and went after her. Maya, there's nothing going on between us. Yeah, right. So you were just holding his hand because it's part of the show? No, he took my hand and just save it, Alvida. She refused to talk to me for days and ignored me in school too. And I just hated being on the show with Mason. So one day at the studio, I made a big live announcement. Hey guys, today is my last day on the show, but you'll definitely see me on screen again. Maybe with my talented cousin Maya, who was my first co-host. See you around, folks. The director was furious with me, but I didn't care. If he wanted Mason to run the show, he was welcome to have him. I was out. Later that evening, Maya came by. Hey, you want to play a newscaster? We're too old to play it now, but we'll be doing it for real. Did you really mean that? I just got a call from my producer who wants to help me with my own show. She says my ratings are much higher than Mason's. And yeah, you'll be my partner. It'll be the Maya and Alvida show. Wow, this is a dream come true. Thank you, Alvida. And I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions about you and Mason. It's okay. I forgive you. I did the same thing too once before. And if you really want to see Mason, you can ask him out. Although, I think he's a jerk. I think I trust you on that one. I learned that you must never let jealousy and misunderstandings get in the way of your most important relationships. it's better to get the whole story before jumping to conclusions.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
I should have at least gotten his name. And he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
I know that all I know, it's time to go. I sat in the audience for the 1,000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me. There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis. Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are going to play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first? Always such a little party pooper. I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking walls. Hi, I'm Brooke from Manhattan, and this is my story. But before I rant about my drama, please like and subscribe. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident. Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater? I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry. I'll avoid smashing your new nose. You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you. She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes. You are looking lovely today, princess. You just followed me into the girls' bathroom. I wanted to ask you out on a date. You've never even made eye contact with me before. I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire. So I'll pick you up tonight at 8? I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me, without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date, and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something, and if they were gonna mess with me, I was gonna mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me. After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date. Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next. If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with ice cream makes me puke. So, I used to be an underwear model, but then I'm embarrassed for you. I had this flown over from Japan. No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my god.
Brookie, oh Oh, Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh, Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face. But just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me.
I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realized guys, this may be going too far. It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you going to be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something? No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy.
Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted.
You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing.
Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke. And two, was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm going to get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends and popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that you've never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot. You don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money money off of it, but I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me, and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it.
Hey, I'm Leah, and I'm so excited that I won the Me Animated giveaway on Instagram. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Alasne from a village in Brazil. Please like and subscribe. My name means miracle, and that's because Mom was totally not expecting to have me. I came into the world 10 years after my older sister Mira, and both she and my mom adored me. Since my dad left soon after I was born, Mom had to do 2 jobs to make ends meet. Growing up, Mira was always in charge of me. She was like my second mom. As a kid, I was quite short for my age, and I always got picked last for gym class. One day in 3rd grade, I'd had an awful day at school, and Mira noticed my face when she came to pick me up. What's wrong, Allie? I suck. I'm gonna be short and sad forever. You don't suck. You can be the greatest person ever, but you have to see the greatness in yourself first. You mean I can even be a short president? Of course, lots of presidents are short, and you're still growing, love. Mira was the most beautiful girl in the village, and whenever we walked on the streets, boys would be falling over themselves to get her attention. But I was always there to save her. Mira, please marry me. Buzz off, bozo. Mira and I are gonna live together forever in our candy castles. No space for boys, right, sis? Right. Everything in our life was great until one day in 7th grade, I came home to see my mom, Mira, and some strange man in the living room. I'd never seen Mira look this happy before. Allie, I'm getting married. Wait, what? My heart stopped as I looked at the man holding her hand. You can't get married. What about me? Plus, that man is quite ugly. That's so rude. Apologize right now. You lied to me, Mira. You said we'd live together forever, and now you're leaving? I can't believe this. I stormed off to my room and wouldn't speak to Mira or Mom. I wouldn't even join in any of the wedding preparations. I knew I was making Mira sad, but I was too heartbroken to care. After the wedding, Mira got ready to leave for the big city, and I watched her from my window. When she got in the car, she turned around to look up at me and blew me a kiss. Suddenly, the car started moving, and I raced downstairs. I couldn't let her leave without hugging her goodbye, but the car turned a corner and disappeared. It was too late, and Mira was really gone. While Mom would be away at work now, I'd be alone at home after school, and I had to find a way to keep myself busy. I started writing, mostly to vent my feelings and miss Mira less, but soon I really began to enjoy it. 2 years went by, and when it was time for high school, Mom gave me some surprising news. She told me that she'd been saving up to send me to a fancy school right outside of the village. But that must be really expensive, Mom. I can manage it, don't worry. You're so smart, Allie, and I want you to have the best. A few days later, I was busy writing when I suddenly looked out the window to see a boy on a horse plucking apples from our tree without even asking. I wasn't letting him get away with this. I grabbed some eggs from the table and ran after him, flinging them straight at his head.
Oh my God, are you crazy? What do you think you're doing?
The boy jumped off his horse and came towards me, and I noticed that he had the most extraordinary eyes, one green and one blue. How dare you take those apples without our permission?
Girl, do you have any idea who I am?
You can be the Sultan of Morocco for all I care.
I'm from the Carlos family. My parents practically own this village.
But you don't own this apple tree, and you don't own my house, so you're stealing and trespassing, sir. The boy stared at me and then smirked.
You're a little firecracker, aren't you? And you've got great aim for someone with such short arms.
Before I could reply, he dropped the apples and walked off. Ugh, just wanted to punch his face with my tiny fists. But if he was telling the truth, the Carlos family did own the village, and I hoped I hadn't gotten me and Mom into trouble. A day before my new school was starting, I was beginning to feel more nervous than excited. The place would be full of rich kids, and I'd really stick out in my old clothes and shoes. But that evening, a huge package arrived at our door. I opened it, and inside was the most beautiful jacket ever. First days can be hard, but never forget how amazing you are. P.S. I'm sorry I missed Christmas again. Love, Mira. I was so happy I had something lovely to wear. Mira and I rarely talk these days because she hadn't visited once and now had a baby that always kept her busy. But I couldn't be mad at this gift. I walked into the huge school building feeling confident, and my first day was actually going great until I went to the cafeteria. I just sat down at a table when suddenly someone pushed my head straight into my food.
Sorry, this table isn't for losers.
As the kids around him snickered, I felt angry and speechless. I got up to leave when suddenly a boy appeared, the apple thief.
Guys, you mind if I sit here?
Of course not. Please, join us.
Well then, my friend sits with me.
He gently took my arm and led me back to the table. I played along with his act, but as soon as recess was over, I turned to him. You didn't have to do that. I can take care of myself.
Oh, I know that. Look, we didn't get off to the best start, and I'd like for us to start over. So, what do you say? Friends?
Okay, if you insist. Friends. His name was Julius, and he'd been studying in the city, but he had returned to the village to help his father with the family business. I started hanging out with him and thought he'd be rather spoiled, but he was actually quite sweet. And even though he was new, he was soon one of the most popular guys in school. Everyone wanted to be his friend, and they all shot me weird looks. Everybody loves Julius. You could have your own fan club.
It's not me they like. It's my parents' money.
They're also wondering why you're friends with the poor short girl. Why are you friends with me, man?
Because you wouldn't be fake with me, even if I was the Sultan of Morocco.
By the time high school was ending, Julius and I were best friends. I secretly had the biggest crush on him, but I would never say anything. I knew he'd never see me like that. One afternoon, I was walking back home after some errands when I spotted Julius in the park with this really pretty girl on his arm, and I felt my heart sink. Julius waved me over and introduced the girl as his dad's business partner, Sabrina. He asked me to join them as he showed her around, but I muttered some reply and quickly left. She was everything I could never be, and that hurt. For the next few days, Sabrina was stuck to Julius like a fly, and I made every excuse I could to avoid them. But one day when I was home alone, I heard a knock at the door and found Julius outside.
Am I imagining it, or are you avoiding me?
Why would I do that? I'm just busy.
Busy or jealous?
What? Why would I be jealous?
Maybe because you have feelings for me and don't like seeing me with Sabrina?
Jeez, you're so full of yourself. I don't like you, not one bit. You can marry her for all I... Just then, Julius pulled me close and kissed me.
I love you, Allie. I always have, but I was never sure if you did.
I do. I love you too, Julius. It felt amazing to be with Julius as his girlfriend. We graduated high school and had the best summer together. And then one day, Julius said he wanted me to meet his parents. I felt super intimidated by the idea, but it meant he was serious about me. I wore my best dress, but I still felt shabby when I reached their house. It was basically a palace, and I could just tell his parents weren't happy to see me. The dinner was going awkwardly, and in the middle I excused myself to use the bathroom. But as I got up, I crashed straight into a servant carrying in the next course, and we both landed on the floor with food all over me.
Let's just get you home.
He didn't even drop me off himself. He sent me back with a driver. But the next day, Julius came to see me with tears in his eyes.
Allie, I am so sorry. My parents said they won't ever accept our marriage. and I think it's better if we end things now.
What? Is that how you feel too, Julius? Are you ashamed of me?
Of course not, but I don't have a choice right now. They'll cut me off, and I won't be able to take care of you. Listen, I'm leaving for London tonight, but I will write to you often, and I'll work hard, and when I've made something of myself, I'll come back for you. I promise.
Why did the people I love the most always leave me?
Allie, wait for me. I will come back for you.
He kissed me and left. I cried for days, feeling heartbroken, but he had promised he'd write, and I decided not to lose hope. I waited for 2 weeks, but when I didn't get a letter, I walked over to the post office. It was a 3-hour walk back and forth, and the mailman told me he had no letter for me, but I continued visiting for a couple of months. Every time my heart sank when I heard the words,
"Sorry, miss. No letter for you today."
But he promised he'd write often, and I believe him.
The minute I get your letter, kiddo, I'll come and deliver it as fast as I can.
But since I didn't stop visiting, the mailman offered me a spare bicycle so I wouldn't have to walk so much. One day at the post office, I saw a woman get a letter, and as she held it up to read, I noticed that the handwriting looked like Julius. I rushed to her and snatched it. That's my letter! But I was so embarrassed when I read it and realized it wasn't. The woman yelled at me and called me crazy before she left. Maybe I was losing my mind. And then one day, a man read his letter outside the post office, tore it up, and threw the pieces in the air. And I just couldn't stop thinking, what if he'd gotten my letter by mistake? I fell to the ground and frantically started gathering the pieces, trying to put them together like a puzzle.
Kiddo, I can't watch this anymore. You have to stop.
The mailman picked me up as I sobbed and took me home on his bicycle. Mom looked really worried to see the state I was in and stayed by my side all night. A few days later, I woke up to find Mira sitting in my room. I jumped up to hug her tight, and she pulled me into her lap as I cried.
Allie, I'm here to take you. You cannot continue like this.
But what if he writes?
Sweetie, it's been a year. It's time to let go.
I was too tired to even protest. My bags were already loaded in Mira's car, and Mom kissed me goodbye, and I left the village. It took me a while to recover my health, but it cheered me up to be around Mira and my adorable niece Anna. One day as I was playing with her, Mira walked into the room holding my old notebooks.
I found these in your stuff. And Allie, these stories are beautiful. You should definitely start writing again.
Do it for me. And Anna? At first, I did start writing stories just for my niece. But Mira also started guiding me about writing programs I could apply to. I joined a university close to her, and by the time I graduated, I already had a novel that I soon got a publishing deal for. To my shock, the novel met with huge success instantly, and I became rich. I moved to a small apartment in the city, and I convinced Mom to come live with me. Life was good. And then one day, as I was attending a book signing event, I heard a voice that made my heart stop.
Can I have your autograph, please?
I looked up into those eyes, one green and one blue. It was Julius. I stared at him in shock, and then I felt a wave of rage. Without a word, I picked up my bag and left the event from the back exit. But he followed me.
Allie, wait. Please, just listen to me.
How dare you show up just like that? You have no right to speak to me, and I don't want you anywhere near me. Leave me alone, Julius, or I will scream for help. But he blocked my way and took something out of his coat pocket, which he shoved into my hands.
These are all my letters, Allie. I wrote to you, just like I promised. You just never got them.
I stared at the letters and then started to cry. Julius led me to a bench, and as we sat down, he explained everything.
I was devastated when you never replied. I thought you'd decided to forget me and move on. And then my mom told me you'd gotten married and left the village, and I gave up completely. But a few months ago, I finally came back home because my dad died. And Allie, I found all my letters in his closet. Mom confessed that Dad had bribed and threatened the village mailman to make sure my letters never reached you.
I couldn't believe that we'd gone through years of heartbreak and anger because of his evil parents. And I had been right to believe in him. I've missed you more than I can ever say.
I know exactly how that feels, Allie.
And with that, he kissed me, and we held each other close for the longest time. We got married soon after, and it was the happiest day. Life with Julius was amazing, and I was so excited to have kids soon. But one evening, he came home with a really serious face.
Allie, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I can't have kids. The doctors told me a while back. I just didn't know how to tell you. I felt my world crashing down. You knew before we got married? How could you keep something like that from me? Did you just come back into my life to hurt me? Before he could even say anything, I left the house in tears and went straight to Mira. I told him not to contact me for a few days as I thought things through. I'm not angry because he has a problem. I'm angry because he kept it from me. I don't know if I can forgive him. Of course you can, and you will. It's Julius. After everything you've been through, you're finally together, and I guess he was just afraid to lose you. You can make this work, Allie. She was right, as usual. I went back home to find Julius standing on the balcony, and I took his hand. Julius, we'll adopt kids, as many as we want. As long as we're together, I don't care about anything else. I love you. Oh, Allie, I love you too. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us. Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, You are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, And when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me, and not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but...
You like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra. And ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, But it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car.
I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded.
Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom.
Fine.
Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra, why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking!
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life it endless you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave, not just a school, but the soul of the story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Hi everyone, my name is Marina and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm going to go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it going to be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day, when I was in 2nd grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm going to sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just going to pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm going to smash your car, and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place, and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day, choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head? I wasn't. He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out. What are you doing here? Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down. I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here. Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away. Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm going to tell the principal about you. The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile. Did you see that? I wasn't scared, and what you said worked. After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt. But he had a weird reaction. No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me. Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him. Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress? As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me. Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone. I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me. I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that? Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me. What happened? Was that guy bothering you? I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire. What are you, nuts? Did you want to die? Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself. Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt. Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile. I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check. This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness. What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina. What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad? Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay? Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James, too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me. Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left? No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes. What do you want to know about me, Marina? Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me? My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but... Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears, I love you, Marina. Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me. Hey, are you all right? I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James. He left, Marina, and he's never coming back. He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh. There was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me. I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and... Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way. What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron. Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him. Then why won't you say yes to me? I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here? How dare you touch her, you filthy. I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time?
Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you.
Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures?
What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything.
What? What do you mean?
That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you.
What?
I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now.
Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him?
Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you.
But those messages from your phone and those posts.
I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night.
You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures. Timmy, I can't believe you.
You son of a witch.
No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that.
Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the queen of hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby. Just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Cat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will? You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies, and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect, until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open, and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under, and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared, and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name, but that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20. $30. Final offer. The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs. Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius. We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice.
Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan.
With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail.
Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke.
Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. I was standing in the grocery section examining an apple when my eyes shifted to a man nervously eyeing the cereal boxes. I casually dropped a sack of flour into my shopping cart, then hid behind a rack and scanned the man's face on my watch. Suspect identified. Tobias Steele, known for industrial espionage and diamond heists. Approach with caution. Slowly, I moved my cart closer to Tobias. Hey, could you pass me 10 boxes of Fruit Loops, please? I'm too short. Don't you just love Fruit Loops? They're the best.
I don't like anything sweet.
Everyone likes Fruit Loops, dude. That's just criminal. Tobias looked at me nervously, then suddenly started running in the opposite direction. I flung the sack of flour at his head and he fell. Then I pinned him to the ground.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm a secret agent with the CIA. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with my scientist dad and identical twin sister Camilla. Mom left us when we were babies, and Dad was always busy in his science lab in our basement, so we weren't too close. Having a twin sister wasn't the greatest thing either, because Camilla and I had nothing in common. She was much more girly and a social butterfly, and we never got along even as kids. We further drifted apart in middle school when she made friends with the school bully Kira, and I got into boxing. Soon, I was acing every competition in town. I was good. So good that at 15, the CIA secretly approached me and recruited me. 3 years later, I'm their smartest agent ever. Of course, my family didn't know. They thought I was a weird, introverted tomboy with a thing for flannel shirts and books. After pinning down another criminal, I was sitting in the school cafeteria when suddenly Kira started sniffing me. Ew, you smell like trash. When was the last time you washed your hair? Or shaved your armpits? About the same time you two said something worth paying attention to? Oh wait, that was never. OMG, shut up. Ryan just walked in. Kira, quick, how am I looking? Fix my lip gloss, will you? Camilla was a popular girl, but Ryan was the star of the school. Football team captain, really handsome, totally dumb. You know the list. Camilla started walking in Ryan's direction, smiling and waving at him, but he just smiled and looked away. Ouch, that was painful. Anyway, just get my milkshake, Cammy, and stop wasting time on these dumb boys. You look desperate. Kira walked away, and Camilla was leaving too, but I stopped her. Why do you do everything she says? She's not the boss of you. And you are? Just keep your nose in your books and out of my business. Got it? Loud and clear. Just then, my phone started buzzing like crazy. My secret phone. And I knew it was time for another mission. This time, it was about someone named Belinda Holland, who was running a secret lab on her private island. My mission was to locate that lab, gather intel, and report back. And Belinda's son, Ryan, happened to be the same guy Camilla was head over heels for. For the next few days, I noted every little detail about Ryan. When he practiced football, what he had for breakfast, even the girls he flirted with, just to find that one golden opportunity to strike up a conversation with him, and then get closer. But every time I tried to make a move, something or someone would interrupt us. I was starting to think luck wasn't on my side when one night I caught Camilla sneaking out. Ow, ow, ow! My arm! You're freaking strong for a girl! Gee, thank you. Where are you going in the middle of the night? To a party, obviously. Ryan's mom has this cool resort on a private island, and he's taking me and Kira there tonight. It's kind of a big deal because no one's ever been on it before, and I really want to go. You know how much I like him. Private island. Bingo! It had to be the same island where the lab was located. I mean, how many islands can one person own? I know it's MSA, but let's be realistic, guys. I just had to get to this party. Fine, but are you sure you want to wear that? That dress looks a bit dated. You think? Wait, what do you know about fashion? I know what suits my sister, and this isn't working. Tell you what, you change and I will hold the door for you. Camilla looked at me suspiciously, but then left to change. Once she was inside the washroom, I quickly closed the door and locked it. Dad wasn't going to hear her anytime soon in his basement. I'm sorry. I'll explain everything later. I fixed my hair, did some makeup, and when I was done, I looked exactly like Camilla. Yeah, we were identical, but this was the first time I actually saw it. I took a cab to the dock and got there just in time. I was just getting my bag out when this guy tapped on my shoulder.
Are you excited? I've never been to one of Ryan's exclusive parties before. Does this mean I'm famous now? I'm Patrick, by the way, Ryan's cousin.
I'm Cam. Before I could introduce myself, the boy screamed and then jumped on me.
It's a frog. Oh no, it senses my fear. Please save me. I've never even had a girlfriend or a kiss. Will you kiss me? Please. It's my last wish before I die. Or no, wait. Kiss the frog and maybe it'll turn into a prince or something.
What? It doesn't work like that, and it's gone, so you can get down. You're awfully heavy. Patrick let me go, and soon after, we boarded the sailboat along with Kira and Ryan and headed for the island. As soon as we got there, I started scanning the place, but it just looked like a regular beach. And I noticed that we had no signals on our phones.
I know you guys are wondering where we are, but trust me, this will be the best experience of your life. I just have a feeling.
Before Ryan could finish, a huge coconut fell on his head and knocked him out. Is he dead? It's a coconut, Kira, not a meteor. He'll be fine. Only he wasn't. We waited for Ryan to wake up on his own. Since it was too dark and none of us knew the way to the resort except Ryan, we decided to camp on the beach. And the next morning, I woke up to Ryan screaming his lungs out.
Oh my god, what am I doing here? Who are you? And why are you sunbathing next to me?
Ha ha, very funny. Stop the games and let's go to this resort. I really need to pee.
What? I don't know you, okay? Or do I? My head is hurting. God.
Ryan, what year is it?
2015?
That's when I realized that the coconut probably hit him too hard and Ryan was suffering from amnesia. I quickly woke up the rest and we decided to go back to the city to get Ryan checked. But when we turned around to leave, we saw the boat had drifted into the ocean because Patrick forgot to anchor it properly. You've got to be kidding me.
I was still recovering from the whole frog thing. Are we gonna die here? Wait, did you guys kidnap me? I might not remember everything, but I know for a fact that I'm rich.
Oh, I know what we can do to save our lives. My aunt taught me this ritual. Suddenly, Kira got down on her knees and started chanting something. Oh, my Lord, Kumbaya, please save us. Don't let us get eaten by dolphins. As a sacrifice, I'm giving up my vintage Chanel sunglasses. Please accept this. Hoo la la la, hoo la la la, hoo. Kira, can you please not act like an idiot for once and let me focus? What's gotten into you, Camilla? You're not usually this snarky, and I was just helping. It's not like I forgot to anchor the boat.
I said I was still hung up on the frog. Can someone please tell me what's happening?
Shut up, all of you! Focus. We have two choices. Either we stay here crying about a boat, or we walk till we find the resort. Everyone calmed down and decided to go with the second option, which was to find the resort. But the heat was killing us, and we couldn't spot anything for hours. To top it all, Kira was an absolute brat and kept asking me to piggyback her. When I refused, she threw a fit, and one of the boys had to step in. It wasn't until sunset that we came across a big building that looked really creepy. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad on the inside, and we slept like babies. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. I was sure it was coming from somewhere in the room and carefully scanned every corner trying to find the origin of the sound when I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hall. Who's there? No answer. I can hurt you really, really bad. I know kickboxing and kung fu. Still no answer, and the sound kept growing louder as I got closer. It was too dark. I couldn't see the face and was sweating bricks when suddenly Patrick jumped out of the shadows wearing headphones.
Ah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? And why were you making that sound?
I was just singing. It helps calm me down. You should try it.
I relaxed a bit, and both Patrick and I sat down. As we got talking, I asked him more about Ryan and Belinda. He was Ryan's cousin after all.
I've never really met Ryan before. I was here on vacation, and when he heard I was in town, he invited me to this party. My mom hates his family because she thinks Ryan's mom is kinda snooty.
Rich and pretty people are often snooty.
Well, I guess that means you're not rich then. But you are pretty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you looked poor. I meant, watch out!
Just then, Patrick pulled me in as a lizard fell from the ceiling. We were so close, I could practically feel him breathing on my face. He wasn't so bad to look at, actually. Ew, no, Jane, snap out of it.
That was a close call.
It's a lizard. Also, you're kind of strangling me.
Sorry.
Patrick and I left for bed soon after, and the next morning, I woke up extra early to check the places for clues when I noticed that Ryan was missing. I searched for him everywhere in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I rushed outside and walked around till I spotted Ryan standing under a coconut tree. What are you doing?
I figured if I stand here long enough, a coconut might fall on my head again and I might get my memory back.
I don't think that's how it works, Ryan. Let's go back. We started walking back when I noticed a weird-looking bird following us. I grabbed it to take a closer look when I saw a small camera under its tail. Holy cow, this was a surveillance bird. Just then, the bird started flapping its wings like crazy, making loud beeping sounds, and within seconds, a black van arrived and 2 guards came running in our direction.
You're outnumbered, sweetheart. Surrender peacefully, and we might go easy on you.
Please, I fought tougher men than you before breakfast. Let's dance. I launched into some of my best boxing moves, knocking one of the guards to the ground, but the other guard pulled me into a tight grip. I tried to fight my way, but he was too strong, and the next thing I knew, he pushed me into the back of a van with a really weird smell, and soon everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a big room with my hands tied to a pole, and Ryan was sitting across from me playing video games.
Oh hey, you're up, finally. Care for some candy?
No, you idiot, untie me.
Oh yeah, sorry. I've been a little in and out with my memory since Mom got me here this morning. There, all done.
As Ryan untied me, I quickly got up to run, but just as I turned around, a woman walked in, and I immediately recognized her from the photos, Belinda Holland. She saw my hands untied and screamed at Ryan. What have you done, you moron? Guards, catch her! I bolted towards the door and managed to escape the room, but just as I turned the corner, I saw the guards running towards me, blocking the exit. Come on, Jane. You were trained for this. Knock him down. I took a defensive stance and was ready to attack when suddenly the window next to me shattered and Patrick jumped in. What are you doing here?
Saving your butt, of course.
Where's Kira?
You didn't think I'd bring her on a rescue mission.
Good call. Also, that glass could have hurt me, hero.
Oh, yeah. Didn't think that through.
Dude, look out. Guard incoming, 9 o'clock. But Patrick failed to react in time and the guard pinned him to the ground. But I kicked the guard in the face.
Next time, just say duck or dodge or something. I'm bad with directions.
Got it. We started throwing punches and kicks left and right, and we were surprisingly well synchronized. I didn't know Patrick could fight like that, and he looked so hot doing it. After knocking the guards down, Patrick and I ran like crazy up some stairs. We must have climbed over 7 floors before stopping in front of a door with a passcode. Maybe it's Ryan's birthday. It's his mom's place after all. Patrick started punching numbers like crazy.
Okay, it didn't work. Maybe it's his parents' anniversary, could be his jersey number or locker combination, his blood report number.
Are you in love with Ryan or something? How do you know so much about him?
Because I did my homework. Special Agent Patrick Yapper, NSA.
You're an agent? So am I. CIA. So you're not Ryan's cousin?
I am, but I'm also an agent. It was my mission to stay close to the family and get information about some secret lab. And can you stop talking? I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah, sure. Dude, you're like the clumsiest agent ever.
That was just my cover. I'm not that clumsy, okay?
Sure, whatever you say. How did you find me?
I heard some loud beeping sounds, ran out, saw you get abducted, and followed you here. Also, I maneuvered through a laser maze, fought almost 1,000 guards, and came here to save you.
That sounds like an exaggeration. But wait, you came here to save me and not for the mission? Why?
What do you mean, why? Because God, I can hear footsteps. I have to break this door down. Brace yourself.
Before I could react, Patrick took a deep breath and charged at the door, but it was made of metal and he stumbled backwards right into my arms. There now. All good, princess.
Happens to the best of us.
I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher, which I used to smash open the lock. When the door flew open, we saw something that blew our minds. There was a huge machine in the middle of the room that looked like some kind of weapon. We were inspecting it when Belinda walked in with her guards and Kira.
What are you doing here? I told you to stay back in the room.
I couldn't stay back when the love of my life was taken away from me. Camilla, I love you. If we survive this, I'd love to take you out sometime. What? I thought it was obvious. I have always loved you. I was just jealous that you liked that idiot Ryan. No offense, ma'am.
None taken. Let's get to the point. You will not be leaving till your dad comes here and gives me the key chemical I need to finish my master project.
What chemical? And what's my dad got to do with any of this? Belinda went on to tell me how my dad was actually working for the government and he was the only person who could make the chemical she needed.
That's why I asked Ryan to invite you here, so I could use you as bait and get your dad to help me. But unfortunately, my son's an idiot and lost his memory. Also, I didn't know you were an agent, so that kind of messed up my plan. A little tip, cooperate, and I might be lenient with you.
I have a little tip for you too, ma'am. Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. With that, I landed a solid blow right on Belinda's face, sending her stumbling backwards. In the meantime, Patrick picked up the weapon and hung it over the railing.
One move, and I swear this thing will go over the edge.
Patrick, your family, son.
Family my butt. You didn't even know I existed till I showed up at your door. Tell your guards to drop their weapons and release Kira. Now.
Belinda reluctantly signaled her guards, and when they'd put their weapons down, I took the phone from one of the guards and alerted my team. Within minutes, reinforcements arrived via helicopters and arrested Belinda, seized the lab, and safeguarded the weapon. Ryan, too, was taken in for questioning. When everything was wrapped, Patrick, Kira, and I went back to the mainland, where I saw Dad and Camilla waiting for me. I rushed to them immediately. Why didn't you ever tell me you worked for the government, Dad?
You never told me you were a spy either. That's just how things are. But Janie, I am so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, you're not Camilla? No, I am. Before I could react, Camilla started hitting me like crazy. Who does that to their own sister? You locked me and you took my phone? You know I can't live without my phone. Ow! I'm sorry, but it was important. Ow! I swear to God, if you put yourself in danger again, I will kill you. Are you crying? Aw, I'm glad you're here. By the time I was done meeting with my family and briefing the team on what happened, I noticed that Patrick was gone. I couldn't even thank him properly. And worse, tell him that I might have a little crush on him. A few weeks passed after the operation, and I was informed that Belinda had finally confessed that she was working for an enemy organization. Ryan was sent to his dad in Germany, and I never heard from him again. Kira finally asked Camilla out, but unfortunately, Camilla didn't feel the same way about her, and they mutually decided to take a break from their friendship. Meanwhile, I tried to use all my sources to find out where Patrick was, but it was like he disappeared into thin air. Then one day, I was in a coffee shop when I heard a huge crash.
Ow, my head. Patrick, what are you doing here? What happened to your clothes? I got lost, then took a little detour and fell into a puddle. Then 2 minutes later, I walked into a flower shop to get you some flowers, but ended up tripping over something there too. But I know you like to come here often, so I thought of giving it a shot and voila. How did you know I came here? Have you been stalking me? You make it sound like stalking's a bad thing. Stalking just means caring enough to find out things about people that they don't want to tell you themselves. Look, I like you, Jane, and I know I'm kind of clumsy and stupid, and I say all the wrong things, but I was hoping I could get to know you better. But Kira asked you out and...
Hold on a second. Kira likes my sister, Camilla. I'm very much into boys, especially clumsy ones.
Really?
Yes, but you can't disappear like that again.
Noted. Now, can I kiss you spy style?
Patrick took me by the waist and leaned in to kiss me, but ended up losing his balance and we both crashed into a table. Why am I not surprised? I was just minding my own business in the convenience store when suddenly a hooded guy jumped at the cashier and pulled out a gun.
Give me some cash. All of it. Now.
Everyone started to panic, except me. I'd actually been waiting for this moment. Hey, idiot! Everyone gasped as the robber turned to me. I then walked up to him while slowly removing my jacket. It's so hot in here, don't you think?
Back off, sweetheart. I have a gun.
Not anymore. He tried to dive for it, but I immediately locked him in a tight grip and pinned him to the ground. It's jail time, baby. And that's how you catch a criminal. Hi, my name is Artemis, and I've always wanted to become a detective, just like my dad. Before I continue, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As the robber was being arrested, someone approached me with a proud smile on his face. My favorite police detective, Lewis. I'd met him during a Future Detective summer program for high school students last year, and we'd kept in touch.
You're really something else, kid.
Kid? He was just 5 years older than me, but he kept treating me as his little sister. And it was so annoying because I actually liked him. I learned from the best.
If you're free tonight, do you want to have dinner with me?
Would he finally confess his feelings for me? The anticipation was killing me. He took me to a romantic restaurant and my heart was racing.
I'll get to the point, Artemis. I know that you've been waiting for this moment too.
You bet I have.
We're having a big and difficult case right now, and we need your help.
Oh, I suddenly felt stupid. Tell me about it.
It's a gold smuggling case, and the suspect's name is Mr. Anderson. We need some hard evidence against him.
And how can I help exactly?
He has a son, and his name is Chase. He's a senior high school student, reckless, clumsy, and spoiled. He's looking for a female bodyguard, and she should be very attractive.
So, you want me to pose as his bodyguard while spying on Mr. Anderson, right?
Exactly. I need you to find where he's keeping all those gold bars.
Mission accepted, officer. Dad had trained me in martial arts since I was 2, and now I could finally put it to good use. Lewis prepared my fake documents for the application, and luckily, I was chosen. I was so excited about this mission, but little did I know that I was about to get involved in the biggest mess ever. I tried so hard to keep my cool when I finally met Mr. Anderson. His face literally screamed danger. I was secretly scanning my eyes around his office as we discussed the job. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was going to be harder than I thought.
I love my son more than anything, so do your best to protect him.
I'll make sure you won't regret hiring me, sir. He gave me a very thick portfolio of Chase, and the first thing I noticed was his face. It was very attractive. Mr. Anderson told me that Chase was waiting for me in this room, and the moment I opened it, I was caught off guard when someone suddenly jumped on me. It was him, and he looked like a scared little puppy. Is everything okay?
Take that disgusting little creature away from me.
I looked around and noticed a cockroach crawling toward us. I immediately stepped on it and crushed it to death. Don't worry, it's gone. He finally opened his eyes, and I almost dropped my jaw when we both stared at each other. He was the most handsome man that I had ever seen, and I wasn't exaggerating. Just then, he jumped away from me and cleared his throat.
I just find it really dirty, that's all. Anyway, you must be the new bodyguard.
Artemis, at your service.
Dad surely knows my type.
Do you want to make out? Do you want to die?
Playing hard to get. I like that. I was hired to be your bodyguard, not your girlfriend, sir. You'll still end up being one, so why waste time? He was about to touch me, but I gave him a powerful blow that sent him flying to the wall. Are you crazy? You're being paid to protect me, not kill me.
Sorry, it's just a reflex.
Fix your stupid reflex or I'll tell Dad to fire you.
Loud and clear, sir. I'll officially start my duty tomorrow. Have a nice night. Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, I tiptoed around the mansion and installed some spy cameras to watch Mr. Anderson's every move. I had to catch him soon and get this job over and done with. The next day at Chase's school, boys immediately flocked around me like I was a celebrity, and Chase didn't look too happy about it. Just then, he started throwing some dollar bills at them.
$1,000 for each of you to back off and stop looking at my bodyguard, losers.
And with that, they all closed their eyes and ran away like rats in the dark. Excuse me, sir, but why did you do that? I can take care of myself.
I want you to focus on me. Those idiots will just distract you.
There's no need to do that. I'm not usually distracted by stupid things. But he just ignored me and continued walking. Suddenly, he slipped on a piece of tissue paper, and before he could hit his head on the ground, I caught him in my arms. Our faces were so close, and for a moment, I felt lost in his beautiful blue eyes. Just then, a pretty girl came running and screaming, "Hubby Boo! What is the meaning of this? Are you cheating on me?" Based on his file, it must be Vanessa, his girlfriend. On reflex, I dropped Chase to the ground.
This girl is my bodyguard. She was just protecting me.
Oh, what a relief. I'm your one and only, always and forever. Right, Hubby Boo? She then jumped on him and started kissing him like a vacuum cleaner. Vanessa was clinging onto Chase all day and kept sticking her tongue out at me. What was her problem? Later that day, Chase suddenly dragged me into the janitor's closet.
I actually don't like Vanessa. I just dated her because she's just so obsessed with me. I felt bad for her.
And why are you telling me this, sir?
Don't be jealous.
Huh? I'm sorry, but I really don't get you.
Forget it. I already broke up with her many times, and she's like an annoying leech. From now on, I want you to keep her away from me. Make sure she doesn't come near me.
Copy that, sir. Later that day, I snuck into the bathroom to check the surveillance video on my phone and saw Mr. Anderson enter the mansion, and then he went straight into his room. I needed to have access there too. On my way out, I bumped into someone, Vanessa. Listen, girlie, you may look tough and all, but I'm not scared of you. I need you to stay away from my future husband, my hubby boo. Sorry, I can't do that. I'm being paid to be by his side 24/7. And besides, you have nothing to worry about. I'm not attracted to him. She burst out laughing. Chase is the most beautiful guy in the entire universe. There's no way you're not attracted to him unless you're a lesbian. OMG, are you? Do you like me instead? Maybe. I can't blame you. I'm perfect, but I'm sorry. You're not my type. That's too bad because I think I'm obsessed with you. I leaned in closer and pouted my lips for a kiss. Ew! Get away from me! My little stunt was effective because anytime Vanessa came close to Chase, I made pouty lips at her and she ran off. But I wasn't exactly celebrating. It had only been a week, but I wanted to give up already. Chase was a total pain in the butt and such a big baby. He would complain over the smallest things. One time, he was making a huge fuss about a mosquito bite.
How could you not stop it from sucking my precious blood? I thought you had great reflexes. See? It's swollen.
You're not gonna die from it, sir. Relax. One time, he decided to skip school just to go shopping for a new yacht. As we were walking towards the port, we bumped into some guys who looked like gangsters, and he actually knew them.
It's a perfect day to break some skulls, don't you think, Chase? What do you want, Brody? Your girl. She looks like my next girlfriend.
He was about to touch me, but suddenly, Chase jumped in and shoved him to the ground.
Don't you dare touch her, dummy.
Brody went berserk. You stupid dirtbag. He was about to punch Chase, but I was able to block his fist just in time. I'd run home to mommy if I were you. I twisted his arm and he went screaming in pain.
Get her, boys.
I threw a couple of my karate moves and they all fell to the ground in no time. I turned to Chase and he looked stunned. He was still speechless, even in the car. When we got home, he just sat in front of me and stared at my face. Is there any problem, sir? You're the prettiest and coolest girl that I've ever met. Do you know that? He lifted his hand to touch my face, and I just shivered at the contact. You know what happens when you touch me, Chase. So get your hands off me before it's too late. Suddenly, his happy face turned sad as he pulled away from me. I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore. Well, that was weird. I needed to find that secret room with the gold bars as soon as possible before things got any weirder. But whenever I had the chance, I looked all around the mansion and found nothing. One day, Mr. Anderson had a business trip and he'd be away for a week. It was finally my chance to work on his room. After making sure everyone was asleep, I went to his room and while I was checking his drawers, I felt someone watching me from the door. Chase, what are you doing here? I was looking for you. In the drawers? I don't think I could fit in there. Oh God, I needed to distract him. And then I did the unthinkable. I walked up to him, grabbed his face, and kissed him on the lips. And worse, I kinda enjoyed it. Whoa, what was that about? I've been craving your lips. I knew it. No one could resist me, not even you. I guess you're right. Anyway, we have to sleep now. It's late. How could I, when you just kissed me? I tried getting rid of him, but he was persistent. First, he insisted we watch videos together on his favorite channel, MSA, for 2 hours. And then, he even made me sing him a lullaby to help him sleep. When he was finally asleep, I just found myself staring at his face. He actually looked like a beautiful angel. Snap out of it, idiot! The next day at school, Chase did something that gave me the shock of my life. He announced to everyone that we were dating. And Vanessa went wild. This girl is a lesbian, and I'm the one she actually likes. She's only getting back at you because she's jealous. Chase ignored her and got on his knees instead. To my surprise, he started tying up my shoelaces. Silly girl, what if you trip and hurt yourself? I then pulled him to the side and confronted him. What in the world are you doing? You like me, and I like you. So we're dating, right? Are you crazy? If your dad finds out about this, we're dead. Don't worry. He's too busy to even check up on me. From now on, I'll protect you and serve you instead, okay? I kept on refusing, but he was unstoppable. He was just around me all the time, and it was driving me crazy. All he did was stare at me 90% of the time. Could you please stop that? It's freaking me out. I could stare at you forever. You're just too pretty. I sometimes doubt if you're even real. During classes, he kept reaching for my hand just to hold it. During lunch, he would feed me and just watch me eat. He was acting like the perfect boyfriend, and I had no choice but to play along to protect my cover. Ugh, what had I gotten myself into? Later that night, I called Lewis and reported everything, including my fake relationship with Chase. I need you to stop entertaining any distractions and finish your mission ASAP. Understood? He sounded mad, and it made me feel bad. I'm sorry. I'll do better. The only place I hadn't checked yet was Mr. Anderson's bathroom, and I had to do that first thing in the morning. But I woke up to see Chase smiling at me with breakfast in bed. Good morning, my love. Eat up. I cooked it for you. The eggs looked delicious, so I decided to have a little taste. And they actually were. I didn't know you could cook. I wanted to be a chef and open my own restaurant someday, but Dad wanted me to be the next CEO of his company instead. Nothing feels better than living your dream, so stop being a loser and go for it. It's your life, not your dad's anyway. I suddenly felt bad knowing that his dad was a criminal. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard in my life. I can't help but fall for you harder each day. He sounded so real, I almost fell for it. You're pretty good with words, aren't you? I'm serious about you. To my surprise, he gave me a quick peck on the lips, and it made me blush like hell. One weekend, he insisted that I train him in boxing. When we got inside the ring, he was so hyped up. Are you sure about this? Heck yeah. but the moment I threw a single punch, he went flying like paper. I worriedly rushed up to him, but he immediately got up.
I wasn't ready, but this time, I'll show you. No mercy.
I decided to make him win and let him knock me out this time.
You cheated. You let me win.
No, I didn't. He was pouting as he sulked in the corner, and suddenly I felt bad. Fine, I cheated. I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apology if you'll have a date with me.
I agreed, and he took me to the park. I waited for him on the bench as he bought me ice cream. There were a couple of kids playing around, and to my surprise, he called them over and bought ice cream for all of them, and even gave the vendor a huge tip. He wasn't really that bad after all, and I just found myself smiling. Oh no, I couldn't fall for him. I had to get rid of these stupid thoughts and focus on my goal. The next day, I told Chase that I wasn't feeling well, so I couldn't go to school with him. As soon as the coast was clear, I slipped into his dad's room and went straight to the bathroom. I checked every corner and space until I saw a button underneath the sink. I pressed it, and to my surprise, the bathtub slid away, revealing a trap door beneath it. I tried all the combinations in the passcode lock until it finally opened. I went down the stairs, and I couldn't believe my eyes. The room was full of gold bars. I immediately called Lewis for backup, and while I was taking some pictures, someone suddenly smacked my phone out of my hand. It was Mr. Anderson, back from his trip, and he was raging mad.
You little witch.
Just in time, Lewis and the police barged in and finally arrested him. As he was being escorted out, Lewis came up to me and hugged me.
Good work, future detective. I'm so proud of you. You can even get rid of that little punk and hang out with me again. I miss you.
Suddenly, someone spoke from behind us.
So, it was all about this, huh?
I turned around and my smile instantly disappeared upon seeing Chase standing by the door. The hurt look in his eyes broke my heart. Chase, let me explain.
No need. Congratulations on your successful mission.
I watched him walk away with tears in my eyes. I wanted to run after him, but I guess this was for the best. I didn't see him again, and he also never contacted me. I should be happy I was done with him, right? Wrong. It kept on bothering me. A lot. One day, Lewis took me out for dinner, and I was expecting him to give me another case. But he completely surprised me by saying,
I like you a lot, Artemis. Will you be my girlfriend?
I had been waiting for this moment. I should be happy. But why was I thinking about Chase? I'm so sorry, Lewis, but I think we're better off as friends.
You like someone else, don't you?
I just bowed my head down and smiled. It didn't matter now because I'd ruined his life. 2 years had passed and I was finally studying criminology at university. One day during lunch, I decided to try the new restaurant around the corner, and I was shocked to see who the chef was. Chase! It's so nice to see you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I took your advice and here I am.
He looked even more handsome than before. I didn't know what to say.
It's really good to see you, Artemis.
You too. I wanted to hug him and tell him that I missed him, but I couldn't. He then excused himself and walked up to a familiar girl who had just entered the restaurant. It was Vanessa, and they were hugging sweetly. I felt so jealous. I just got up to leave. As I walked out of the restaurant, I felt someone running after me.
Are you jealous?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Vanessa realized that she actually likes girls, and we ended up being good friends.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. Just then, he stepped closer and held my hands.
I've been in love with someone else for a long time now. I bet you know her.
You're supposed to be mad at me for putting your dad in jail.
I'm not. He's a criminal, so he deserves it. I'm upset because you pretended to love me.
When did I say that I was just pretending?
You weren't.
He looked so cute as he blushed, and with that, I grabbed him by his collar and kissed him. Sorry, it's just a reflex.
Let's make it a habit then.
Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys, and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake, and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son, and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me. Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us, and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while. Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it. I'll just wear it later. What are you saying? Come here. Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed, I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left.
Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger?
Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age. You're thinking too much. Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well.
I want to pluck out my ears. They cry so much.
I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing? I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look. Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep. I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee? Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight. Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating. I've always wanted to make movies, you know? And I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid. Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you. Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail. Really? That was on your mind? Well, that and something else. With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along, but the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing.
Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet? Actually, yeah. He has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one. Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes. Eli. Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside. What's the matter with you, Blake? What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but what? Your sister's not normal. And you are? You're so boring, if someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks. You really need to watch your tongue. And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger. I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere. You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister. I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem. I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking. Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that? I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli. You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it. I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys. Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one. But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli? Who's Eli? Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years from my own life? Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear? Mom left, and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things, or are you ignoring me? Neither. I'm just busy. So, I told my mom I want to make movies, and she went bonkers, but look, Carly, you and your family have issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say. But you told me to live my life. You said... Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore. Eli, wait. Tell your sister she won. I felt
frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always, and you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kind of bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids. Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake... No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together, and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me, and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family, and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug.
Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare, juicy and tender. It wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
This tastes like my childhood and my 22nd divorce healing at the same time.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathon. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the walls. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives, finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the light that ends you, where the story's changing and the leave you through. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave, not just a school, but the soul of a story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But nothing could have prepared my tongue for what came next. Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender. Garlic butter glaze, flame-kissed edges. The scent alone levitates my soul to heaven, like it was invited to have lunch with the beautiful angels up above. Okay, here comes the love of my tongue's life. Oh my Gordon freaking Ramsay! My taste buds were twerking like it was a Friday night. It's savory, juicy, yummy, steak-tacular. It wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Goodness gracious, lady, get a room. Oh God, she is either possessed or just really, really starving.
I was still mid-foodgasm, letting every bite baptize the very depths of my taste buds when the haters around started mumbling. Did I care? Not one juicy crumb. I had my priorities, and it was to finish this masterpiece.
It seems like you've been thoroughly enjoying our food, milady.
Oregano.
I finally opened my eyes and came face to face with the handsome chef. Oh, I practically proposed to the steak. Weren't you watching me, Mr. Chef?
I was, and now I'm wondering, should I be jealous of the steak?
Wow.
Oregano.
Okay, that was my cue to leave before I started flirting back and accidentally dated this man over medium rare beef. I came here for the food. Just the food. Not the flirty chefs with dangerous dimples.
Oregano.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathons, experimenting in my family's restaurant kitchen. Just name it. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, will your dish make me scream and lose my voice, or spit it out in disgust and hate you for the rest of my life? Some boys at school have made it their life's mission to get option A. And I wasn't complaining. It was literally free food and a little ego boost.
Try mine first, Taffy. My mom helped cut the onions and boil the eggs.
Forget that, peasant. This is from a 5,000-star Michelin restaurant. It cost me 10 kidneys.
Mine's completely and personally handmade. Took me a month to make this, but don't worry, it's not rotting yet.
My mouth and soul were ready, but my brain was totally overwhelmed. Just then, my bestie Jules swooped in with his imaginary cape fluttering.
Excuse me, take it easy, gentlemen. Form an orderly line if you wish for Queen Taffy to bless your humble dishes with her divine taste buds. If your food makes her moan louder than a K-drama kiss scene, congrats! You win a date after class, but only for 60 minutes. No extensions, no exceptions.
The boys went feral. What are you doing? I don't have time for boys. I just want to eat and that's it.
Oh, babe, it's time you started eating with them, not just their food.
Whatever. But let's see if one of these can make me scream. Unfortunately, every dish was a disaster. This one tastes like a zombie rat crawled out of the sewer, licked a quadruple A battery dipped in rotten mayonnaise, and fell into my mouth. What were you even thinking, dude? Next, fish and chocolate? It's bold and daring, but a total abomination. Next, please. Are you sure you ordered this from a Michelin star restaurant? Or did you accidentally grab it from a dumpster behind one? Suddenly, I felt it again. That weird, stabby vibe that hits me every time I chew. I turned my head, already knowing the source. And there he was. Gavin. The silent, brooding window guy. I always caught him glaring at me as if I just ate his pet goldfish. Maybe the bowl, too. And whenever I confronted him about it, he'd just roll his eyes at me. Like, seriously, did I eat his precious lunch in a past life or what? He was insanely annoying. It was even worse because he's stupidly attractive. Ugh! Why do hot guys always have to have the worst attitudes? I was so ready to snap at him when Nicholas, the handsome French student, stepped forward holding a steaming ornate box.
Mademoiselle Taffy, is the taster still open?
Depends. What's in the box, Frenchie?
Something très spécial, made especially for you.
I took a bite, and fireworks started exploding around me instantly. Sweet gravy heavens! This is criminally delicious!
Oh, I knew it. His dish looks as perfect as he is. So, do we have a winner now?
Did you hear me scream? No, right? Because it's missing something.
Are you implying my dish isn't perfect?
It's really good, but it needs a little more kick. Maybe some spice, some crunch, some little twist, something to surprise me. Right now, it's just giving something, but not everything.
You'll regret this, woman.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. I said I'll do better next time, just to hear that sweet scream of yours, mademoiselle.
We'll see about that then, buddy. There was only one place that had ever made me scream so loud I lost my voice. The MSU cafeteria. I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The cozy, stylish ambience was just a bonus. And you know what was more interesting? Behind those lunch ladies hides a secret cooking legend. A masked mystery chef, whipping up dishes so good they'll make you cry in 1,000 different languages. The texture, oh, the crunch, the glaze, the magic.
Ah! There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
She's just a freaking freshman, but she freaking acts like she freaking owns this freaking cafeteria every freaking day. So freaking annoying.
I freaking know, right?
Girl, you're moaning like a feral sexy cat in heat. Tone it down, or those freaking girlies will start complaining again.
Those freaking haters can choke. I only listen to flavor, not jealousy. It had been 6 months since we started at MSU, and I still hadn't made any new friends. Just Jules, my ride or die since diapers, now slaying here in MSU on a fashion scholarship like he owned the runway.
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you. Oh, wait. Are you getting tired of me?
Tired? Never, babe. But let's say I get kidnapped by a cute guy in Milan. What's gonna happen to you then?
Are you sure he's the one who'll kidnap you, or is it the other way around?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. That's a bit rude.
Just then my phone buzzed. It was from my older sister Tanya, and my heart leapt when I saw the word emergency. I zoomed out of the school and headed straight to our family restaurant without wasting a second. What's going on?
Taffy! Oh, the mayor's here with the whole table of business tycoons, and they asked for a special twist on our signature steak. I tried tweaking the sauce, but the flavor's flat. Oh, something's off. I've added, adjusted, prayed. Nothing's working. If we mess this up, we'll be trending for all the wrong reasons, and Dad's gonna kill me.
Breathe, okay? Let me see. Too much soy. Not enough soul. All right, everyone, I got this. I swung the spice rack open and started working my magic. 2 pinches of smoked paprika, 1 drizzle of honey, a splash of aged balsamic vinegar for depth, a whisper of garlic, not chopped, grated, 2 drops of lemon juice for a little spark, and a dash of espresso powder. Now, try it. Tanya took a bite. Her eyes went as wide as the earth itself. Oh, quickly clapped a hand over her mouth before she could scream and alarm the entire restaurant. Now go serve that magic to your VVIPs.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, sissy, as always.
I assisted her as she served it herself to the VIP table. The mayor took one bite and started crying.
This tastes like my childhood and my 22nd divorce healing at the same time.
I need a moment. This steak just forgave me for all of my sins.
Your food is divine. You should expand this place. Branch out, and you'll have my full support.
That sounds tempting, sir. Thank you. But we actually prefer to stay small, family style.
Our restaurant had been around since the 1900s. No branches, no fusion. Because for us, it was never about the money. It was about legacy. And okay, maybe we were also deathly afraid someone would steal my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma's top secret recipe for our signature dishes. I felt like a hero today. So I threw myself a mini feast in my bedroom as soon as I got home. Half an hour later, Jules barged in and was immediately intrigued by all the food around me.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love? Wait, no. Not enough sugar. You're just really happy. Like, I just saved the whole world moment kinda happy.
My mood was always connected to the food I ate, and Jules had basically mastered the art of reading me like a menu. I just saved the restaurant from going down in flames and made the mayor cry.
The mayor himself? Oh my god, that sounds so dramatic and I love it! Now pass me those fries and start spilling me the deets.
Jules listened to my story with sparkly eyes and the biggest proud smile on his face.
Your restaurant's gonna be in amazing hands once you take over someday. You know that, right?
You really think so?
Taffy, please. That's not even a question. Now get up. You're trying on my new designs tonight.
I was basically his personal doll at this point. We spent the rest of the night turning my room into a mini runway, me twirling around in his freshly sewn outfits, and I was loving it. While I was walking down the hallway, a girl suddenly bumped into me, and a pile of books crashed to the floor.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally on me. I wasn't looking. I remembered her during the freshman orientation because she had this pretty, innocent face. I crouched down to help her and noticed every single book was a cookbook or a recipe guide. You're into food too?
Kinda. I mean, yeah, I guess. Just prepping for something.
Prepping for what?
Oh, the cooking club. They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
Finally! A club that was made for me! No way! Girl, you just made my day! I'm Taffy, by the way. You are?
Jillian.
Well, see you around then. Future club mate?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll make it in.
The hesitation in her eyes caught my attention. I wanted to ask more, but before I could, someone called out her name and she hurried off. And just like that, my curiosity was hooked. So I immediately told Jules about it.
Congrats on finally making a new friend.
Please, I think she's way too shy for my energy. But guess what? I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, it's about cooking food, not just inhaling and eating it. You're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Of course I can cook too.
Last time you actually tried to do it yourself, I almost died.
I just accidentally grabbed the salt instead of the sugar.
It was baking powder.
Okay, whatever. This time I'm serious. The Culinary Society could help me hone my skills. Plus, it's great prep for restaurant management.
Or you just want to try everyone else's dishes.
That too. The auditorium buzzed with freshman students the next day, all cramming in for the big announcement. I scanned the room and spotted Jillian in the corner, nervously biting her nails like they were snacks. I slid into the seat beside her. She looked so relieved it was kind of cute.
Hey, you're here.
Of course. Was that Gavin? What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills? My curious thoughts were cut off as the president of the Culinary Society finally stepped up to the mic and started the announcement.
Welcome, aspiring chefs. The Culinary Society is now officially open. This program aims to discover hidden culinary talent. Those who pass the initiation will receive a sponsorship. It's all about the guidance, support, and even funding to grow your skills. The club's goal is simple. It's to discover you. With the right sponsor, your talent can be developed and taken further.
I then felt Jillian trembling beside me.
I really need to get in, no matter what.
Hey, we're gonna make it, both of us.
No plan B, no backing out, got it? I smiled as she gave me a tiny nod.
The initiation will last 3 days, and the judges will be the senior members of the club.
Just then the student council president stepped forward. This guy looked like he had walked straight out of a rule book. Dead serious and probably hasn't smiled once since birth.
Tomorrow's challenge is a written exam, so study hard. The second and third challenges will be surprise practical tests. Exam venue and time will be posted shortly. You may now return to your classes.
Holy spicy sauce explosion. This is going to be amazing. My foodie heart was on fire. I glanced back at Gavin, only to find him already looking at me. Of course he was glaring again. Seriously, what was his deal? The glaring, the eye-rolling, the mysterious brooding energy. It was driving me nuts. So on the way back to class, I finally snapped and cornered him. Hey, got a second? He didn't even respond, just rolled his eyes at me as always. Are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
Seriously, why are you so mad at me? What did I ever do to you?
You exist. That's enough. Now, get out of my face.
Unbelievable! This guy clearly didn't know who he was dealing with. That night, I studied like my life depended on it. Notes in one hand, spicy instant ramen in the other. Then came the written exam day, and everyone looked so tense. But for me, it was easy peasy mac and cheesy. I was the first one to finish the test, so I stood up with a proud smile. Till I saw Gavin, already done and standing. Before me? After submitting his papers, he turned to me and scoffed before walking off like he owned the place. The audacity! The next morning, I dragged Jules with me to check the results. Out of 100 applicants, only half made it, and I nearly choked on my gummy bears when I didn't see my name at the top. Second place? Wait, who's first? I leaned in and gasped when I saw the name.
Gavin? Like Gavin, the cute and brooding window guy? He cooks?
No, there's no way. That's probably a different Gavin. But then the crowd parted, and speaking of the devil...
Excuse me. Oh, look. It's me on top. The one and only Gavin.
When he turned to me and smirked.
Oh my god, he's so hot. Like hotter than a steak on a grill.
Jules was right, to be honest. But I shouldn't be distracted right now. Can we focus on his evil smirk, please? He's literally challenging me.
I think that's officially a war declaration, babe. This is gonna be extra interesting.
That jerk better be ready, because I'm gonna crush him big time. Second challenge finally came. We had to cook a chicken-based dish, in pairs. My eyes immediately landed on my mortal enemy, who was casually tying his apron like he was the master chef, and the sight was such a sore to my eyes. I was about to hunt Jillian down when someone suddenly blocked my way. Nicholas! He was here too? How did I not notice him last time?
Ah, mademoiselle. Fate brings you back to me. I'm still wounded from you turning down my masterpiece last time, you know? Team up with me, and if we win, you owe me a dinner date. Fair trade, no?
I was about to reject him, but then my cinnamon roll savior appeared.
Hey, Taffy. I was wondering if maybe we could...
Oh, here comes my lovely partner. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time?
Ah, très bien. No hard feelings.
At least Nicholas was always classy about rejection. Congratulations on passing the written exams.
Thanks. I had been preparing for that way before I got here at MSU.
Oh, you're really into this, huh? All right, girl, let's do this. You cook, I supervise.
We're not doing it together?
Of course we are. I'll be guiding you.
So, what are we making?
Let's go with crispy garlic honey chicken with mango salsa.
That sounds fancy. Okay.
We had exactly 1 hour. Jillian got to work while I hovered nearby, supervising like a resident chef. But my eyes kept drifting to Gavin. He looked calm and focused, like he belonged in a commercial for Knive, while his partner looked so lost. The fact that he was also into cooking made him even more annoying. A few minutes later, Jillian finally threw her hands up and beamed.
All right, done.
Ooh, let me taste. I took a confident bite, only to gag and nearly scream in disgust. I tossed the dish and everything else into the trash, and it landed dangerously close to Gavin's station. He hissed like a cat that had just got misted. Oh, gosh, girl, what happened to the chicken meat? Did you marinate it in mud and ask an old goat with horrible breath to spit on it or what?
But
I just followed everything you said. Jillian looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I took a breath to calm myself down. It's okay, my love. We've still got 20 minutes. We're gonna fix this. This time, I rolled up my sleeves and took over. Just as the final bell rang, we slammed our dish down and handed it to the judges, who actually liked it. As expected, we passed, and we're now qualified for the final challenge. But when I looked at Jillian, she didn't look happy at all.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
Oh, come on, girl. It was my fault, too. I made you do most of the work. It was supposed to be a team effort. You know what? Let's practice after hours. Together.
Is that okay with you?
Of course. We then snuck into the kitchen later that day. A few other students were there, too, including Gavin, of course. For the sake of my sanity, I ignored his brooding presence and locked in on Jillian. This girl needed serious kitchen rehab. She was way too clumsy to be left alone with fire, knives, or even a blender. Honestly, if someone didn't supervise her, she'd either blow up the kitchen or food poison someone. Or both. She tried dish after dish, and I sacrificed my precious tongue for each one. Is this supposed to be a hard-boiled egg or a charcoal? The oil is separating from your sauce. Did you forget to stir, or did it walk out on its own? Your rice is crunchy. Were you trying to make popcorn? Then came her meat dish. Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
Soon we had a mountain of failed dishes in the trash. While we were about to try one last dish, Gavin suddenly stormed over, looking like an offended bull.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Huh? Why are you acting like you bought all of this? Are you the official supplier of this school now?
Thank God I'm not.
Look, I'm just helping an aspiring chef chase her dreams. Failures happen. It's called trial and error. Look it up. He rolled his eyes, so I rolled mine harder. What is your problem with me anyway? Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you get a pass for being a total jerk.
And I don't care if you're attractive either. I just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
Before I could finally explode, Jillian slid in.
Wait, did I just hear you both call each other attractive? Why don't you just date each other instead of arguing every 5 seconds?
You must be having some auditory hallucinations. I'd rather hug a giant, rotten cactus than date this brat.
He really hated me that much, huh? I hoped I'd never see his stupid smug face ever again. Unfortunately, we were in the same class. And worse, we still had one final challenge in the club initiation left. The announcement came sooner than expected, and the venue was deep in the woods. As soon as we got there, all our phones and stuff were confiscated. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity. There were only about 15 of us left, and that included Nicholas, who wouldn't stop staring at me like I owed him money.
Lovely to see you here, mademoiselle. If we both make it in, you owe me a date, remember?
Since when did I agree to that?
Since the day you insulted my masterpiece.
But I gave constructive criticism.
Of course. That's why I've made it my life mission to make you cry. The next time you taste my dish.
Okay, but why did that sound like a low-key threat? Our conversation got totally cut off when the club president finally stepped up for the announcement.
Your final test will challenge your creativity, resourcefulness, and pure culinary courage. So here are the rules. You're not allowed to help each other. You can't bring anything from home. And we're not giving you anything either. You can only use whatever you find in the woods.
This is going to be harder than I thought. I didn't even know how to start a fire, or cut stuff without a knife, or build a stove out of sticks. I was meant to taste food, not cook in the wilderness. My brain wasn't braining for this.
Prepare your dish by 7 p.m. in the assembly hall, and your fate will depend on a surprise judge. Good luck.
A surprise judge? Crazy. I turned to Jillian, who was one chopped onion away from crying, so I gave her a quick pep talk before the challenge officially started. First things first, I had to find something, anything, to chop stuff on. So I kicked a tree stump. It was too moldy. I picked up a flat rock, but it was too spiny. I almost grabbed a squirrel as well, but it was too alive. Just when I was about to give up, I spotted it. A big, flat piece of bark lying under a tree. You're my chopping board now. Next, I needed something to cook and serve the food. I searched around like a hungry raccoon on a mission, and then, bingo! I found an old tin can that could work as a pot. and some giant leaves that looked perfect for plates. Now for the utensils. It took me several minutes to find a rock knife, a stick spatula, and a shell spoon. Finally, the ingredients. Good thing I knew a bunch of wild plants thanks to my grandma and her obsession with tea. Let's get those herbs and spices, baby. I continued walking around until I reached the riverbank. I leaned down to grab a lead. Then my foot slipped on some mud.
So, you're not just a brat and a snob. You're clumsy too.
Do you really have to insult me? I didn't ask for your help anyway.
Fine. Then I'll take it back.
Wait, what? Ugh, ew, get off me, tall boy.
Huh? You're the one who hugged me like I was a pillow.
I ignored him and stomped off like I was totally fine, except I wasn't. Because why the heck did I blush? Oh, no, bad hormones, bad. Focus, Taffy, focus. Half an hour later, I'd gathered enough herbs to open a mini forest restaurant. Now it was time for the protein. But the problem was, I can't fish and hunt. I can't even catch something still. So I did what any desperate girl would do. Target acquired. Eggs. Sorry, Bird Mom. Finally, it was time to build a fire. Tried. I really tried. But at this point, I was basically just bullying those sticks. Just then, I heard some chopping noises nearby. I walked closer to take a peek and realized that it was Gavin. What? Shirtless! My brain just short-circuited at the sight of those magnificent abs. Before I could stop myself, a weird squeaky sound escaped my mouth. I was busted!
Are you stalking me?
What? No, I was just peacefully trying to cook in my spot over there, and then I heard something, and obviously I had to check it out.
Sure.
Why are you even shirtless?
Why? Does it bother you?
Yeah, it's too indecent.
Then find another spot? I was here first. You're the one who somehow set up your camp near mine.
I was so furious. I huffed and stormed back to my sad little fire pit. I snatched up all my stuff and stomped off to find a new cooking spot, way further from him. I threw all my rage into rubbing those stupid sticks together like my life depended on it. And after what felt like 500 years, a tiny, weak little flame finally popped up. Yes! Wait! No! It suddenly started raining! Are you kidding me right now? I grabbed my stuff, and as I dashed through the rain towards the nearest cover, I spotted Gavin running toward the same place from the other side. We both reached the shade at the same time, soaked and panting.
Wow. So the brat can run, huh?
What do you think of me? A corn dog?
What?
Before either of us could say anything else, a soft sob broke through the sound of the rain. We both turned toward it and saw Jillian. She was soaking wet and crying. Jillian? What's wrong, girl? Are you okay?
My family doesn't have much, and this was my only chance. But I think I'm too stupid for this, Taffy.
As I comforted her, Gavin sat down next to her, pulled a small dry cloth from his bag and handed it to her gently. No attitude, no sarcasm, and he looked so soft like that, like a totally different guy. Ugh. He hated how my heart noticed.
Thanks, Gavin.
To break the tension, I changed the topic to food and cooking, and somehow it worked. Jillian started to relax and even smiled a little.
How about you, Gavin? Why do you love cooking?
My ears perked up at her question. Gavin didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared out at the rain, silent, like he was watching a memory unfold in the distance.
Tragedy struck me since I could remember, and I was homeless for a long time. Park benches, cardboard blankets, cold nights when I thought I wouldn't wake up, scavenging for even ketchup packets just to trick my stomach into thinking I'd eaten. One night, I saw this couple fighting outside a fancy restaurant. They were screaming, throwing words and insults, and then the guy just tossed their untouched takeout into the trash like it meant nothing. I hadn't eaten in days. I was dizzy, shaking.
If you're gonna fight,
Fine, but don't waste good food. The guy looked at me like I was dirt. Then go ahead and eat it if you care that much. I didn't hesitate. Right there on the wet pavement, I sat down and ate every bite like it was a 5-star meal. I remember whispering, "They're fools. They don't even know what heaven tastes like." But I didn't realize the owner of the restaurant had been watching. He came out. No judgment, no pity. Just asked if I wanted a job and a place to stay. That's how it started. That tiny kitchen saved my life. But also, I found passion. But the rest of the staff, they didn't see me as one of them. Just a stray they took in. A charity case with no pedigree, no past. I worked twice as hard to prove I deserved to be there. And I came to MSU to prove that I belong in the kitchen, to find a sponsor who actually believes in what I can do. You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice? Just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
I gasped as my eyes flew open. I almost screamed when I realized that I had actually fallen asleep on Gavin's shoulder. Oh, and to make it worse, I drooled on his shirt. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Relax, it's just drool. Unless you care about what I think.
Duh, no, absolutely not. Just then I realized it was getting dark already. Oh my gosh, what time is it? I haven't even started cooking. And where's Jillian?
Chill. We've still got an hour and a half before 7. And Jillian's over there. She already got started.
Apparently, she had already built her own campfire and was cooking over it like a master chef. Gavin and I then rushed back to our spots, and this time it was extra serious. I no longer just wanted to pass the test. I wanted to make something real. After finishing my dish, I rushed back to the assembly hall. Everyone was already there and their dishes looked so yummy. The whole room smelled like a 5-star buffet. Just then I noticed that Jillian wasn't here yet. I glanced at Gavin and he looked worried too. Come on, girl, where are you? Soon there were only 5 minutes left and panic started creeping in. Just when I was about to bolt out the door to look for her, she finally appeared, holding a steaming plate with the most unique-looking fish dish I'd ever seen. What took you so long? You got me so worried.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure everything was perfect.
Before I could respond, the lights dimmed, and the club president stepped up to the stage.
And now, for your final judge, a true master of flavor, the one, the only.
The masked cafeteria chef. The legend behind the lunch trays. Y'all lined up in front of him, clutching our plates like newborn babies. He was just sitting at the table, silently tasting each dish one by one, but his presence commanded attention. Then it was my turn.
Interesting. Most people played safe with eggs, but you took a risk. The texture's playful, the flavor's daring, and this sauce, it's bold, defiant, and unforgettable. Just like you.
I nearly passed out from happiness, or hunger, or his dangerously calm voice. Then came Jillian's turn. There was a long pause before he finally spoke.
This is not perfect, but passionate. I like it.
Oh, Jillian was finally able to breathe. The judging ended. Then came the moment we'd all been sweating for. The announcement of the top 10. The official new members of the Culinary Society. As expected, Gavin and I made the list. My name flashed on the screen and I nearly screamed. Then, the final spot. Jillian was trembling as she gripped my hand. We all held our breath.
And the last spot goes to Jillian.
She instantly burst into tears. As we celebrated, I noticed someone storming out of the venue looking furious. Nicholas! Wait, he didn't make it? That actually surprised me. As the winners celebrated, Gavin then strolled over to us, holding his plate like a trophy.
Well, well. Looks like we all made it. Want to try my dish?
Taffy, you have to try this.
Careful. She might scream loud enough to summon the forest spirits.
Oh, please. My golden tongue has standards.
Oh, I know. That's why I strategically kept my masterpieces far away from you.
Strategically?
Yes. I knew the moment you tasted my food, you'd scream your lungs out and fall hopelessly in love.
I'm gonna throw this plate at your face.
But not before you taste it.
Fine. 1 bite. I took a bite and instantly exploded. Oh my freaking goodness! This is... In the middle of my foodgasm, I saw him smirking, so I immediately stopped myself from praising his dish.
I knew it. 1 bite and there goes your dignity.
Shut up! He kept teasing me all the way home on the bus. But of course I had to stay strong for my pride. I will never admit it, ever. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop thinking about him and his cooking skills that night, so I stuffed my face with sugar to distract myself. That was when Jules barged into my room.
Girl, why are you blushing and inhaling candy like you just caught feelings? Are you in love or something?
I'm not blushing, and no, I'm not in love.
Got it, miss. Totally not in love. Anyway, why is your voice all scratchy?
He was never finding out my voice died because of Gavin's food. He'd never let me live it down. It's the rain. My vocal cords got water damage.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The next day at school, my voice was completely gone. But Jules wouldn't let it go.
Are you sure it was because of the rain and not because of screaming over a certain someone's cooking?
I glared at him in silence. Just then, because the universe hates me, Gavin walked by looking extra smug, like his ego had its own stupid fan club. Oh no, please. Not now. Don't say it. Don't.
Lost your voice, huh? Told you my dish was too good.
Jules nearly choked from laughing. Since then, things just got weird. Gavin and I started getting closer. Before, he used to glare at me all the time. But now, that glare was replaced with a stupid little grin that made my brain malfunction every time. Like that time in the hallway when I opened my locker and a sticky note fell out.
Try not to scream over my food next time. Gee.
I looked around, and of course, there he was, leaning against the wall with that grin. Ugh, so annoying. During lunch, he started joining us at our table, like he was officially part of our squad.
Relax. I'm here for the food, not you.
And worse, Jules literally saved him a seat every freaking day.
Aw, why do you always walk in like it's a K-drama entrance? My heart can't take this.
Nowadays, I just find myself finishing all my food. Clean plate and no crumbs, even if the dish wasn't perfect. And of course, he had a comment about it.
The trash bin must be lonely without all the food you used to waste. Seriously, who kidnapped old you?
People change, duh. And I didn't do it because of you.
Mm-hmm. Sure you didn't.
Can you two stop? I'm getting secondhand butterflies.
Shut up. And because of him, the kitchen feels weird now. Am I too conscious of Gavin? He's still him, the broody, annoyingly talented chef in the making. Lately, he's been working way too close to my station, offering help I didn't ask for, smirking whenever I refuse like he's deliberately trying to make me skittish. Ugh.
Your knife grip's a little stiff.
Don't sneak up on people! Holy broccoli, why is he standing too close?
I wasn't sneaking, just helping.
I turned back to the cutting board, trying not to imagine how good his voice sounded that close. Tappy, focus, knife, chop, chop, scallions, not his stupid smirk. You really don't have to hover. I'm not gonna murder the soup.
I wasn't worried about the soup.
My heart skipped. What was that supposed to mean? Geez, are you just gonna stand there and silently judge me all afternoon?
Just observing. You're interesting when you're flustered.
What? What? I'm not flustered. Ugh!
Careful now. I bite.
I pushed way too fast and nearly slipped again. What? That was... You were just in the way. Gavin finally stepped back. He looked way too satisfied.
I'll try to be more in the way next time.
Then he walked past me, as if to tease me more, and my back went straight. I could still feel his heat in the air.
That's spicy right there.
Oh, what are you even doing here?
Rude, but I forgive you. I nearly melted watching you two. The tension, Michelin star level.
I groaned, trying to will my face not to combust.
But girlie, sorry to pour cold water on your sizzling enemies to maybe Lover's Ark, but your sister called me. Said there's an emergency family meeting at the restaurant.
I blinked as my stomach dropped. Emergency family meetings were never casual. Without a word, I grabbed my bag. Didn't even bother untying my apron. Just ran. Apparently, a new diner around the block had been copying our menu and signature dishes. And it had been a week since our sales had gone down to dangerous levels, as in going bankrupt. I went to check on it and got the shock of my life when I saw who one of the chefs was. Nicholas!
Ah, pleasure to see you here, mademoiselle. Our family decided to branch out and try a new location. This spot is perfect. Is it no?
Everything on your menu is exactly like ours. This is illegal. You copied ours.
If we copied yours, then why do most people flock to ours and keep saying that ours is more delicious and better?
His weird behavior ever since I rejected him suddenly made sense now. Is this what you meant by wanting to see me cry?
That's what you get for insulting my masterpiece. Now go cry and run back to your little kitchen.
The audacity! Keep it. That old recipe is all yours. I can just let my expertise do its magic and make something so good it'll make yours taste like reheated kitchen scraps. And when the tears come, make sure they don't water down your salty little ego. I then marched out of his stupid restaurant without looking back. I went back to our restaurant and saw Tanya and the rest of the staff reviewing the security footage. We all then froze when we realized that a shady-looking guy had been snapping photos of our restaurant from every angle for several days. And if that wasn't bad enough, he even disguised himself as one of our staff. They didn't just steal ideas. They cloned our entire concept and turned it into a fancier, more Instagrammable version. The audacity! We decided to temporarily close our restaurant while I cooked up some new ideas for the menu. Later that day, while brainstorming, I noticed a few hungry street kids outside. Their eyes weren't begging. They were just watching, like food was something distant, almost like a dream. I remembered Gavin and just found myself opening the door. I'm not serving anything fancy as of this moment, but if you're hungry, come in. He sat quietly as I cooked. No fancy plating, no pressure to impress, just warm food from the heart. As I watched them eat, something shifted in me. A thought came into my mind. Food isn't just about flavor or technique. It's about the connection you share with the meal. After they were done eating, I gave them some more food and a neat takeaway. Their eyes sparkled. They thanked me loudly before waving goodbye. Think about some charity project and look for some volunteers to feed those kids again. Oh my God! Gavin! You scared the carrots out of me! What are you doing here?
I overheard earlier, and I got worried. I asked your friend, and he told me everything. Well, I'm here to help you out.
I just stared at him with my heart pounding.
So, the food waster is now feeding kids, huh?
Hey, what are you, a stalker? Gavin just shrugged and gave me that infuriatingly smug smirk. Okay, fine, I'll admit it. Your story got to me, all right? I realized food isn't just for enjoyment. It's something to be grateful for. Not everyone gets something to eat every day. Gavin's eyes lit up with something fierce and warm all at once. So hot I couldn't breathe. The air between us shifted.
I really want to kiss you right now.
What?
say no.
I clutched his arms, the warmth of his touch sending my heart into a race, and my knees wobbled. He grinned. His intense eyes smiled.
I take that as a yes.
Then he pulled me in, and before I could blink, his lips crushed into mine. Hot, intense, sweet, and it tasted like cinnamon made from heaven. I melted. I never knew kissing the person you like is the sweetest thing ever. More than the best macaroons in the universe.
I wanna stay here with you. All that we have is just.
I told you, I bite.
Promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side. I hope who I am is enough for you. If I'm
Maybe it's the kiss. Okay, no, it was definitely the kiss that inspired this new recipe. Sweet, warm, with the right amount of spice. It lingered and was very special. Whoa, you made this look like it belongs in a 5 million star restaurant. Thanks for helping out, Jillian. While we worked on our test dishes, we discovered her secret skill. She was amazing at plating, garnishing, and all the aesthetics.
Just don't ask me to actually cook it, like, ever.
Girl, you're now officially the queen of food catfishing, and I say that with love. Then Jules popped in while holding up a sketch pad.
Okay, if we're leveling up the food, then we're leveling up the fashion.
He flipped the sketch pad around, revealing a full lineup of brand new uniforms.
Chic, comfy, and grease stain resistant. You're welcome.
Oh my god, you made slayable uniforms?
I am an aspiring fashion icon, babe. Let me slay in peace.
We all laughed. And in that moment, I realized that this wasn't just my comeback. It was ours. And for the cherry on top, we added a tagline for our new and special dish. The dish that can make you scream. It was inspired by someone, and as expected, it was a hit. Customers were literally screaming, and their videos went viral. They kept returning to our restaurant, so we finally decided to add it to the official menu. I used to think food was just about taste and fun. Now, I knew better. Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But the most important ingredient of all is love. Love is the secret spice. You won't find it on any shelf, but it lingers in every bite, making each dish as special as it can be.
all that we have is each other now. I promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my God, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was going to break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow, this cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake, and I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he'd told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you.
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police. saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad. How is he? He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid. He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, You have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间?
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures, like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electroelement?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin lỗi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te...
Xin lỗi, no ngan kun dit cho, chung toing vết dong vết vinh, ha long độc chung.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope. So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt. My favorite. Haytham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Haytham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Haytham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Haytham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Haytham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Haytham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool. How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Elira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Teyvat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Teyvat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Elira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world.
Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks.
Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up. The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the walls. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs towards the morning light. The teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives, finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the light that ends you, where the story's changing and they'll leave you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But nothing could have prepared my tongue for what came next. Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender. Garlic butter glaze, flame-kissed edges. The scent alone levitates my soul to heaven, like it was invited to have lunch with the beautiful angels up above. Okay, here comes the love of my tongue's life. Oh my Gordon freaking Ramsay! My taste buds were twerking like it was a Friday night. It's savory, juicy, yummy, steak-tacular. It wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Goodness gracious, lady, get a room. Oh God, she is either possessed or just really, really starving.
I was still mid-foodgasm, letting every bite baptize the very depths of my taste buds when the haters around started mumbling. Did I care? Not one juicy crumb. I had my priorities. and it was to finish this masterpiece.
It seems like you've been thoroughly enjoying our food, milady.
Oregano.
I finally opened my eyes and came face to face with the handsome chef. Oh, I practically proposed to the steak. Weren't you watching me, Mr. Chef?
I was, and now I'm wondering, should I be jealous of the steak?
Oregano.
Okay, that was my cue to leave before I started flirting back and accidentally dated this man over medium rare beef. I came here for the food. Just the food, not the flirty chefs with dangerous dimples.
Oregano.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathons, experimenting in my family's restaurant kitchen. Just name it. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, will your dish make me scream and lose my voice, or spit it out in disgust and hate you for the rest of my life? Some boys at school have made it their life's mission to get option A. And I wasn't complaining. It was literally free food and a little ego boost.
Try mine first, Taffy. My mom helped cut the onions and boil the eggs.
Forget that, peasant. This is from a 5,000-star Michelin restaurant. It cost me 10 kidneys.
Mine's completely and personally handmade. Took me a month to make this, but don't worry, it's not rotting yet.
My mouth and soul were ready, but my brain was totally overwhelmed. Just then, my bestie Jules swooped in with his imaginary cape fluttering.
Excuse me, take it easy, gentlemen. Form an orderly line if you wish for Queen Taffy to bless your humble dishes with her divine taste buds. If your food makes her moan louder than a K-drama kiss scene, congrats! You win a date after class, but only for 60 minutes. No extensions, no exceptions.
The boys went feral. What are you doing? I don't have time for boys. I just want to eat and that's it.
Oh, babe, it's time you started eating with them, not just their food.
Whatever. But let's see if one of these can make me scream. Unfortunately, every dish was a disaster. This one tastes like a zombie rat crawled out of the sewer, licked a quadruple A battery dipped in rotten mayonnaise, and fell into my mouth. What were you even thinking, dude? Next, fish and chocolate? It's bold and daring, but a total abomination. Next, please. Are you sure you ordered this from a Michelin star restaurant? Or did you accidentally grab it from a dumpster behind one? Suddenly, I felt it again. That weird, stabby vibe that hits me every time I chew. I turned my head, already knowing the source. And there he was. Gavin. The silent, brooding window guy. I always caught him glaring at me as if I just ate his pet goldfish. Maybe the bowl, too. And whenever I confronted him about it, he'd just roll his eyes at me. Like, seriously, did I eat his precious lunch in a past life or what? He was insanely annoying. It was even worse because he's stupidly attractive. Ugh! Why do Hawkeyes always have to have the worst attitudes? I was so ready to snap at him when Nicholas, the handsome French student, stepped forward holding a steaming ornate box.
Mademoiselle Taffy, is the taster still open?
Depends. What's in the box, Frenchie?
Something très spécial, made especially for you.
I took a bite, and fireworks started exploding around me instantly. Sweet gravy heavens! This is criminally delicious!
Oh, I knew it. His dish looks as perfect as he is. So, do we have a winner now?
Did you hear me scream? No, right? Because it's missing something.
Are you implying my dish isn't perfect?
It's really good, but it needs a little more kick. Maybe some spice, some crunch, some little twist, you know? Something to surprise me. Right now, it's just giving something, but not everything.
You'll regret this, woman.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. I said I'll do better next time, just to hear that sweet scream of yours, mademoiselle.
We'll see about that then, buddy. There was only one place that had ever made me scream so loud I lost my voice. The MSU cafeteria. I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The cozy, stylish ambience was just a bonus. And you know what was more interesting? Behind those lunch ladies hides a secret cooking legend. A masked mystery chef, whipping up dishes so good they'll make you cry in 1,000 different languages. The texture! Oh, the crunch! The glaze! The magic! Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking!
She's just a freaking freshman, but she freaking acts like she freaking owns this freaking cafeteria every freaking day. So freaking annoying.
I freaking know, right?
Girl, you're moaning like a feral sexy cat in heat. Tone it down, or those freaking girlies will start complaining again.
Those freaking haters can choke. I only listen to flavor, not jealousy. It had been 6 months since we started at MSU, and I still hadn't made any new friends. Just Jules, my ride or die since diapers, now slaying here in MSU on a fashion scholarship like he owned the runway.
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you. Oh, wait. Are you getting tired of me?
Tired? Never, babe. But let's say I get kidnapped by a cute guy in Milan. What's gonna happen to you then?
Are you sure he's the one who'll kidnap you, or is it the other way around?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. That's a bit rude.
Just then my phone buzzed. It was from my older sister Tanya, and my heart leapt when I saw the word emergency. I zoomed out of the school and headed straight to our family restaurant without wasting a second. What's going on?
Taffy! Oh, the mayor's here with the whole table of business tycoons, and they asked for a special twist on our signature steak. I tried tweaking the sauce, but the flavor's flat. Oh, something's off. I've added, adjusted, prayed. Nothing's working. If we mess this up, we'll be trending for all the wrong reasons, and Dad's gonna kill me.
Breathe, okay? Let me see. Too much soy, not enough soul. All right, everyone, I got this. I swung the spice rack open and started working my magic. 2 pinches of smoked paprika, 1 drizzle of honey, a splash of aged balsamic vinegar for depth, a whisper of garlic, not chopped, grated, 2 drops of lemon juice for a little spark, and a dash of espresso powder. Now, try it.
Oh,
quickly clapped a hand over her mouth before she could scream and alarm the entire restaurant. Now go serve that magic to your VVIPs.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, sissy, as always.
I assisted her as she served it herself to the VIP table. The mayor took 1 bite and started crying.
This tastes like my childhood and my 22nd divorce healing at the same time.
I need a moment. This steak just forgave me for all of my sins.
Your food is divine. You should expand this place. Branch out, and you'll have my full support.
That sounds tempting, sir. Thank you. But we actually prefer to stay small, family style.
Our restaurant had been around since the 1900s. No branches, no fusion. Because for us, it was never about the money. It was about legacy. And okay, maybe we were also deathly afraid someone would steal my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma's top secret recipe for our signature dishes. I felt like a hero today. So I threw myself a mini feast in my bedroom as soon as I got home. Half an hour later, Jules barged in and was immediately intrigued by all the food around me.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love? Wait, no. Not enough sugar. You're just really happy. Like, I just saved the whole world moment kinda happy.
My mood was always connected to the food I ate, and Jules had basically mastered the art of reading me like a menu. I just saved the restaurant from going down in flames and made the mayor cry.
The mayor himself? Oh my god, that sounds so dramatic and I love it! Now pass me those fries and start spilling me the deets.
Jules listened to my story with sparkly eyes and the biggest proud smile on his face.
Your restaurant's gonna be in amazing hands once you take over someday. You know that, right?
You really think so?
Taffy, please. That's not even a question. Now get up. You're trying on my new designs tonight.
I was basically his personal doll at this point. We spent the rest of the night turning my room into a mini runway, me twirling around in his freshly sewn outfits, and I was loving it. While I was walking down the hallway, a girl suddenly bumped into me, and a pile of books crashed to the floor.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally on me. I wasn't looking. I remembered her during the freshman orientation because she had this pretty, innocent face. I crouched down to help her and noticed every single book was a cookbook or a recipe guide. You're into food too?
Kinda. I mean, yeah, I guess. Just prepping for something.
Prepping for what?
Oh, the cooking club. They're reopening the culinary society for freshmen. and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
Finally! A club that was made for me! No way! Girl, you just made my day! I'm Taffy, by the way. You are?
Jillian.
Well, see you around then, future club mate.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll make it in.
The hesitation in her eyes caught my attention. I wanted to ask more, but before I could, someone called out her name and she hurried off. And just like that, my curiosity was hooked. So I immediately told Jules about it.
Congrats on finally making a new friend.
Please, I think she's way too shy for my energy. But guess what? I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, it's about cooking food, not just inhaling and eating it. You're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Of course I can cook too.
Last time you actually tried to do it yourself, I almost died.
I just accidentally grabbed the salt instead of the sugar.
It was baking powder.
Okay, whatever. This time I'm serious. The Culinary Society could help me hone my skills. Plus, it's great prep for restaurant management.
Or you just want to try everyone else's dishes.
That too. The auditorium buzzed with freshman students the next day, all cramming in for the big announcement. I scanned the room and spotted Jillian in the corner, nervously biting her nails like they were snacks. I slid into the seat beside her. She looked so relieved it was kind of cute.
Hey, you're here.
Of course. Was that Gavin? What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills? My curious thoughts were cut off as the president of the Culinary Society finally stepped up to the mic and started the announcement.
Welcome, aspiring chefs. The Culinary Society is now officially open. This program aims to discover hidden culinary talent. Those who pass the initiation will receive a sponsorship. It's all about the guidance, support, and even funding to grow your skills. The club's goal is simple. It's to discover you. With the right sponsor, your talent can be developed and taken further.
I really need to get in, no matter what.
Hey, we're gonna make it, both of us. No plan B, no backing out, got it? I smiled as she gave me a tiny nod.
The initiation will last 3 days, and the judges will be the senior members of the club.
Just then the student council president stepped forward. This guy looked like he had walked straight out of a rule book. Dead serious and probably hasn't smiled once since birth.
Tomorrow's challenge is a written exam, so study hard. The second and third challenges will be surprise practical tests. Exam venue and time will be posted shortly. You may now return to your classes.
Holy spicy sauce explosion. This is going to be amazing. My foodie heart was on fire. I glanced back at Gavin, only to find him already looking at me. Of course he was glaring again. Seriously, what was his deal? The glaring, the eye-rolling, the mysterious brooding energy. It was driving me nuts. So on the way back to class, I finally snapped and cornered him. Hey, got a second? He didn't even respond, just rolled his eyes at me as always. Are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
Seriously, why are you so mad at me? What did I ever do to you?
You exist. That's enough. Now, get out of my face.
Unbelievable! This guy clearly didn't know who he was dealing with. That night, I studied like my life depended on it. Notes in one hand, spicy instant ramen in the other. Then came the written exam day, and everyone looked so tense. But for me, it was easy peasy mac and cheesy. I was the first one to finish the test, so I stood up with a proud smile. Till I saw Gavin, already done and standing. Before me? After submitting his papers, he turned to me and scoffed before walking off like he owned the place. The audacity! The next morning, I dragged Jules with me to check the results. Out of 100 applicants, only half made it, and I nearly choked on my gummy bears when I didn't see my name at the top. Second place? Wait, who's first? I leaned in and gasped when I saw the name.
Gavin? Like Gavin, the cute and brooding window guy? He cooks?
No, there's no way. That's probably a different Gavin. But then the crowd parted, and speaking of the devil...
Excuse me. Oh, look. It's me on top. The one and only Gavin.
Oh my god, he's so hot. Like hotter than a steak on a grill.
Jules was right, to be honest. But I shouldn't be distracted right now. Can we focus on his evil smirk, please? He's literally challenging me.
I think that's officially a war declaration, babe. This is gonna be extra interesting.
That jerk better be ready, because I'm gonna crush him big time. Second challenge finally came. We had to cook a chicken-based dish, in pairs. My eyes immediately landed on my mortal enemy, who was casually tying his apron like he was the master chef, and the sight was such a sore to my eyes. I was about to hunt Jillian down when someone suddenly blocked my way. Nicholas! He was here too? How did I not notice him last time?
Ah, mademoiselle, fate brings you back to me. I'm still wounded from you turning down my masterpiece last time, you know? Team up with me, and if we win, you owe me a dinner date. Fair trade, no?
I was about to reject him, but then my cinnamon roll savior appeared.
Hey, Taffy. I was wondering if maybe we could...
Oh, here comes my lovely partner. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time?
Ah, très bien. No hard feelings.
At least Nicholas was always classy about rejection. Congratulations on passing the written exams.
Thanks. I had been preparing for that way before I got here at MSU.
Oh, you're really into this, huh? All right, girl. Let's do this. You cook, I supervise.
We're not doing it together?
Of course we are. I'll be guiding you.
So, what are we making?
Let's go with crispy garlic honey chicken with mango salsa.
That sounds fancy. Okay.
We had exactly 1 hour. Jillian got to work while I hovered nearby, supervising like a resident chef. But my eyes kept drifting to Gavin. He looked calm and focused, like he belonged in a commercial for knives, while his partner looked so lost. The fact that he was also into cooking made him even more annoying. A few minutes later, Jillian finally threw her hands up and beamed.
All right, done.
Ooh, let me taste. I took a confident bite, only to gag and nearly scream in disgust. I tossed the dish and everything else into the trash, and it landed dangerously close to Gavin's station. He hissed like a cat that had just got misted. Oh, gosh, girl, what happened to the chicken meat? Did you marinate it in mud and ask an old goat with horrible breath to spit on it or what?
But I just followed everything you said.
Jillian looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I took a breath to calm myself down. It's okay, my love. We've still got 20 minutes. We're gonna fix this. This time, I rolled up my sleeves and took over. Just as the final bell rang, we slammed our dish down and handed it to the judges, who actually liked it. As expected, we passed, and we're now qualified for the final challenge. But when I looked at Jillian, she didn't look happy at all.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
Oh, come on, girl. It was my fault, too. I made you do most of the work. It was supposed to be a team effort. You know what? Let's practice after hours. Together.
Is that okay with you?
Of course. We then snuck into the kitchen later that day. A few other students were there, too, including Gavin, of course. For the sake of my sanity, I ignored his brooding presence and locked in on Jillian. This girl needed serious kitchen rehab. She was way too clumsy to be left alone with fire, knives, or even a blender. Honestly, if someone didn't supervise her, she'd either blow up the kitchen or food poison someone. Or both. She tried dish after dish, and I sacrificed my precious tongue for each one. Is this supposed to be a hard-boiled egg or a charcoal? The oil is separating from your sauce. Did you forget to stir, or did it walk out on its own? Your rice is crunchy. Were you trying to make popcorn? Then came her meat dish. Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
Soon we had a mountain of failed dishes in the trash. While we were about to try one last dish, Gavin suddenly stormed over, looking like an offended bull.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Huh? Why are you acting like you bought all of this? Are you the official supplier of this school now?
Thank God I'm not.
Look, I'm just helping an aspiring chef chase her dreams. Failures happen. It's called trial and error. Look it up. He rolled his eyes, so I rolled mine harder. What is your problem with me anyway? Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you get a pass for being a total jerk.
And I don't care if you're attractive either. I just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
Before I could finally explode, Jillian slid in.
Wait, did I just hear you both call each other attractive? Why don't you just date each other instead of arguing every 5 seconds?
You must be having some auditory hallucinations. I'd rather hug a giant, rotten cactus than date this brat.
He really hated me that much, huh? I hoped I'd never see his stupid smug face ever again. Unfortunately, we were in the same class. And worse, we still had one final challenge in the club initiation left. The announcement came sooner than expected, and the venue was deep in the woods. As soon as we got there, all our phones and stuff were confiscated. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity. There were only about 15 of us left, and that included Nicholas, who wouldn't stop staring at me like I owed him money.
Lovely to see you here, mademoiselle. If we both make it in, you owe me a date, remember?
Since when did I agree to that?
Since the day you insulted my masterpiece.
But I gave constructive criticism.
Of course. That's why I've made it my life mission to make you cry. The next time you taste my dish.
Okay, but why did that sound like a low-key threat? Our conversation got totally cut off when the club president finally stepped up for the announcement.
Your final test will challenge your creativity, resourcefulness, and pure culinary courage.
You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the Army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an Army man and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage. And when it came to my hair,
the brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay?
Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best.
Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? That I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet. I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye. After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina. And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity. Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Play it cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective. Don't worry, he can't resist me. Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Oh, allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me, I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai's sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so I went down the rabbit hole of research. And when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire. My hair sample is on fire. A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Tyrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Tyrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Tyrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was. Until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey, Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? He doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You have shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. It's a funny thing about most human parents. All over the world, they treat their babies like unique, extraordinary miracles. Every spit bubble and burp is celebrated. Every crooked step is recorded like it's worthy of Olympic gold. Not my mom, though. She never kept records or celebrated milestones. My dad had left before I was born, so she was too busy keeping a roof over our heads to even notice me much. Also, by the time I turned 4 and still hadn't said a word, I think she'd quietly accepted that her kid might grow up to be deeply ordinary, which is why she probably never took me to a doctor. While she worked as a maid at rich people's houses, she left me all day with our neighbor, Mrs. Sharma.
That son of an owl stole all my jewelry and invested it in a food truck that sells boiled peanuts. Who even eats wet nuts? He's an idiot wrapped in a moron.
At least your son leaves the house. Mine's in his room making dance videos all day.
Still sounds better than selling soggy nuts. Ugh, that dumb son of an owl.
You're not an owl. I saw your dead husband's photo. He's not an owl either. Therefore, it makes no sense to call your child the son of an owl.
Did she just speak?
Did she just say therefore?
Also, owls are not dumb. They're highly intelligent creatures who have clever hiding places for food. They can also remember different hunting routes, even after seasons change.
Sarah, how do you know all that?
It's in that book. I read it while Mrs. Sharma was watching that soap opera with that woman who keeps coming back from the dead. I think I know why her son is stupid.
That was the first time I saw Mom smile. It didn't happen again for a very long time. From that day on, it felt like every buried hope and ambition Mom ever had got pinned on me. She said I was special, and apparently that meant one thing: studying. Constantly, aggressively, and without praise. If I got A+ grades, it was nothing impressive, because she said everyone else in my class had one brain cell. School picnics and field trips, a complete waste of time. And while other kids chilled out on Sundays, I was attending the public library like it was church. Don't even get me started on my birthday, which, lucky me, fell on Halloween. Like the time I turned 8, I was trying to look happy about the advanced algebra book set Mom had gifted me when the bell rang and Mom opened the door.
Trick or treat!
Why would you want to be tricked or treated? If someone tricks you, you're an idiot. If someone treats you with sugar, you're still an idiot, just fatter and with cavities. And what are you even supposed to be?
A zombie. I eat human brains.
Looks like someone ate your brain.
Lady, do you have candy for us or not?
No, but I have something better. Sarah, bring your birthday dessert. I died inside as I carried my ugly chia seed flan to the door. Yeah, I never got cake. I'll cut you a slice. It's full of omega-3s.
Ew, is it supposed to move like that?
I think it just blinked at me.
She pushed the plate away, and it splattered on the floor. The kids ran off, while Mom yelled after them, and I couldn't stop grinning. That zombie girl was my hero. Yeah, Mom was hard on me, and growing up in that house was stressful. But I realized that life was hard on her too. Like once when I was 10, I stopped by one of the houses she worked at just in time to walk into a meltdown.
You left the cupboard open again, and my dog knocked over the wedding china trying to reach his treats. This is why I never trust the help around expensive things.
I'm really sorry.
Actually, I've seen your dog open the cupboard by himself before, and maybe you shouldn't keep his treats next to your plates?
Sarah, stop.
You know what? I was only going to dock the price of 1 plate from your salary.
And suddenly, she grabbed 2 more plates from the cupboard and smashed them on the floor.
But look what your daughter made me do. Now you'll be paying for 3.
I'm sorry if I made things worse, Mom, but it wasn't even your fault. How can you let someone talk to you that way? Because people like me don't get to argue, Sarah. I can't lose this job, so I nod and apologize and swallow my pride every day. This is why you can't be average. You're going to have to study harder than anyone else and become someone brilliant. And one day, you're going to walk into a house bigger than that, not to clean it out, but because you own it. You're going to go places, and you're taking me with you. Yeah, no pressure at all. I got bumped up to the 9th grade when I was 12. Some kids looked at me curiously, others snickered and asked me if I needed a high chair, but mostly they ignored me. Till the day I was paired up for a science presentation with the most popular girl in class, Brittany. And I ended up correcting her spelling on the board while she was presenting her part. Honestly, I thought I was being helpful, but apparently I ended up crushing her fragile ego. After that day, she and her minions started playing their favorite game with me, called Oops, I'm Sorry. They accidentally bumped into me in the hallways.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Accidentally hit my face with balls in the gym.
Oops, so sorry.
Accidentally kicked my chair from under me in the cafeteria.
Oops, I'm so sorry.
My elbow got scraped when I fell, so I went to the school nurse to get cleaned up.
I've seen you around, and I actually feel sorry for you, honey. Kids like you just don't have a normal life, honey. I know a few who got bumped up a couple of grades, and they all ended up with mental illnesses. Turn a little this way, honey.
Just then, Brittany burst into the room with some white stuff all over her hair.
Nurse, save me! Save my gorgeous hair! A freak put gum in it!
And then she appeared. A girl I'd always seen sitting at the back of our class.
Don't help her, nurse. She's always bullying that one kid, and someone had to do something about it.
As Brittany screamed hysterically, the nurse led her to another room and told her to wait, then returned to me.
See, this is what I mean, honey. You should just go back to your old school with kids your age, or you'll end up a criminal most likely.
Are you bullying her too, nurse? Are you telling her she doesn't belong here? You know, I have a lot more gum, and I'm not afraid to use it on you too.
It took some yelling from the nurse and some convincing from me to make Juno back down. And that was the day I made my first real friend. We started hanging out every day during recess, and then after school too. I knew Mom wouldn't approve of this friendship, but she wasn't home till late in the evening, so she didn't have to know. I tried to teach Juno important things, like studying, time management, basic grammar, and she was always trying to teach me life lessons. Oh, how could I forget the World War II quizzes today? How could I? Oh my God, I can't breathe. I'm gonna fail. I can't fail.
Breathe, little nerd. You'll be just fine. Even Einstein failed a quiz one time. Try to get a life. Try to be cool. It's not life and death. It's just high school.
And she was always trying to make me stand up for myself. Like the time she told me to meet her in the schoolyard after hours.
We are gathered here today so you can learn to grow a spine and stop being a soggy breadstick.
Ouch. You don't have to be so harsh.
Okay, sweetie, we are gathered here today so you can learn to grow a spine and stop being a soggy breadstick. Now picture I'm Brittany. What do you really want to say to her?
Brittany? I think you're kind of mean.
Ew, are you trying to write her a love letter?
Please stop kicking my chair.
Are you clenching your butt? Unclench immediately and let out the rage.
You shouldn't have poured soda in my backpack, you witch.
Yes, give me more of that. Tell me something you hate and have never said out loud.
I hate Jessie Flan, Mom. It looks like it was made from alien boogers. Just smile at me sometimes and get me a freaking chocolate cake, woman!
Oh no, I'm sorry. Your mom.
What?
Oh my God, your face.
I hate you! I didn't know how fast everything would change, but for a little while, I just got to be a kid with a best friend, and it was glorious. One evening when I got home, I was surprised to find Mom there earlier than usual. Your mock SAT scores came today. Quite pathetic. For a genius. I didn't have much time to prep, but I'll study harder for the next try. Oh, I'm sure you will. Now that your little adventures with that girl are over, you think I don't know where you go after school? Clearly, she's distracting you. She's not a bad influence, Mom. She's the only reason I don't feel like I'm suffocating all the time. Oh, poor you. Suffocating in a house you live in for free, with everything handed to you. And all you have to do is study. But no, you've got other priorities, like hanging out with some loser. You don't even know her. She's kind and brave and funny. I know her family. They're poor and cheap. And what are we, Mom? Royalty? Juno's my best friend, and I don't care if you don't approve. I felt shocked at myself as Mom looked at me. She got up and left the room. The whole weekend, she gave me the silent treatment, and the guilt started eating me up. Maybe I had been slacking lately. She worked without a break so I could focus on studying. I couldn't screw up.
Hey, baby genius. Why have you been ignoring my texts all weekend? We have to try this new ice cream place after school.
I can't. My SAT mock scores weren't good, so I need to catch up with prep.
You're 12. You've got like 500 years before the SATs matter. And seriously, none of this exam stuff is that important.
Yes, it is. It's important to me, because I don't want to be a nobody stuck here for the rest of my life.
You mean, like me?
Well, you do treat everything like it's a joke. Not all of us can do that. Some of us have real goals, and people counting on us.
Right. And some of us are just clowns with no future and zero expectations. Got it. Good luck catching up then.
She avoided me for days after that, and I told myself I needed less distractions right now. And then one day, she didn't show up.
Class, I have some difficult news. Juno was in an accident yesterday. She's in the hospital and is still unconscious. I'll share visiting details after the lesson.
If she's brain dead, how would we tell the difference?
I felt like I couldn't breathe. I ran out of the classroom, out of the school, tears blurring my vision. Juno had to be okay. She just had to be. So I could tell her I was so sorry. I stayed by her side for days. I couldn't focus on school or mock exams. I couldn't even really care about what Mom thought. She wasn't stopping me from visiting Juno at the hospital, but she didn't sit by me either. A few days later, I was getting a candy bar from the hospital vending machine when I spotted Mrs. Sharma and Mom talking down the hallway.
How's Juno doing now?
Still the same. And Sarah hasn't gone to school in 2 weeks. It's not like Juno is missing much either way, but my child is. And who knows how long that girl will be a vegetable anyway.
Just then, Juno's mother appeared around the corner, looking furious.
If this is how you talk about my daughter, I don't want you here. And take your precious child with you. Our family's going through a lot already. We don't need you to make it worse.
No, wait, I'm so sorry. But her mom just walked into Juno's room, slamming the door shut in my face. Mom reached for my arm, but I jerked it away and ran off in tears. And that was the last time I saw Juno. I found out a few days later that her family moved her to a facility in another town for better treatment, but no one told me where exactly or how to get in touch. Something broke between me and Mom after that. Not that she was ever great at emotions, but when I needed her the most, she offered me no comfort or apology. She gave me nothing. And because of her, I treated the one person who cared like she didn't matter. And I never even got to say goodbye. After that, I turned exactly into what Mom wanted. An overachieving, emotionless machine. I studied through birthdays, holidays, and mental breakdowns. I skipped meals, skipped grades, and skipped childhood entirely. By 15, I had a high school diploma and a full-ride scholarship to a great university in the city. So, Mom and I packed our bags and left. Then in my second semester, I pitched the idea of a fashion app for a class project. So, you upload photos of your clothes, and Stash Tag scans, tags, and sorts everything. Then it builds outfit combinations, finds discounts on matching items, and even connects you to a resale platform for stuff you don't use anymore. Basically, it's your closet, but smarter. My professor loved it and said he knew people who'd be very interested. Before I knew it, I was pitching the idea to real investors. And then, Stash Tag blew up overnight. TikTok lost its mind. Fashion bloggers and stylists were calling it revolutionary. And just like that, I became a millionaire before I was legally allowed to drive. We had everything Mom ever dreamed of. A house bigger than any she'd cleaned. Respect. Security. She even started her own business called Bright Minds Academy, a prep center for SATs and college applications built on the slogan, I raised a genius. Let me help you raise one too. I was happy for her, really. I'd worked hard so she could live this life one day. But I'd also worked hard to get away from her. So, at 19, I'd quietly applied to a master's program in literature some months ago, just because I wanted to do something for me. The university was across the country, and my flight was tomorrow. I was going to tell her tonight, over dinner. And then, I got the phone call from Mom's secretary.
Miss Sarah, your mom slipped down some stairs. You need to come to the hospital immediately.
The next few weeks went by in a haze of test results and doctor consults. Mom had suffered a spinal injury and head trauma, and she still hadn't woken up. And then one night, I was jolted from my sleep with a smack on my face. Ow! What the heck? Oh my God, Mom? You're awake! Get away from me. Who are you? Where am I? What? Mom, it's me, Sarah. It's okay. You had an accident. I don't know you. I don't want to be here. She yanked the blanket off herself, but she couldn't get off the bed. Why can't I move my legs? Mom, please, calm down. What did you do to me? What's wrong with me? Just then, some medical staff rushed in and calmed Mom down by giving her sedatives. And the next morning, the head doctor gave me his diagnosis.
Your mother's spinal trauma caused temporary paralysis from the waist down, which will be fixed with physiotherapy and she will walk soon. But mentally, it seems like she reverted to when she was 8 years old, and we don't know if it's permanent.
So, are you saying she doesn't remember me?
She only remembers some of her childhood. So yes, she has no awareness of who she became as an adult or who you are. I know this is a lot to process, but we will help you both adjust.
First, she ruled my life as my mother. Now, she'd forgotten that entirely and was about to rule it as an 8-year-old. She got to be a child again, and somehow I still wasn't allowed to be. After a few days of making her understand the situation, the doctor said I could take Mom home. I knew she was confused and scared, and she'd act out, but I had no idea what I was in for. I hired qualified nurses and maids for her, and she kept chasing them all away.
She pushed me in the bathtub!
She locked me in the supply closet and wouldn't even let me out to pee!
She headbutted me when I tried to wake her up for lunch.
I decided to take some Zoom meetings from home to keep an eye on her. And I had a new surprise waiting for me every day. Like the whoopee cushion she placed on my chair, which made a big fart noise the second I sat down. And the next day, I jumped up in pain when I sat on a toy porcupine. And the day after that, I didn't find anything on my chair. But as soon as I sat down, my feet landed straight into a tray of green slime. I was so sick of her stupid tricks. Especially when I found out she was funding them with my Amazon account. And anytime I tried to talk to her, it was just so difficult to get through. So, the doctor said I shouldn't call you Mom anymore since it makes you so uncomfortable. Yeah. Also, Because I'm not your mom? Right. So I'll just call you Mary then. Nope. Only my friends call me that. You can call me Your Majesty. Yeah, that's not happening. Suit yourself. Mary, can you please put that away and eat your food? You need to take your meds after this. Mary? 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 Your Majesty? Yes, servant. Please finish your food. Okay, servant. Don't you think that sounds a lot better than Sarah? There was a girl in my class named Sarah, and I hated her. Then why did you name me Sarah? I don't remember naming you, but if I did, maybe it's because I hated you too. Her childish, spiteful words got under my skin, and I just wanted to scream. A few days later, I took her grocery shopping with me, and after she kept chucking vegetables out of my cart and throwing in candy, I told her caretaker to wait with her at the front of the store. Gosh, I just needed a few minutes of peace.
Hey, excuse me? Just wanted to say something.
Sorry, I don't want to fill a survey or sample any products.
That's not what I was gonna...
Also, I'm running late for something, so...
Okay, cool story. Just wanted to know if the note stuck to your butt was a deliberate fashion choice.
Wait, what? I turned around and pulled a paper off my skirt. Kick me, I'm stupid and boring. Ugh, my mom did this.
That's a bit immature.
Yeah, well, she's the worst 8-year-old ever.
I'm sorry, did you say 8?
Just then, I heard a loud crash and went running to the front to see cans of tuna on the floor, right next to her caretaker. Where's Mom?
She pushed me into the tuna display and bolted outside.
As I dashed out the door, the guy caught up with me.
I'll help you find her. So, am I looking for a grown woman or an 8-year-old?
She looks 40, but she's mentally 8. She's in a wheelchair, and she rolls super fast.
Wow, I have so many questions. But okay, got it.
A passerby overheard us and said he'd seen a woman in a wheelchair going to the park nearby. As we ran down the jogging path, I suddenly spotted her. Oh my God, she's heading for the balloon vendor. Mom crashed straight into the balloon stand. The vendor tripped, balloons flew away, and kids screamed. As we shouted apologies and finally caught up with Mom, I grabbed the handles of the wheelchair, and then she flung herself onto the ground.
Please help me. My daughter is so mean. She says I deserve to be in a wheelchair because I'm ugly.
Oh, now I'm your daughter? Cut it out.
And she doesn't even let me watch MSA, but you definitely should. Like and subscribe now. She's just jealous of the amazing main characters because they're all prettier than her and smarter and better.
Will you stop talking?
That's how she screams at me all the time. I know one day she will get rid of me so her shady boyfriend with weird tattoos can move into my room. Someone call the police! Help!
It took me 10 minutes and a giant ice cream cone to finally make Mom shut up. I called my driver to bring the car around, and as Mom's caretaker helped her in, Adam loaded her wheelchair in the trunk and turned to me.
So, do you have a shady boyfriend with weird tattoos?
Ugh, of course I don't.
Great. In that case, would you like to go out with me sometime?
Seriously? You want to ask me out after all this?
It's the most alive I've felt on a Tuesday afternoon in years. Look, it seems like you have a lot on your plate, but if you ever feel like venting over coffee, let me know.
He handed me his business card before he left, and I found myself smiling all the way home. Later that evening, I couldn't find his card in my pockets. Then I remembered I put it in one of the grocery bags, so I went looking for it. I was sure I put that guy's card here. I saw it in the trash a while ago. The chocolate cake I brought today? Why is it in here? I threw it out. I can't stand the sight of chocolate cake. Oh, and I just remembered. I threw the card in the fireplace. Why would you do that? Just for funsies. That's it. I'm done being nice to you. You are not helpless. You know exactly what you're doing. You think you can live under my roof, eat my food, disrespect me all the time, and I'll just keep taking it? No! And since you have nowhere else to go, you will respect me. And you will follow my rules, or there will be consequences. I knew I shouldn't have snapped, but for once, she looked at me and didn't see someone she could push around. In the next few weeks, I told myself it was just tough love, that I was hard on her for her own good, like telling her not to waste her brain on useless things. Are you 6 or too slow to handle a book without pictures? I like this stuff. A guy with laser eyes just blew up a soda machine. Yeah? Well, I like the idea of you not staying dumb forever. I snatched the comic and replaced it with a math textbook. Start with the first chapter. I'll be quizzing you. And of course, it was my job to make sure she had a good diet as well as discipline. No sugar after 8 p.m. You've got the brain of an 8-year-old, not the metabolism. And I didn't need to praise her for every small thing, right? Even if it was her starting to walk. See that? I'm getting better every day. Congrats. Did you want a trophy for something as basic as walking? No, just showing you I'm almost ready to run. Great. Maybe you can start off by running to a job interview. You think I can't survive without you? Please, I know you can't. But I knew I was becoming my mother, and I didn't know how to stop, or if I even wanted to. A couple of days later, I had to go into the office, and just as I got out of the car, I was surrounded by yelling reporters and flashing cameras.
Sarah, is it true your mother ran a scam through her SAT Prep Academy?
Did she bribe colleges to admit rich kids? Were you involved?
What on earth were they talking about? I managed to escape and get into the office, and I was shell-shocked when I checked the news on TV.
Allegations have surfaced against the Bright Minds Academy, accusing CEO Mary Smith and other board members of securing Ivy League seats for wealthy students by leaking SAT answers, faking achievements, and bribing university officials.
And what about her genius daughter who launched StashTag? Are all her academic records false too? Who knows if she even built the app herself?
There were people talking about me all over social media. The whole day went by in a haze of disbelief. How could my mom's name be at the top of a scheme that helped rich parents rig the system so their kids could skip the hard work? I finally asked my secretary to release a press statement that my mother was mentally unwell after her accident and unable to give a response. Then, I slipped out from the back entrance to avoid reporters and made it home. I stood at the door, my hands trembling on the doorknob. Then, I took a deep breath and walked in. I found Mom in the living room, watching a news channel, which she immediately switched off when she spotted me. I saw the news. I swear, I didn't do anything bad. Yes, you did. But I don't remember doing anything bad. That's the whole point. You don't remember anything. I did everything you wanted. I gave up my childhood. I worked so hard to be extraordinary. And then you just went and ruined it all. Now everyone thinks I cheated too, that I'm a fraud. And you just get to forget everything so easily. How could you do this to me, Mom? I'm sorry. I promise. I'll listen to you from now on. I just don't know what I did that was so wrong. Am I a bad person? Will I go to jail? As I looked up at her scared face, I realized that I was being so unfair. The person I wanted to scream at, to demand answers from, to hate. She wasn't here anymore. And I just had to be better than her. No, you didn't do anything bad. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll take care of everything. I promise. I shared Mom's medical records publicly, and she was exempted from the trial. But her academy was dissolved, and the other board members got 2-year prison sentences. Meanwhile, I was stuck in meeting after meeting, trying to convince journalists and investors that I had nothing to do with the scandal. One evening, I walked into the office parking lot and noticed the lights were mostly out. Just as I got close to my car, I spotted a shadowy figure leaning against it, holding something long in his hand. Without another thought, I turned and bolted, and I heard him follow me.
Hey, wait a minute!
I reached into my bag, turned around and pepper sprayed the man in the face. He stumbled and fell to the ground. And just then, the lights came back on.
Ow, my eyes! Oh, my eyes!
Oh my God, Adam? Why were you lurking in the dark like that?
It wasn't dark when I got here.
I thought you had a weapon. Now I see it's just a baguette. Did you get it for me?
No, I bought it for my breakfast. Can you focus on maybe helping me?
I pulled out my water bottle so he could wash his eyes.
You never called, and I should have taken the hint, but no, I had to come and get maced in the face.
My mom threw the card away, so I couldn't call you.
I saw the news, and I reached out to your office many times, but your secretary never got back. I'm a PR specialist, and I wanted to offer my services if you need them, or just my support if you need that. I'm sure things have been pretty rough.
Thank you. Let's talk over dinner. I hired Adam, and he started helping me clean up my image. On his suggestion, we got my university professor to do a public interview backing my claim that Stash Tag was my original idea for a class project. Slowly, the frenzy died, and people moved on to juicier gossip. Adam and I got close in the process, and with him around, things didn't feel like they were always about to fall apart. Mom had been good lately. She was treating me well and helping around the house, and one evening, she even surprised me with a small tea party, for which she'd ordered cakes online, a chocolate one for me, and vanilla for herself. So, what's your deal with chocolate cake? Why do you hate it? After my parents' accident, I had to live with my aunt, and I hated it there, so I acted out a lot. Auntie always said chocolate cake was only for special kids with good manners, which was never me. Every birthday, my cousins got this big chocolate cake with candles and frosting, and I never did. So I started saying I hated chocolate cake. Like, if I couldn't have it, I'd pretend I didn't want it. And then, I guess I started hating it for real. I felt a lump in my throat. She'd never given me details of her childhood before, and I'd never asked. How about you try it now and see how you feel? Mom stared at it uncertainly, then took a small bite. She seemed surprised by her own reaction and blinked hard, like she was trying not to cry. It's really good. Yeah? How about you and I go to Paris and try the world's best chocolate cakes? I think we both deserve some fun. Maybe my mom didn't know how to love better because no one had ever loved her right. Maybe the wrong things she'd done came from always being in survival mode and never feeling safe enough. And choosing to forgive her and being different from her, maybe that was the smartest thing I would ever do. Because letting go of your anger takes real strength and wisdom.
Breathe, little nerd, you'll be just fine. Even Einstein failed a quiz one time. Try to get a life, try to be cool. It's not life and death, it's just high school.